Welcome back, y'all, to another night of the LPL English broadcast. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Aramide. I'm joined once again by the one and only Mr. Dimitri Alk Raul Toledo. We've got the Alpha casting duo back at it again. My man is looking fresh on the right, and we've got an exciting best of 5 coming your way tonight.
You know, I was thinking about doing a sketch, but it turns out putting my full address and my name out on the internet, probably not a good idea. You get the first half from Rafa here. Figure out the rest later. We got really important matchups here tonight. Just immediately off the bat, one of these two teams being sent home for the rest of the year. Not even an attempt to make it into Worlds. An incredibly close race between these two.
Let's take a look at that playoffs bracket as it stands now, because the last couple of nights we saw our upper semi-finals, and now both BLG and Top Esports sit in that upper final, which we will see conclude next week. But for us, we are taking a look at that lower bracket, starting with JDG and Edward Gaming tonight.
You know, Rafa, I won't lie, this has been one of the most exciting playoffs we've had in a little bit, because for the most part, our playoffs here in 2025 have kind of gone to schedule, or at least gone to the script. If you have not been paying attention to LPL all season long and you see BLG and Top Esports at top 2 right now, you're like, yeah, that makes sense, but you missed out on a whole lot of context, a whole lot of upsets here, that BLG 3-1 being incredible, and this right now seems like it is going to be one of the closest lower bracket matchups we're going to see, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, BLG are in the instance where one more series victory puts them automatically into Worlds. That'll be a story on September 15th to see if they can close the distance there or if we'll be coming into the lower finals. But for us, it is our best of 5 between JDG and Edward Gaming. But before we get further into the series itself, we got a special announcement, y'all. It's a special top laner's birthday in Xiaoshu for JDG.
It's such an exciting one, and for a player that came in and I think honestly completely revamped this roster. It feels his own performance has started to level up the rest of JDG, having these massive carry performances coming in from the top lane, where it was honestly not expected from being on RNG and having those low lows here into 2025. I put in at the bottom there, second LPL playoffs appearance all time in his career, last one being last year with someone we'll be seeing a little bit later on tonight in Xiaohao.
The Xiaohao reunited with ZDZ over on EDG. Gonna be seeing an old jungler and an old teammate here for Xiaoshu as he takes to Summoner's Rift. But it's time to meet the rest of the JDG crew that is starting on tonight's best of 5. We have, of course, Xiaoshu in the top lane, but then the rest of the crew in Shun, Scout, Pays, and Zhuo. And to put it simply, Dimitri, you see a lot of decorated players on this roster, individuals that have won World Championships, won MSI Championships, have been to World Finals. So on paper, when we first saw this roster assembled at the beginning of the year, we expected some amazing peaks, amazing ceilings, and for what it's worth, sometimes that did happen throughout the year.
JDG, they finished top 3 in Split 1. It's kind of like, all right, when are we going to let this one go for them? But it has been kind of a downward trend all year long, and this is the final moment. There's no more, okay, well, we'll get it in time for regional playoffs. We'll get it in time for Split 3 playoffs. It has to start now if they want to keep their spot to go to internationals. A lot of these players' resumes speaks for itself, and they should be a shoo-in going into our, maybe 3rd or 4th place slot, but with the level of play that we have seen from them, overall non-coordination from some of these players, there's a very high likelihood that Shun, Scout, Pays, they all miss out on a Worlds appearance.
When you look through the clips that we have, obviously you're going to see some of their best moments. Their most recent series was a rematch against BLG, Shun's former squad back in 2024. They went out swinging and picked up wins in the first 2 games of that playoffs. But then after Beichuan got some ground in the second game of the series, he came out with much better form, and overall BLG were able to pull off a 5-game reverse sweep against JDG.
That's really tough to watch if you're a BLG fan. And JDG as a whole has been kind of tough to watch in some of these best of 5s. Even the end of their regular season wasn't all that great. So I think for us as a broadcast and for fans at home, a really determined win here is going to hopefully bring some air back into the sails. Otherwise, it's been a tough 2025 to watch if you're a JD fan.
Yeah, because when you look at the strengths of JDG, it's not just the pedigree that speaks for itself, it's the individual mechanics when everyone is locked in, when Jewel and Shun are able to link up, when Pays is able to reliably be a janitor for the team, unthreatened, and completely no interference from the enemy team in making sure that he can just clean up those kills. And if Xiaoshu gets into the mix too, it usually is a winning formula for JDG.
I just remember this game in particular from JDG, the Pays Blast Cone incident. That one hurt. That one hurt to see. But right, there's been a lot of really cool pieces. Obviously, Pays we've talked about all year long. Xiaoshu being the newest addition to this lineup, and there's been so many changes on this roster, not just from players, but also staff personnel, making multiple different substitutions throughout the year. So it'll be honestly quite impressive to see two CV Max teams this year in both DK and in JDG miss out on world spots.
Only time will tell, but we'll see how that chapter unfolds. We got to talk about the other side of this best of 5 matchup. It is going to be Edward Gaming facing against JDG for a chance to continue their world's run tonight. It is ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel, On, and rookie of the split, Palkia.
Love this guy. Love seeing Palkia play. Even if sometimes it's a little too aggressive for my taste, I'm glad that we're seeing someone who is so brand new to competitive potentially have a chance to show up at Worlds and make a run here in the lower bracket. And I gotta say, Rafa, when we've talked about EDG, it almost feels like they're supposed to be the Group Nirvana hopefuls. They're supposed to lead that pack. And they even finished second here in this group. NIP obviously come out as the first seed, but I feel like EDG all year long have really showcased that they don't deserve to be in Group Nirvana.
Now, when we saw their record in Split 2, they had a pretty admirable series and game score. But when it came to the play-in series, they unfortunately matched into IG and they got completely slammed by them in a 3-0. And for me, watching that Split 2 run by EDG, I felt Group Nirvana overall was weaker since they still had the OMG and the RNG roster still contending for them.
Yeah.
Now in this Group Nirvana, you had Ninjas in Pajamas to deal with, Thunder Talk to deal with, despite not having Beichuan in the roster and the lineup anymore. It was overall a much more competitive group. And yet, EDG looked even better because Palkia has just brought that revitalization for this group.
And it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for this team, starting off very dominantly, but having a tougher back half of the split in Group Nirvana, obviously ending second, ending with a couple of losses there. Seems like the team really needed to find some time, some space. I think that series versus WE was really, really invigorating if you were an Edward Gaming fan. So when we come into tonight, this matchup should be a lot closer than I think a lot of fans at home expect, both with the level of play we've gotten from EDG all year long, even before Palkia, but especially with this new support. I think the sky's the limit here, and this could be one where EDG could look for what could be a massive upset in the bracket.
Yeah, the fact that their coach has come out and said for EDG that with Palkia on the roster, the rest of the individuals around him have been seemingly revitalized with a drive for the game again, to play at the highest level. Ever since Palkia and Xiaohao started working together on the map, they have pulled off far more creative angles, they've looked for bolder plays, and when they're really locked in, they pull out some really, really unexpected stuff against some of the teams that they have faced so far in this third split. But at the end of the day, Alk, it is still just a Nirvana team, and they have yet to show that they can beat some of the better Group Ascend teams here in Split 3.
We've made progress, at least. If you're Group Nirvana, we've at least beaten Group Ascend this year. It was a first when we saw it in play-ins. NIP broke ground by going to 5 versus FPX. EDG then ended up doing it up against W, which I think was the biggest upset of the entirety of play-ins. But now is really the test. Can you beat that next echelon of Group Ascend, the 5th and 6th seed? Can you beat a team like JDG or a team like Weibo going further in this bracket for EDG and proving that they were not supposed to be in Nirvana? I think that's the biggest thing for this team.
Yeah, it's a good call out for Weibo as well, because if EDG were to progress past JDG, Weibo are their opponents in the next round of the lower bracket. And Alk, you hinted at it earlier. This could be the last series we see from either JDG or EDG tonight, because based on the championship points that both of these orgs have for themselves, it is do or die in this series tonight.
Yes, so I want to take a look at this for everybody at home. So obviously JDG at 30, not NIP, sorry, we're going to move this down. EDG at 10. Obviously, if JDG were to lose today, they would end at 30. The next level available points here for EDG would leapfrog them ahead of their opponents, and that is such an important one because I know you've been very hopeful for EDG potentially making it into Worlds, but with how the top 4 are looking, the discrepancy of points, EDG not having any championship points up until this split, they need to make a massive run if they want to be able to make it through the rest of this tournament.
Yep, I have done the numbers, Alk. At this point, EDG can either get to Worlds by winning this split, which is very, very, very unlikely since IG and now a revitalized BLG are in the mix, not to mention Top Esports there up in the upper finals. But EDG, only chance might have to be through the regional finals gauntlet. And the only way to get into the regional gauntlet is to win at least the tonight's series, because if they don't, they will not have enough championship points over JDG, who are currently 6th most points in that ladder, and it's only 3rd through 6 seeds that will make it to the finals gauntlet.
I can't believe the image on the left exists. It might be my favorite image we have on the show all time. Team WE is dead. I don't want to remarry. I only want EDG to see the miracle run. It's beautiful. Lisa and Al Rafa. It's kind of there. Real quick, we're going to have walkouts soon. Let's take a look at our head-to-head against 2 legendary players here. Angel versus Scout, 2 players that are keystones to their team's success. And for Angel, he's been a very dominant force. I feel like kind of a sleeping giant, a player that is not really going to impress in the laning phase, but has always been really good about getting side lanes, making sure that he's going to show up for a team fight. Whereas Scout, all of our big issues for JDG really do stem around the mid lane of this team.
Yep, Scout either helps this team be the hard carry that they need in order to make or break against the best teams here in the LPL, or sometimes can be the single highest detriment that causes this team to crumble against teams that they have no business losing into. And unfortunately, that's just been the story, a majority of it in Split 3, and even Inklings in Split 2. But if Scout locks in tonight, and more than 2 games in a row, then JDG should be favored going into EDG. But as you called out, it seems that we have walkouts for both of our teams for our best of 5 tonight. So we'll get a chance to greet them on stage now.
I was wondering how long the Teacher's Day thing was going to go on for. Only went for 1 day. That was kind of sad. I wanted to see hopefully more students here at the venue. For everybody at home, we are in Shenzhen, the home arena for NIP, who again will be playing tomorrow. But really important to see for both of these teams where their split is going to end and how much further can both of these teams push, because there's very clear flaws. For JDG, I think for me it's been mid-support. Duo feels like he's already lost as to what he's supposed to do in these games, and Scout, we talked about his laning phase and his overall impact in games can be a little wish-washy here or there. And for Edward Gaming, I think they're a team that don't take a ton of risks outside of support, and I really would like to see what happens to EDG if they don't get a clear-cut, easy-to-play-out team fight. If they have to come in from odd angles, if they have to be a little more in sync about when and where they're teleporting, I think this team does tend to get a little bit lost in team fights.
Yeah, and then on the flip side for EDG, despite their early game dominance, I think one thing that you mentioned watching their games is that sometimes not all the players are with each other when they're rotating, and a couple key individuals get caught out, one of them being On. And I think another thing that I remember watching from the IG series, while EDG looked competitive in the first 10-15 minutes of the game, I felt like Game 1 specifically, Angel had a huge advantage, a lot of gold under his belt, and it felt like he was a little too timid with his advantage. He was too afraid to throw that advantage away instead of pressing the advantage forward and trying to be a bit bolder with the gold economy he had over Rookie. And against IG, a team in particular, if you're not slamming them like BLG proved to do in the upper semifinal, there is no way you can beat IG when it comes to the macro later on.
And it's all about what their opponent's for, because JDG went to 5 versus BLG. Obviously, BLG looking like potential favorites to win it all if they can continue their form. And for EDG, taking 3 kind of close early games versus IG, I think speaks to more of their strength and what they were able to accomplish in Group Nirvana. Really quickly, before we get to draft, we have to take a look at our predictions here. We are the most aligned we have ever been on these predictions. This is not prediction, not this one. wait, hold up. There it is. Okay, yeah, but like I was saying, most aligned that we've had for a while, at least, and I know you and I are some EDG hopefuls, but this is probably the closest playoff series we've had.
I would not be surprised if this went a full 5-game series. However, because I am committed to the EDG to Worlds run ever since week 3 of the Rumble stage, I have to put 3-0 for EDG. I will say, for JDG, a lot of these individuals are... Hey, put that away! Put that away! We went over it. We went over it. IG was a completely different story. I will never back out on an EDG vote again. As I was saying, a lot of the individuals on JDG were former world champions, MSI champions, and domestic title winners at the top of their game before. JDG, these individuals, discarded kings, one might say, now have to prove that they still have what it takes and make sure they can overcome even a bright, starry-eyed, hopeful squad in EDG. But here we go. Draft 1 has begun. Azir, Alistar taken off the table by EDG, trying to eliminate Zhuo and Scout's comfort picks, whereas JDG go for the Nico and the Annie.
Yeah, they don't want to give that over. I will actually we would be willing in best of 5s to maybe test where Palkia is. I don't think his Nico has been quite as solid, even though he is a quite aggressive player, especially in lane. Getting rid of the Rumble, something that obviously they don't want to get away for ZDZ, but what is going to be the focus? We came into these playoffs, we're on 25-17. What was going to happen with the jungle situation? Are we going to get a little bit more experimentation from mid lane? Wukong is a champion that has really risen in priority. We have that plus like things like Vi and even the Pantheon already through this draft.
Some teams are even putting the Qiyana priority much higher. I don't know if it's going to be happening between Xiaohao and Xun. I know that Xiaohao demonstrated his first Silas jungle performance against IG. Not really anything to write home about or be excited about. That was unfortunately a way Zed masterclass and kind of dumpster him. But JDG do answer with the Pantheon and Yunara pickup. Both very powerful picks here in the early stages of the game. EDG, what is their response?
Wow. So these are two champions that are so interesting because I look back at JDG's last series and they were always willing on blue and even on red side to ban Pantheon and Yunara, champions that they had been getting access to during the regular season but really didn't find all that much success. The EDG though, I think they got a very strong combination already. Jarvan plus Orianna, one of the champions that IG never lets Xiaohao get in the Jarvan. I think this is perfect when we're talking about giving EDG clean and simple ways to play games.
There's a lot of smiles from the EDG roster there, almost goofy grins as they're just kind of amazed. Wow, we got this pick for ourselves? Let's go! The Game 1 draft is already looking pretty baller as you have a nice shockwave delivery system onto a couple members if you catch them with the Cataclysm. Corki, pretty reliable AD carry pick, is locked in here for On.
Just means that they're going to have the ability to skirmish in the laning phase and then get into mid-game and just start poking away at their opponents. One way that you can get around Yunara is abusing her 575 range. Corki obviously with his phosphorus bombs and the big missiles, so Kali gives them backline access. It seems like JDG might just be trying to forego having a sturdy enough front line and instead just have the Pantheon dive forward, kind of have a mixed bag of who's in front, who's in back, and try to lose EDG in that sauce. Support picks are going to be so impactful. I like the Poppy mention. Does mean that things like Alistar or things that Rel and Nautilus start to gain a little bit more priority here. So wonder what that is going to be looking like for JDG, considering they do have first pick coming after this.
I went back through the champions played for Scout this split. This is technically his first Akali of Split 3. We know that he's played it in the past, but it is a very interesting sign of potentially some things to come for JDG. I like how you mentioned they're seemingly foregoing a traditional frontline, front-to-back style composition. They're just trying to opt in for the full dive into On.
You know what this means, though? We're going to have to see how the laning phase goes for Scout, because this could be a matchup where he could be very, very abusive towards Angel, but as we've seen, Scout has been a bit of a player that we don't know if we're getting Jekyll or Hyde on the day here. So 5 support player bans. We're getting Alistar, Rakan, Rel, Poppy, even Nico, like, is there going to be a 6th? This is a big question coming into this series with both Juo and Palkia. What were they going to look like once we got off those engaged champions? Because that has been basically their bread and butter all season long.
The support pool has been heavily diminished when it comes to engage power. Nautilus has been the #1 pick for Palkia this split so far. Curious to see if JDG will try and snipe that away from him, forcing him to play something like a Leona instead, which he only has 1 game so far in the split. Otherwise, EDG, because they already have engage power with that Jarvan, could go something more defensive with the Braum, but this is now Xiaoshu locking in the Scion for the top lane.
All right, a couple questions here. This could be Gwen top lane in response to the Scion. You could also try to take the Aatrox, the Ambessa. Those are AD options. I think the Aatrox would probably be the biggest fit for ZDZ. The Ambessa, I think thematically is probably the best for their team. But EDG are going to try and dive in onto multiple members. This could be a situation where it's not even like that very simple like dive strategy, but instead we're just trying to burst one member. We're gonna have Jarvan ulting onto an Akali, forcing out her spells or the Yunara. The Nautilus ult is gonna do the same, and obviously there with a Orianna to boot does make it a little bit more simple for you to be able to play. Space control in this game I think does go over to the favor of EDG. They just have more buttons and a little bit more HP that they can play with once they get a few more items that I just don't know if JDG are going to be able to do if they don't have Xiaoshu on the Scion there.
I think the one caveat that JDG will have in their back pocket is how hard they're able to pressure EDG into making mistakes. Based on the way they posture and the way they position around them, if you get EDG feeling antsy and they blow their cooldowns way too fast, then there's nothing that stops the threats from JDG from being able to just dive straight into the backline. I'm curious what Juo decides to lock in here.
Right.
I would have been a little bit more skeptical if it was the Braum. I like the Leona. This gives a little bit more engage power to aid with both Scout and Shun's desire to dive the backline.
It just means they also are just dealing more damage, right? Sunlight passive is there. It will test Angel, because if Angel doesn't have Flash, imagine in a mid-game scenario we're doing that standoff around objectives with Redemption being such a massive influence in these fights. Utilizing that Eclipse, utilizing the ultimate from the Solar Flare, you could just check, hey, does enemy mid have Flash? If yes, then he should just dodge this ability, and now we're going to be up a Summoner spell going into this fight. But very important to watch. With a Scion, we're expecting a swap at some point in this game. How do EDG get early dragons? How do they push the tempo versus their opponents?
Gonna all depend on how much attention Xiaohao is paying to his bot lane this game. We know that Pantheon, with the recent nerfs and the drop in priority from LPL teams across the board, have recognized if they don't get accelerated with this champion, his fall off is even more punishable than before. But in the hands of someone like Shun, if he is playing at his peak, he can completely take over the game before EDG even have a chance to stabilize. We'll have to see how it all unfolds here.
It's going to be tough. I think for JDG, they do have windows. There's going to be a big spike around 1 and 2 items for both of these teams. Personally, I prefer EDGs as we go further, but still a lot for them to play, especially on side lanes. And going to be an exciting one. Remember, last one out. Whoever loses this match tonight no longer has potential in 2025.
This is the first step towards what could be the last series for one of these teams tonight. And there are chances for a World's run ending alongside it. It's JDG taking on EDG in Game 1. Let's hit Summoner's Rift.
They don't want to do the crowd cam because it was a little empty in that arena.
maybe you'll fill out once we get to Game 2 or Game 3, especially if it starts tying up, you know?
Yeah, exactly. If we get to Game 5, I imagine we're gonna at least have a few more stragglers in the audience. ZDZ and Xiaohao trying to get some early vision spot outs shown on the top side of the map. Gonna be important to watch, especially from JDG's perspective.
Palkia should be fine here.
Whoa,
no
Jesus.
Aftershock on either of these supports, but wow, Juo is actually popping the Summoner heal just for the movement speed to try and get extra damage onto
They're
Palkia
trapped.
right before the laning phase starts. I mean, Palkia is now down 200 HP. I don't know if this is that big of a detriment, though, for EDG. You're the bot lane expert.
Yeah, I mean, they still have heal for Palkia, so I think the HP trade is fine. Obviously, we're still waiting about 5.5 minutes before we get to, or 4.5 minutes before we get to the Summoner Spellbook, but should be advantage towards JDG.
A lot of aggressive trading. Pace is already forced to pop the barrier. This is multiple Summoner spells being used by JDG's bot lane, but On still has cleanse and flash available.
He's just early invaded. He went for a blue buff, went right into topside. He knows that Shun is on his Krugs, but he's gonna have to forego an entire camp.
I don't know if that really works out for Xiaohao's benefit because he was just a little too late on the collapse there. It's not necessarily something that we haven't seen before from Xiaohao. We've seen him pull these invades off, like with the Trundle into Vi matchup specifically, but unfortunately for him, like you said, he doesn't find Shun on the right timing, so now he's overall down a camp and behind that level 3 and level 4 timing compared to Shun.
For Xiao, it'll be, I think this will probably have more ramifications as we get a little bit further into the game, especially around those first grub spawns, because that'll be around the time when our junglers will be hitting level 6, so it'll be interesting to see how and if Xiaohao actually gets behind, or if this is more of a stopgap measure to make sure that they get that information that they need for their bottom lane, which is Shun's going to be moving down around the 3.5 minute mark. We should be expecting him. And we're starting to maybe see that swap here for JDG. Xiaoshu's also recalling.
I think you're right, Alk. TP already coming in proactively from Xiaoshu to catch that wave on the bottom side of the map. ZDZ now realizing that maybe a swap has occurred and he's going to have to take a base, just being a little late. Not sure how much that will punish him in the end. As we pointed out before, Shun did not get deterred by the evade by Xiaohao, so is able to finish his full clear on time for this bottom Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, Xiaohao still behind the pace when it comes to clearing out his full side of the jungle. He's still not level 4 yet. Maybe he'll hit it off of this Scuttle Crab, but he is so significantly far behind XP. But maybe it might not matter if EDG can force a play on a barrierless Paze.
Trying to move in through mid, so Shun gets bottom side Scuttle, so it's going to be the trade. Gonna be some fine damage here. I mean, Xiao, he's only down a camp here, right? Like, that was the trade that we saw from him. Just making sure that he's hitting his timers. His wolves in his bottom lane are going to respawn a little bit quicker than his top side. It seems like they were angling for a dive, but when you're the jungler, you're like, guys, I need to clear. Like, I need to make sure that I'm level 6, win that first grub spawn, just to make sure that we have the right amount of impact here. And honestly, we look just away from the jungle, we look across the lanes. Everybody's pretty even for the most part, so I don't think EDG are necessarily squeezing their advantage, but especially in that mid lane matchup, the more Angel gets to farm up and get closer to finishing things like the Seraphs does make it a little harder for Scout to deal with.
And to relay that advantage back into the jungle conversation, while Xiaohao doesn't necessarily find Shun on the invade to go find a camp advantage, I think the goal is just to track Shun. Meanwhile, Joel is getting very aggressive, trying to set up Shun for a gank onto the top side. Looking for the movement speed from that empowered E. Assault looks for Palkia, gets him before he gets a chance to flash away, and that is first blood for Shun.
Heal was going to come up, but they knew On had both of his summoner spells really well traded there by JDG. Means that in 3 minutes time, Palkia will still have his flash, but this should hopefully open up a timer for them to either make a roam, get their recalls, and get some gold. Xiao's going to move into the bottom side, probably only steal himself a single camp here. Seems all right. That's exactly what I think we wanted to see from EDG, and thankfully for JDG, they're actually able to find something on the opposite side.
As we talked about before during the draft, Pantheon does not have the same scaling power as Jarvan does, and that might seem like a weird caveat to exclaim, but it's just the fact that Cataclysm will always be a useful and powerful tool no matter what state of the game it is for the Jarvan, whereas Pantheon, you've got one point-and-click stun and a global tool, but that's it. And if you're not tanky enough, you're not threatening enough, EDG can simply ignore him or just blow him up upon entry. So the fact that Shun is able to find a little bit of an advantage here could be the start of that JDG snowball that they are looking for.
Pei's also going for the call, has great interactions with Yunara as a whole, and does mean that there's going to be a small advantage opened up. It's going to be Palkia first walking into the river to gain all control. And with Shun pathing down, I don't know if we'll even see a fight for these grubs. A minute and a half before they spawn, you're going to have a very strong AD carry in this Yunara ready to rock around this dragon. I feel like with Pantheon, and maybe you can correct me, I feel like versus a Cloud Drake, you can get away with a little bit more and try to take it early.
you definitely have decent monster damage off of the spam ability of your Q. You have max percentage HP damage off of your empowered W, so you could look for it. But I think JDG are showing a lot more priority in just seeing ways they can make the early laning phase a bit more volatile in favor of JDG so that EDG don't get a free pass into the scaling factor.
So Shun's going to finish his red buff. He's also going to get his Krugs. I want to see what happens. So he finishes red buff. I think he should be able to hit level 6 off of doing his Krugs. He's been angling like he wants to go top to maybe open up an angle here for Xiaoshu. Getting some pretty decent damage, and he's going to have that teleport soon as this Scion. So maybe there's an angle here for Shun to look top lane
He's
and
close.
Get themselves a timer. Scout's even starting to make his move over.
Pays and Jewel rotating early over to mid lane. Scout already getting a base off and just walking top lane, but it doesn't look like JDG are going to pull the trigger for the collapse onto top lane just yet, unless it's not with Xiaoshu. It's with Scout and Shun working together, which at their peaks throughout the year here in 2025, JDG found the most success when Shun and Scout are able to link together early and get that snowball rolling. So far, ZDZ doesn't fall for the bait yet. Scout just pushes him out of lane.
All right, we're contesting these grubs, it seems like, because Xiaoshu's going to pick up this bottom lane wave. Oh, wait. Defeat?
Huh. So, Angel popped the shockwave on a Leona that popped her W, so didn't get that much damage on top of it. I'm not sure if that increases EDG's chances of being able to secure these grubs.
I think it makes it much more difficult for them, because now they don't have a real ability.
Ooh! He dodged the solar flare by pulling Chuo in with the trench line. Now the fight erupts here. Here comes Xiaoshu from downtown with the unstoppable onslaught, but everyone from EDG flashes over the wall. Decimating smash slows down Palkia, but not enough to get him in range for JDG to sink their fangs into. EDG get one kill cleanly out, and everyone escapes.
EDG being last to this play makes it so difficult. ZDZ?
Public execution into Dredge Line. Xiaoshu is caught with his pants down. Shun is forced to use the Grand Starfall just to get back in there, but now ZDZ is able to flash back to safety, but Scout falls up with the perfect execution. Paze goes in, flying forward, looking for more kills, and JDG come to life, being able to drop kills one after another. It's only On and Angel that are left in the aftermath, but JDG find their moment, and this could be the snowball they were looking for.
I cannot wait to look at this replay, because it's going to open up so much here for JDG. Shun is going to try to start up these... brother, we cannot take these.
Shun-chan, please.
You get one. You get one, basically. Do not... If you die to this, we're going to be laughing at you. Please don't make me do this. Gets the Comet Spear. There's all the healing. And from EDG's perspective, why are we trying to contest on the top side? On was incredibly late to this play. Recalling way too... Like, look at where they are. So Scion gets an entire wave on the bottom side of the map here. Scion's going to ult into this play to start. And the thing that I'm kind of watching from this perspective is that we don't have buttons to play. There's no ultimate for Palkia. We don't have ultimate onto On either. So we're just down levels, down gold, and we're missing experience across the map. This is a huge win coming in for JDG.
I liked the gumption from EDG, but I think JDG were just as puzzled as we were when ZDZ sprung the ultimate, going back in and saying, do these guys realize we have not used our ultimates yet? We can just pounce on these guys for free.
That could have been the play, but they don't have very many options to do it through, so was only a 2 grubs going over to JDG. They'll be able to finish this topside camp. Xiaohao being a little too creative. I think that they didn't have enough timers, and they didn't even go for the dragon on the trade, so JDG just win everything to get the first 3 kills, first 4 kills of the game now, and maybe they try to look for Angel on side lane here. It's Scout and Zhuo. Zhuo still has teleport, so even if he shows up on this side of the map, he can very easily show up on another part.
Yeah. For EDG, remember the setup to that fight started with Angel just burning his shockwave on a Zhuo that wasn't really threatened. Just imagine if EDG think through their setup a little bit better and maybe are able to use all of their buttons on the target that they actually want to be able to play for in that fight. JDG now up around 2,000 gold as a result of the aftermath of both of these skirmishes here. We've got still first dragon, because neither team has really gone for this objective yet. But the feat of warfare was secured for JDG as a result of that topside fight.
I've got to say here, Mark, like, I pull up the mini-map, and if I'm JDG, I'm saying, okay, cool, I get push in mid here, I get push on bottom lane wave. What exactly is On doing? Some of these recalls are coming in way too late for his team to play, and it's creating an issue now where JDG get the first dragon of the game. This should have been where EDG, we have a Corki and Nautilus lane. How are we not fighting in the early game and getting ourselves an advantage? How as Jarvan and Orianna is our first combination where Orianna doesn't have a shockwave to play with. JDG are correctly punishing their opponents and open up what is going to feel like 2,500 to 3,000 gold difference.
I'm also just looking at Angel's itemization for this game, and this is a very scaling build. He's going for Rod of Ages into Seraphs. Neither of these items have been fully completed yet. It's just components, and now ZDZ. No flash from the prior fight. Public Execution at least dances out of the Solar Flare, but the unstoppable Onslaught still locks him down, and that's another kill on the board for JDG.
And now Xiaoshu gets even further ahead. 3 grubs. He's going to probably take at least 2 turret plates if he really deems so, because no one from EDG is here. They're pushing off of mid and then, what, going in a bottom side jungle and getting Xiaoha's Raptors? He spent a large portion of this game already trying to get an enemy jungle, seeing where Shun is, but no camps to steal and no information really utilized upon. EDG feel a little bit lost after we've been praising them for what has been a rather clean set of games in Group Nirvana.
Seemed like EDG just pulled the trigger when they didn't need to, when the rest of their composition wasn't fully online or ready to capitalize on their peaks in this game yet. Now EDG have to pay repercussions for it, and JDG are the ones now reaping the benefits of accelerating against the curve. First items pretty much on every carry across the board. And Shun is now looking for a pick with Zwo, who flashes on top of Palkia and ensures that even with the Dredge line, there's nowhere to go. Shun now 3-0-1 on the Pantheon.
That is an incredibly good setup, because now Shun gets to take jungle camps, he gets the kill as well, and his lanes get to feast all over these waves. JDG looks so put together, but what did we say in that BLG series? It was the same thing. Those first 2 games looked incredible, but can they close out the series? We'll have to find out. So a lot of League of Legends to play here tonight.
EDG are going to have to hold on and wait for their scaling to really kick in, especially since JDG find themselves almost 5,000 gold ahead of the curve. This advantage is enough for some of the best teams in Group Ascend to just pretty much win the game off of.
Yeah,
However,
EDG,
Dimitri,
what's up? What's up?
JDG, sometimes in their mid-game success, get a little too crazy with it, and the inconsistencies can plague them. So we'll have to see if JDG can polish things up here.
EDG were leading the league in first blood percentage, dragon percentage, and gold difference at 15, but I think the difference is that Group Nirvana is just not as tough as Ascend, so we need to see if EDG can bounce back, and can JDG close this out, because this is 4,000 gold. We're going to have 2 item pays before that next dragon, and if we keep going at this rate with Shun getting more kills, maybe even second item on junglers, I don't think EDG have time to fight right now. They're going to need to scale, finish some more of these item completions, and maybe pray that on 3rd and 4th Drake that we have a chance here.
Yeah, there is a stark difference between a Pantheon that is going even and eventually falls off later the game goes on versus a Pantheon that is ahead of the curve and has 2 items before everyone else has pretty much finished their tier 2 boots. Black Cleaver Sunder Sky is a very durable and still very threatening champion for JDG's jungler here. Now, the second dragon going to be spawning in the next minute and a half here. Rift Herald ready for the taking. JDG might look to secure it here before setting up vision on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, Scout's going to clear a single ward. What I love about this JDG composition is with Pays sitting around mid lane and with Shun doing the same, it allows for Scout to push in this top side, for Xiaoshu to do the same. Herald's going to be started up here for JDG. EDG not really in a spot to even contest here.
Zwo is the bodyguard alongside Pace. Scout flanking on the left side. Looks for Angel. Clean execution on the combo, but the shockwave forces him out as the depth charge will follow Scout to the very bitter end. Unstoppable onslaught from Xiaoshu. Gets the knock up onto the front line. Xiaohao trying to flash over to the right, but he's got no damage follow up on that side of the fight. But Shun is already at 50% HP. So is Xiaoshu. Pace is running out on the Transcendent State, and EDG have the numbers advantage. They're pushing forward. ZDC lunging forward into the backline as he slices and dices in that Drake Wolfhound stance, but not enough damage. Finds Pace into the backline as On goes down swinging. Palkia now gets jumped by Shun, and it's the jungler for JDG that saves the day.
It is 10-3, and honestly, Rafa, that is a great team fight here for JDG. We're doing an Angel?
There's no flash for Angel. Shun knows that he's got enough HP to set it up. No!
No!
He misses the Comet Spear, but it doesn't the Shun special right there.
Remember last time we saw Shun cancel an auto attack and not get a kill? That was tough to watch. We do it again here, but this time does end up finishing that one. Grabs that kill onto Angel, and what did we say coming into this fight? Why, EDG? Why are we looking for these engagements here? We can't be walking blind in this situation. ZDZ kind of saved this entire play by finding the pick onto Scout, but more of a situation where I think EDG need to slow the game down. They need to not be taking these fights. On is trying to squeeze damage. Yeah, that's one.
Hey, that's nice for EDG. That's an objective bounty picked up, but Scout has teleported into the left flank. Now looking for On. Perfect execution for the first cast. Into the shuriken backflip. Doesn't even need the second cast to finish him off. JDG now have a chance to reposition and set up for the second dragon of the game.
Shun has all of his camps to do. I don't think we're going to be looking for Dragon immediately. This is a good punish. Xiaohao has to stay to help his mid laner catch this next wave. Zhuo's actually sitting in between the turrets here, which I think is incredibly funny. Oh god. Oh, we're doing this.
It's a trap! Xiaoshu run! There's no flash, and the Cataclysm locks him down into the baby cage. Xiaoshu pops the Soul Furnace for the shield, but they know his fate is written in the stone, and ZDZ gets the shutdown.
But that was Pace picking up mid lane turret. How much more can EDG actually get from this? Because look, while they're doing this, while they're pushing this wave and getting Angel this goal, Pace, Transcendent form has to use it to get over the wall. Scout is going to pick up a turret on the bot side, so this is going to be more gold being funneled into JDG.
I mean, EDG, if they want to force a fight, they know that Scout cannot join since there's no teleport, but he's caught under the towers. EDG is forced to flash. Big three-man shockwave, but there's not much damage behind it. Zhuo is still alive. Here comes the Rift Herald from Xiaohao. Should be able to at least crash open this tier 1 turret. Another objective bounty goes into the pockets of EDG. Dreadslide misses as it is a flash used, and the rest of JDG are able to escape.
Hayes doesn't pick up another kill, but Scout 3 grubs, and he gets 2 waves on bottom side and a turret and a half. I have to imagine that that is exactly what JDG wanted, and an okay trade from them. Look at the advantages in some of these lanes. Xiaoshu is up 30 CS, and same for his 80 carry. This is a winning state here for JDG, and these are the 2 carries we came into tonight that we are so excited about, Xiaoshu and Paze.
These guys, when they are locked in, have been so big for this squad in Split 3. In a world where, series after series, we have come to expect disappointment and struggles from this squad that should have been aiming higher ever since this roster was first put together at the beginning of the year. But obviously, Xiaoshu was not part of that roster at the time. His joining on this roster at the beginning of Split 3 has been the biggest surprise for this team so far.
It's been so fun to watch Xiaoshu play, and it comes off of really great bruiser play. His Cassante and Renekton, I think, are incredible. He's really started to add rumble as we've gotten closer into playoffs, and even his tank play. The only reason I don't like tank play is I think it gets rid of a little bit of agency for him in some of these fights, where JDG might find themselves down a few thousand gold and kind of want a big player on a big game kind of champion. So good to see there, and man in the jungle should have been getting work done here in this first game, and a player that so far maligned and, you know, dropped multiple times by his former org, kind of seeing if he can remake himself, reinvent himself here on JDG.
This year has been the quest of vindication for Shun. Ever since he was dropped by BLG, they have gone through their own journey of swapping out junglers in their own carousel between way early on, then Beichuan, then having Shadow come in while Beichuan was on the bench. Now Beichuan's back in, and it looks like BLG are in the best form yet. It would mean the world for Shun to have another chance to try and fight his way with JDG either to Worlds or at least against BLG to prove himself against the org that left him.
You can see right now that EDG, they're trying to prep this mid lane wave. Angel walks into that top side, gets the plant, or he gets the control ward. Because EDG, I think they recognize that this game is not getting easier for them, and if they can get a little bit of experience, they might feel a bit stronger about their position in this game. ZDZ took a recall. He's going to walk bot, but has teleport for this play. And because JDG still have their mid tier 1, it is significantly easier for them to get control of this mid lane and just jump right into Fog of War, make it difficult for EDG to track their opponents.
JDG right now have the vision advantage on this entire top side map. There's only one lone control ward in that tri-bush near the top lane. But if JDG are able to sniff it out, then it will be complete darkness here from JDG, as now they start to rip the Otacon.
Okay, Xiaohao's not going to be able to teleport, at least for now. He's going to take control of mid lane wave. JDG have not been spotted here. Maybe that Demacian standard spotted them right before the ward comes in from Palkia. Scout not seen yet. A lot of important summoner spells up and available.
Unstoppable Onslaught splits up EDG. Palkia on the top side, but On is able to get away from the engage. Depth Charge now right on top of the tank for JDG, but the rest of JDG are burning down the Otacon. Big Solar Flare. Stop Xiaohao for now, but they're not able to hold the line, and now they drop the Otacon. It's at 3k HP. EDG could rip this and try to see if they can steal it away from JDG. Shun can't be a hero. It's Xiaohao that steals the Otacon right under the noses of JDG. The collapse comes in. Shun is dropped, and EDG have sprung to life in game 1 of the series.
Wow, that is an incredible take, but JDG so sloppy there. Xiaoshu walks forward thinking that he's going to maybe use his ultimate to force Xiaohao out of the pit. Angel, does he get 1v1 underneath the turret? I mean, Pays loses his flash, still had barrier. That experience now going to feel a little bit easier here for EDG, but that doesn't bring them out of the game. Still 3,000 gold down, and Angel's about to hit he just got his last level here from Rod of Ages, so... Oh no, not before the dragon.
Shuriken backflip, but the nice knock up into the dredge line. Scout gets caught out by EDG. The punishment is grand.
At least versus BLJ, we got 2 games before Scout started doing this. Are we going to get it here in game number 1? JDG have held a 5,000 gold lead throughout this game. And we come into this fight, and we're talking, okay, can they find anything? The public execution doesn't land onto Shun. Shun is still alive when it gets down. 900 damage. And I'm watching Pays just try to unleash, but there's no threat from the Sakali. There is no threat from this front line as Xiaoshu lost all of his HP before it to start.
And while we still have a minute before the next dragon, that smite by Xiaohao was the pro diff needed from EDG to be able to make the pivot here in game 1. And speaking of pro diff, if you want to get some one-on-one coaching with current or former pros from the LTA, NACL, or the ERLs, use the code LPL10 to save 10% on pro diff and schedule one-on-one today.
Dragon in 30 seconds, so important. No flash here for Pays. Same thing here for Xiaohao though. And how either of these teams get into the pit, I think it is so important that JDG still have this mid-tier 1 to help them push, but Scout needs to get this wave in on bottom side, get it a little bit further and into ADG side of the map. Now getting the teleport out from Xiaoshu. This is going to be them late to entering the river. It's going to be complete darkness as they walk in. It will be Dragon Soul Point if JDG can secure it.
Just considering how EDG were able to claw back from nearly a 5,000 gold deficit. Now they're in striking range, much more comfortable. 2 item spikes have been hit here for majority of EDG carries. Rest of JDG trying to see if they can get through the bottom tri-bush. Scout on the bottom flank here. Public execution into the back. Pace is compromised. The barriers pop, and he's firing still. The rest of JDG hold the front line strong enough for their back line to survive. Dredge line from Palkia continuing the fight on the Xiaoshu. Angel and On can still carry out the damage here. The rest of JDG have to reposition and they have to reposture. A recall comes in. A teleport will come in for Zhuo to be able to rejoin the fight. EDG now on the wrong side of the map here. They're going to have to fight their way out. The only way out is forward. Zhuo flashes forward for On, gets the cleanse forced. And On is doing the best that he can to fire back with the Gatling gun and the missiles. Angel trying to hold his position here. No shockwave available. The slow from Pace connects. On is forced to flash away. They're trying to look for the blast cone to get back to safety. Palkia is going to give his life to save his AD carry, but On still might be in range. They land another slow, and Xiaoshu cleans it up for JDG.
Man, EDG just take the win and back off. We have this dragon that's now going to be going over, and Scout wasn't able to do much in that fight afterwards, but I've got to say, Ruff, I'm quite disappointed in what we're getting here from EDG. Feels like we are trying to do a little too much on one side of the map. We were going too far for some of these angles. If they had just gotten their win and backed off, that could have been them resetting and dangling JDG around this objective. This is a good start. The amount of squeeze that they put down onto Pays, that public execution, but no knockup from Xiaohao, I think is the massive difference. Forcing him over the wall, and Scout gets taken down. Those are potentially 2 kills that they could have had. This gets a little dangerous because I think Shun could have played with his life a little bit more and then use the ultimate to exit back in or entrance back in. And from here, we just got to walk out, guys. We cannot be split up. What is On doing? He's been so questionable here in this game number 1 that could end up breaking in favor of their opponents.
It seems like EDG were playing too much with their food there against JDG. As you called out, should have been content with the advantage that they got in and just looked for a chance to reset, but overplayed their hand. JDG climbing back up with that gold advantage here. Still haven't yet found 3 items for a majority, but it's only for Pays. Solar Flare misses onto Xiaohao, forced out. Xiaoshu tries to follow up with the engage as well. The unstoppable onslaught. Shockwave forces Scout to flash upon entry with that teleport. Palkia re-engages, Death Charge into the backline. Pays is knocked up briefly, still able to fire in the Transcendent State. Big slow with the W. He's able to dash out over the wall. Dredgeline snags Xiaoshu as he tries to look for the Blast Cone as an escape route. Xiaohao finds the knockup. Everyone's burning down Xiaoshu. Pays is holding the right side flank, and the rest of JDG are trying to reposition and get their tank the hell out of there, but it's the flash from Palkia to guarantee the Dredgeline, and Xiaoshu has to be sacrificed. JDG lose on their front line, but what can EDG do here?
I like this from Pays. Hit the mid-wave, back out. He is so far ahead of his counterpart. 3,000 gold, almost 50 CS up on this Corki, and very close to hitting level 16. He'll hit it actually probably on this wave at the very least, and if not, the next one. That mid-tier 1 is doing so much work. EDG were not able to start up the Baron on spawn there 3 minutes afterwards. They would have won that fight, but if it was a little closer, maybe there's an angle for them to play. I gotta say, Rafa, we're 3 minutes away now. Dragon Soul and JDG, despite it all, despite some of the mess-ups here in some of these fights, despite Xiaoshu and some of the crew getting caught, it feels like every time we come around this Dragon, EDG kind of lose their minds and lose their posture here in the game.
JDG have to thank Pays for being the lone constant star that has remained deathless in this game 1. Pays now looking for his 4th item of the game, being able to use his gold advantage to be a threat himself, and you can see that EDG were not able to push through that choke point because Pays is stepping up and being almost a deterrent himself. Angel forced to use the Zonias to dodge the Solar Flare. Xiaohao goes in, but he gets stunned upon entry. Cataclysm into Shockwave, massive damage on the Pays, but he just dashes out of the baby cage. He's able to heal up. Public Execution snags him! Angel follows up onto ZDZ as they breach the backline, and Pays loses his first life in game 1. The rest of JDG have lost their star carry, and they are forced to retreat. Scout cannot save Shun. He's under fire under the tier 1 tower. ZDZ trying to follow through. Xiaohao flashes forward. Scout is able to get away, but EDG have found their mark, and Pays is dropped.
Oh man, just the amount of abilities there missed by certain members of JDG. I mean, just looking at the redemption, Dro got it nowhere near Pays. So Pays saves his flash, goes down. Those are a ton of bounties going over to JDG. It swings the gold back in their favor. They get the 2 turrets in mid. They're going to get Baron, and they need to reset instantly, Rafa. We don't care about these minion waves. It is up to JDG to fix them because we've got Dragon spawning in a minute, and that'll be Soul going over to them.
I'm so afraid to open my DMs because I might have just caster cursed JDG.
What is Xiaoshu doing?
And immediately he dies.
We talked about it in draft. If you don't have Flash as Angel, you're gonna get hit with that ultimate. Thankfully, he uses his Zonias to keep him alive, but look at the redemption. Such an important part of the support counter pick right now. It's over here. Where's Pays? Not getting hit by it. It opens up a spot for ZDC, this dive and pick to find the 1 carry of JDG. And Xiaoshu on this Scion has been making way too many errors to make this. If they had a lot more gold to play with, you can do that, but there's a lot of damage here from this EDG composition. They've got Baron, they're going to use it, and now they set themselves up, push all these waves so they can play for the Dragon in 15.
And for the first time in this game 1, EDG have the advantage over JDG in gold. This is so massive, and being able to hold posture and position to deny the Infernal Soul away from JDG. The Baron buff is forcing JDG solo laners to try and split up the map, answer back some of the waves to make sure that they are not losing so much free experience of gold on these side lanes. And now the Infernal Soul has been delayed by an extra 5 minutes.
I think EDG could have gone at least 1 more minion wave there, especially on mid. They were early to the objective, so they wanted to start it on spawn, rip it immediately, lose out on a fair amount of their Baron, considering how much time it took them to rotate from mid and from bottom lane. So There are some tools, I think, but we're going to be in a cooldown period here. And what an exciting game number 1 to this Group Nirvana versus Group Ascend, and one where very even across the board, but JDG have felt like they're a little bit one step ahead, and then they make a massive mistake, and they kind of have to rebuild from that point on.
And it's happened now twice here, Alk. First the Otacon flow, then the catch on to Pays. And in between both times, JDG have done a decent job of being able to claw back. But it's now EDG for the first time that have the momentum on their side. And with Baron buff for another minute, EDG can do some massive damage to the structures of JDG, further ballooning the gold lead they have.
Good look to try to force for something here. Xiaohao is not spotted, but is on the other side of the map. ZDZ does not have teleport, so be an advantage going over to JDG if they can start a fight, find something. Pays is stepping forward because he knows he has to be the one to be able to turn team fights now.
For the most part, Pays has done a great job of being able to bait out cooldowns from EDG. He knows he has to do it again now that he has both Flash and Barrier and available to try and create opportunities for his teammates. But it was the thing that got him punished in that fight near the mid lane river. Now EDG are barreling through the base. They've already breached through inhibitor towers. The top inhibitor falls on continuing to push here. No threat from the side of JDG, as they don't even want to take a chance of flubbing the base defense.
If they lose a single member, that could be the end of game number 1. He's going to chase.
They're going to
split.
send it. ZDZ, no public execution as he completely misses it, but the depth charge creates a lot of space. Shockwave, a lot of damage into the front line. Xiaohao commits forward. Doesn't pop the Cataclysm yet. Scout now finds his moment. Looks for the perfect execution, causing a lot of disruptions in the backline. Palkia has already been dropped. Finds the Shuriken backflip. Perfect execution. Second cast. Tries to flash away from the Cataclysm, but not enough as Angel drops him. But JDG do enough to defend the base from continuing to be sieged.
They save the mid lane inhibitor, and Rafa, what I am now going to be seeing is there are no flashes on Scout, Pays, or On going into this Dragon in 2 minutes time. Massive timers for both of these teams, and if EDG want to be able to close this one out, they need to close this gold gap between their AD carries. Watch this fight one more time. It is split. ZDZ is completely apart from the rest of his team, tries to use the ultimate to buffer some of the crowd control, and this is a stall and delay tactic from EDG. We're going to use our Orianna ultimate to catch out some members. Scout is in the back line, and look at how uninhibited Pays is. He is flying straight into Palkia and takes that trade every single day of the week. Getting those summoner spells, I think, is going to make or break this next fight.
And those are the fights that JDG need to find, where Scout is the one causing complete chaos in EDG's ranks and making them completely lose focus of the actual carry that can clean up the fights for JDG in Pays' Yunara. The past couple of times there, JDG were disconnected, but they are able to make the base defense happen and live to see another day. We have Infernal Soul spawning once again in the next minute and a half, but with where the waves are, I don't know if JDG will have a chance to contest for it again.
I would just like to remind everybody that EDG are the one that got the Otacon. They have 50 Blood Roses right now, and On is the one that's down a level right now. He is almost 100 CS below his opponent. We're about to see Pays Flame Horizon from the AD carry position. I think pretty rare for this day and age. JDG are going towards the top side of the map. They are hoovering up every last bit of gold so that Pays can finish what is his last, his LDR item here. They're going to give him top lane wave, mid lane wave. It seems like they're also giving him Shun's Krugs here. So very important that he hits his 5th item as we step into what could be JDG's Soul Part 2.
I think it is totally reasonable for JDG's Game 1 hopes to rest on the shoulders of Pays. This guy came from Gen G when they got Ruler back into their lineup. Pays had to make the most of himself in his debut year with the LPL. He has been one of the star carries for this lineup. Hasn't always seen success as the org has struggled over the 2025 season. This series, remember, any team that loses here is completely eliminated for World's contention for 2025.
He's going to pick up another wave here. It's EDG first out of the map. Man, losing this top lane inhibitor is proving so detrimental for JDG, as it takes them a long time to be able to actually properly push this wave out and apply vision. So JDG are losing another dragon. That'll delay the soul that we've been talking about for a bit of time. This gives JDG, you know, the similar for their opponents, gives them time to pick up and finish their last 4th items here. But for EDG, now they can pressure on waves. They have this top lane wave that's always going to push. Bottom lane wave now pushing in for ZDZ. And they're going to look to make their way into mid lane and play for the Baron now.
As you called out, EDG are first to hit the wave on high in the mid lane. The rest of JDG doing what they can to try and occupy the spaces of the top side red quadrant here. They have some vision, but not all of it cleared out.
All of it, look, just complete darkness here. Shun is going to walk up by himself. There's a teleport now coming in from Akali. This should be the fight. Can EDG break JDG finally? It's going to now push them away from this. Oh, this is going to be such a fun, intense game. They got the teleport. I think that's
They're looking for Shun.
Trade.
Oh, I thought Xiaohao was going to pull the trigger there. Shun still has a flash available, so he could easily escape the Cataclysm. But look, EDG are being patient. They know that they have super minions pouring in through the base of JDG on the top lane, so they can play a patient game. They can let JDG try and see whether they will respond to the pushing wave. They drop the Baron once again and wait for JDG to respond.
Oh, Zhuo's dead. Zhuo's dead.
As Xiaohao going in to looking at Zhuo, the death charge is going to follow the Leona, but there's no real follow-up there as everyone else from EDG was trying to catch Shun. Zhuo is able to flash away from the dredge line. Decent amount of summoner spells burned by the members of JDG, but no one dies yet, so JDG still have a chance.
The inhibitor respawns topside. That gives them an angle. Got a little bit of damage down on the Xiaohao. Shun also loses his flash, can enter back into this pit. It is darkness yet again. Another teleport now from Zhuo. No solar flare. And honestly, all of JDG, they need to reconnect right now because they're spread.
Xiaohao and ZDC have GAs. They caught Xiaoshu, Zhuo, and Shun trying to find an angle to capitalize. Xiaoshu flashes out of the Cataclysm, but Zhuo has no flash from the previous fight, so he is dropped on. Whoa, that was crazy. He almost died for it. Forced to flash away. He ends up getting dropped by Scout in the end. He goes golden with the stasis, flashing away with the perfect execution. He's still alive, and Xiaohao's GA is burned. He is able to EQ away. ZDC now pressing through the front line. The shockwave catches pace, and EDG find the heart of JDG and strike it out here in game 1. Xiaohao is going to continue forward, finding Shun. That should be it, Oak. That should be game 1 for EDG.
Can Xiaoshu go and clear this wave? He's got a lot of HP to work with. They're teleporting into the top side. They've got a 3-minion wave here with a cannon on top. Only Scout to make it. Perfect execution is not on. EDG might have won this game 1.
A back and forth bloodbath between EDG and JDG, able to save themselves in 2 clutch fights. Scout doing everything he can to try and save this one for JDG, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Game 1 goes to EDG.
Too many random mid-game fights, and I think the solo laners here of JDG really letting the team down. Xiaoshu thought that he had enough HP to play with, gets caught out before that fight multiple times throughout this game, and Scout, I think, not as much of a backline threat as we would have wanted to see. Remember, Shun starts this game off 6-0-3. Like, that should have been JDG's game to finish out, but too sloppy around objectives and individual members being, I think, a little lackadaisical.
The Otacon fight was the start of the downfall of JDG in that game 1. And even when they were able to recover, one too many mistakes ends up costing them in the end. And I don't even think that any particular individual was playing holistically terrible. It just clutch mistakes in the late game is just too punishing, and EDG were able to hold on long enough to be able to capitalize by the time when it mattered most.
It's tough to watch too because Pays is trying his damnedest. I can't wait to see the post-game graphics for this game. Thinking about him trying to really utilize the fact that he has his teleport, or his flash, so stepping forward, getting his ultimate, and then dashing around fights. But the lockdown, I think ZDZ eventually kind of scaled into this monster that not a lot of people from GDG could deal with. And when you are playing Pantheon, Akali, and Leona, you're gonna have to just trade frontline. You need to get into that backline, cause disruption, but they were just never set up properly. I don't know what else to say for the JDG roster because they're supposed to come into playoffs with a clean slate. You got your 3 over LGD, you got your warm-up series going into that series. Like, I needed to see what this team looks like when they aren't swapping in multiple players, changing their coaching staff midway through the year twice. They needed time to gel, obviously, but this is the last stop here before their year is over.
And for EDG, it's not like we didn't have questions and concerns going into this series either, or we were without questions and concerns. But EDG were able to prove resilient long enough through the early game woes where JDG got the better of them. We know that there were some fights that EDG opted into that they probably shouldn't have, but they didn't get punished at the end of the day because they were able to pull through when it mattered.
Yep, that is true. Well, feels good for our 3-0 predictions. Rude's already wrong, but still a lot of series and still a lot of chance here for JDG to come back because we saw them open up incredibly greatly. I mean, they come in, they take a couple of those objectives, they're winning fights. Pays is, I think, very clearly showing that he's the better AD carry, already one game in on a lot of weird errors and ended up stalling and wasting time for his team that I don't think EDG had, to play with.
That last fight where On just Valkyried into the middle of all JDG's front line, I was so shocked and paralyzed in fear that On had just cost his team the game. But look at the damage that he was outputting, and somehow On was able to mind control JDG long enough in that fight to turn attention to him and open up space for everyone else on EDG to carry and clean through the fight even after going down to Scout.
Sure, but he also was, I think, in the wrong place a lot of the times. When you looked at his resets, they weren't on time for that topside grubs. They lose the first dragon because he's not able to rotate in time. So if EDG want to continue in this series, an early adaptation we're going to have to see from him and the coaching staff is we have to be a lot more diligent and understanding of when and where we have to be on the map, because you can't get to everywhere instantaneously unless you're a soul laner or you're a support with unsealed spellbook and you got access to a nice clean teleport.
It's funny how the highlights start at the beginning of the downfall of JDG instead of looking at the parts where they were doing well in the first 15-20 minutes.
Here's Xiaoshu. That was his first mistake, right? Ulting through the pit, tries to section out Xiaohao. They end up not getting it. Shun does miss out on the smite. This is the first big mistake I think we've seen from Xiaoshu here in this series. This is a good setup here. Hiding the public execution indicator underneath terrain, I think, was very cutesy. And still a good fight for JDG towards the end here. But surprisingly enough, Rafa, it wasn't Scout really who I think let me down in this game. It really was Xiaoshu. Like, again, here, this one too.
Scout was doing the best that he could given what his job was in this game. He was able to get into the back line. Most of the time, he found at least one kill to trade before he ended up going down or managed to escape. He wasn't able to participate in the fight later on, but it was all to create space for Pays. But because in this moment specifically, Pays gets caught out early, well, there's no point for Scout to go into the back line. The fight is already lost.
Okay. This is a good buffer coming in from ZDZ. Just, I don't know. I see this team from JDG, and we look at the names. We look at how they've been playing throughout the year. We shouldn't be expecting them, even with all the downsides that we've seen, for them to be struggling against EDG. But I think Edward Gaming have made it incredibly clear throughout all this year's play. You look at their performance in Split 2, dominating Group Nirvana. Same thing here this time around. Although they do end in second place, EDG very clearly showed that they're not Group Nirvana, but we don't know exactly where we would slot this team, because it seems like the top two have been able to take, WE and FPX, but can they get to that next spot, that next level here in Group Ascend?
And a majority of the players here on EDG haven't seen any title success, not that many high playoff final placings in the past. The highest accolade is Angel making it to World Finals with Suning Gaming back in 2020 against Damwon. Everyone else has not really reached those same heights, whereas when you look at JDG, pretty much everyone outside of Xiaoshu has done something significant on the international stage. Scout, world champion with EDG in 2021. You have Shun making World Finals with BLG last year against T1. You have Pays, an MSI champion with Gen G and making multiple internationals. He has not, up until this year, he has not missed a single international since he has been in Tier 1.
That's credit. That's amazing. We'll see who the MVP here coming on through is. I imagine it's probably going to be ZDZ for his performance here in this game, multiple times catching out Pays.
Yep.
I think you could try to sell me on a Palkia MVP. I don't know if I'm buying, but I could see arguments.
DDZ or I guess it's the Shockwaves. I guess it's the Shockwaves because that delivers the damage, but there are other people delivering the Shockwave making it happen. Just saying.
Mark, I think we got to read. I think we got a read to do here. I have no words. I have no words for this MVP vote. None that I can say on this broadcast anyway.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, gamers, that does close out Game 1 between JDG and EDG, but before we toss it over to break, we want to remind everyone, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcasts, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our Coffee linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Game 1 is in the books, y'all. We'll see you on the other side for Game 2. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for game number 2 between JDG and EDG, where if you missed out on that first game, JDG had the upper advantage for the first half, and then the second half, EDG steal the Otacon, and a couple more slip-ups crucial to JDG's downfall end up giving EDG the push and momentum necessary to clean out game 1.
It's a truly M. Night Shyamalan-esque movie. First half, I'm a little confused as to what's happening, but I'm generally feeling good. And then the back half, a lot of things going on. There's like an overarching narrative with like some subplots. There's like we're watching the Pays subplot of can I carry these guys on my back for 5 games? Probably not looking like that's going to be the case so far. And the main overarching narrative is that are we going to potentially see an EDG upset here tonight? Because not a lot of folks at home, and I think a community sentiment should be that the Group Ascent teams should be better than our Nirvana representatives.
I would love if we can pull up the playoffs bracket before we get into draft 2, just to show everyone where all the other teams are currently sitting at. EDG came in as the second group Nirvana team, a very unheard of occurrence where not just one but 2 Nirvana teams made it past the play-in stage and are now playing against the 6th seed from Group Ascend. One of the big picture stories that we had going into the series was obviously EDG were able to beat WE, but they were the 7th seed. Can EDG rally for a lower bracket run against the top Group Ascend teams? JDG obviously is the next test that they have to face.
Oh yeah, and even after this, for both of these teams, I mean, looking at their next opponents, going against Weibo seem like they're really starting to put things together here in the playoffs, especially. Feels like their top side is connecting properly with their bot lane, and for JDG, it would be revenge for getting knocked out of Split 2 playoffs. For EDG, it would be yet another Group Ascend team in a similar bracket to JDG that they would try to be looking to take down here, but still a lot to clean up, and still a lot of series here left to play. A single game is not one to make a series, and JDG can look for a bounce back. Imagine they are going to be on the blue side this time around.
Big comfort picks were taken in this first game. I think the most crucial one was Yunara for Pays, and the fact that he put on a monster performance for a majority of the game, only for it to end in defeat, has got to be such a huge downer for the side of JDG. They're going to have to rally behind. There's some other carries that Pays can rely on. The Kaisa, yet to be played. The Varus and Lucian, also big ones for Pays in particular. But there's no more Corki either, as that was locked in by On in the first game.
There is no... what is it? There's no Nautilus and there's no Leona in this game. So... that Alistar ban that we saw in the first series, maybe that continues to be the case here. We're getting right into draft number 2 here of the night. EDG did find themselves first blood here in this series. Azir and Alistar were the first bans from EDG last time. It's going to be the Rumble and Azir, while JDG themselves take away the Nico and the Poppy. No first pick Nico here this time around.
The JDG on the blue side, what is their priority here? Aurora has yet to be banned or even looked at in this series so far, and that has been a powerful champion in the hands of some of our other LPL mid laners in the league. Maybe it's something that they look at here.
Could be Talia. We've been seeing a large priority for JDG in series prior about getting Scout his mid matchup on blue side. So we see instead of the Talia, it is the Annie. Very easy to play. Less about backline, more about let's just try to get some burst down. Let's try to set up our team for success here. EDG, what is the response? I think the Wukong ban is quite interesting because to me it kind of says we're looking towards a Xin Zhao or a Vi here in this draft. Maybe something a little bit different, especially. You know, there is no Jarvan anymore, so Trundle could be a bit more interesting.
Well, the Talia is secured here for EDG, but JDG opting in for the Annie could be combined with a powerful carry jungler for Shun. Now, normally, as you called out, it's paired with the Wukong, but it was already banned by EDG in this first ban phase. So other jungle carry picks that have been often linked with Annie in the past, things like the Nefiri, maybe an assassin jungler like Zed if Shun is feeling up for it. We know that he pulled out a Kindred in their prior series. Kiana! It's Shun's time to pull out the Master of the Elements.
All right, and we get the topside matchup, Renekton blind here from ZDZ into the Cassante. So already I think we're getting the makings of a composition here where EDG are going to look to muscle their way in from side lanes and then move in towards objective with the Taliyah especially. It'll be important to see how EDG play around their mid laner in the mid game to help him get to objectives, let him use that Weaver's Wall and connect in with fights. And now to see what the last pick of this first round of the draft, it's going to be grabbing that Alistar. I think very important here to get Palkia an engaged champion and something that I think gets a little bit more value when you're playing into an Annie and a Cassante.
I mean, when you consider Palkia, his hero being Mako, when he first started watching Pro League of Legends in 2015, the EDG MSI run, Mako on that lineup. His best champion is Alistar, and Palkia has been able to at least live up to that model with some exemplary Alistar play in Split 3 in the group Nirvana. Now, Rakan is banned from JDG. Gonna try to do maybe one more support ban to diminish what potential engage tools JDG can look for.
You might also just be looking towards AD carry, honestly. Just limit what Pays can get access to. Sivir is now getting banned. We've seen Varus completely drop off. So, in terms of what's up next, I feel like On can take away an AD carry matchup for what he is essentially going to be blinding. And then they can have a little bit more options. It's either that or we're going to be going for jungle, right? And looking at Xiaohao's pool, you still have Xin Zhao here versus the Qiyana. Personally, I would actually like to ask for what your opinions are. Like, what are some champions you think Xiaohao could bring out here in this game?
Well, here's the thing. Qiyana farms pretty darn fast thanks to the jungle buffs that Riot has blessed her with on this patch. So, either you can match assassin for assassin with Zed if you feel confident enough, but I think because you already have a Taliyah and a Renekton setup, you might as well just go for the Xin instead and just play for not like guaranteed engage, but just you're trying to play for the team fights and try to find some value with that Crescent Guard in order to create space. The Pays or the Kaisa lock-in for On does mean that EDG are going to look for a dive comp, so if the 5th pick jungler is in the cards here for Xiaohao, maybe Nocturne could be an angle if you just want to full send in on the dive.
I wonder, because I think this draft from EDG can be very flexible in how it plays. JDG kind of have an all-around comp. It doesn't necessarily excel at like one thing quite yet. I think a Qiyana and an Annie do kind of say that we're trying to burst multiple members, and EDG are quite low range. So for a Qiyana, that Supreme Display talent is going to get a lot of extra effort there. And with the setup that they now have, I think this is hard to execute from JDG's composition. This requires our mid-jungle to be working incredibly well. We don't have any typical ways of finding engages. Braum is only going to be a stopgap measure versus the enemy team. So now from EDG's perspective, honestly, what I would actually like to see from them, Mark, is some kind of pivot that allows them to stop JDG from walking forward. Trundle, I think the pillar there gets a ton of value. I know we've been talking about a little bit there, but ends up being the Xin Zhao. You can go for dive in this, but honestly, Rafa, you just need to survive. If you can just take one spell at a time from JDG, you are in a huge advantage.
Yeah, I think the Braum support kind of locked it in for EDG to not full send on the dive composition identity, because if you mess up, Winter's Bite and the concussive blows can really punish over-aggressive plays by EDG. Xin Zhao can dive, he can play back, he can peel off threats. He's very flexible. That's why he's one of the best junglers in the meta right now, because he can be put in a variety of comp identities. Now, EDG, as you called out before, they can go forwards, they can go backwards here, but when you're looking at the scaling factor, what really pops out to you as a timer here? Are any teams threatened later the game goes on?
I think JDG need to be a bit worried about the shot clock here on this game, because Qiyana can be very, very potent if she can scale, and if Xun can be really, really dedicated to his jungle camps, making sure that he's hitting his timers, getting his gold, making sure that he's getting breakpoints, but it's all about that first engage, the Annie ultimate. Afterwards, has to cycle a couple spells before she gets a stun. Even the Lucian has to go through a couple of rotations of spells to really break this front line here. So JDG, they need to play early, they need to play the lane, and I don't think I've necessarily seen that from not just the top side, but from Pays and Zhuo especially. I don't think they have it really on lock, and that'll be up to them to really dedicate themselves and see if they can get this team off to a running.
Yeah, we haven't really seen pure lane dominance from Pays and Zhuo yet, but if it does show up here in Game 2, it could be the turning point and at least give them a chance to even up the series. It's Game 2 between JDG and EDG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
That's exactly what I want to see, though. When we're playing Lucian Braum, Pays also hasn't even put an ability point in yet, but I imagine it is going to be that Ardent Blaze W, giving you that movement speed and the ability to almost instantaneously proc that Winter's Bite coming in from Zhuo. So what I want to focus on here, Rafa, for these two teams and for JDG in particular, need to see early lane dominance and watch how the jungle is moving, because this is going to be an electrocute Qiyana. We've seen some different variations between what keystones we're getting from them.
Early on, it was the Conqueror setup for a majority of our Qiyana players, opting in for the Eclipse and the overall ability haste build with things like Shojin and Black Cleaver. But recently, our LPL Qiyana enthusiasts, especially Tien and Kanavi, and even Beichuan as well, who joined the fray, are now opting into the full assassin builds. The buffs on Profane Hydra being a little bit cheaper gives you a stronger spike, overall better clear in the jungle, and then it leads you into the Axiom arc, which gives you more uptime on that Supreme Display of Talent, which is such a long cooldown.
I think teams are also just recognizing that there's a lot of fighting in this game, especially early on, before Otacon spawns and the like, so there is a fight almost every 5 minutes, and things like the Profane Hydra, as well as that Axiom arc that you're mentioning, really give you a lot of power if there's multiple skirmishes. JDG are going to hit level 2 first here. We'll be looking to find it as an early headbutt coming in onto Palkia, but not able to do all that much. And junglers are actually going for opposite. Shun's going to take an early reset here just to grab a longsword. I imagine it's just going to be single longsword and then rush into top side and pray that Xin Zhao is not invading him early. Interesting.
They do have the ward early onto Shun's blue quadrant, so they know that he's not at his blue buff quite yet. So they imagine that they know that he started on his red side, but with an extra longsword, maybe it's Shun adapting to the fact that Xiaohao has become known for forcing these invades, having that extra stat advantage, and the control ward blocks out the vision. Xiaohao now knows, oh snap, this guy took an early base. I'm no longer going for the invade.
Two things I want to note there. One, ZDZ did have Cryo, so he would have been able to move if he really wanted to, but that right there is a rune diff there from Shun. He actually had the rune that allows you to see wards that are within a certain proximity of you, so he knows there's a ward on his blue buff there. Puts down the control ward and might even find himself first blood.
Level 3 he missed the root. Okay, wrap it up.
Wrap it up, boys. Wrap it up.
Sometimes you don't hit all the gank timers here. They at least force ZDZ off the wave, and Shun knows it's okay. We still have a full game 2 to play out. He's able to pick up the Scuttle Crab and will return to his blue buff quadrant. But for ZDZ right there, that was a pro diff in being able to avoid what could have been a deadly gank. And for those at home, if you want to get some pro diff for yourselves in your solo queue games, use the code LPL10 to save 10% on a one-on-one with a former or current pro from the LTA, ERLs, or the NACL, and schedule it today.
Least forced pro diff ad that we've had today.
Listen, man. Doing what I can.
I know. Look, that read, Rafa, it puts the lights on in front of us. So thank you. And again, check out LPL 10. Helps us out especially. So all things considered, we got another lane swap and not much doing. I think On does need to be a little careful here.
Well, Pays getting stunned up by Palkia's Alistar at least saves the trade from going awry for EDG's bot lane. Multiple summoner spells were burned, both heals from Palkia and Zhuo respectively. The top lane side of things looking a little volatile here. Xiaohao's going to show up. No answer from Shun since he's on the bottom side. Flash! Headbutt from Palkia sets it up. Zhuo can escape, and EDG pick up first blood.
And the laning phase was the big question. Like, in that fight alone, we're getting damage onto Palkia, but we're doing no damage onto On. Pays is trying to trade for him, but that was 2 full plasma procs and the lethal tempo going over to Kaisa. They grab that kill onto Zhuo, so this will be another wave that they'll be able to crash from EDG's side. And this is exactly the problem that I saw from this draft. Was Duo and Pays really going to be on the same page? Because we haven't seen them play particularly amazing in the laning phase all throughout Split 3, so they've been more of a duo that is, okay, we're going to get through lane, Pays is most likely going to be by himself a lot of the time, and we're going to come into mid-game and just hope that our big AD carry is going to be able to carry.
And if you're picking Lucian Braum and you're not winning the laning phase, then that's a big strength just going to the side for Zero. Angel under fire, recognizing that there is a gank opportunity happening. Scout flashing forward, immediately responded by Angel's own.
I can tell that Rafa's blood pressure immediately spikes seeing that play because he's like, why are we going for the W? Just press Q. It's point and click. There's no way for him to dodge that one.
Lead with Q, guys, please.
I know. Well, it is just the flash from both of our mid laners. It is also going to be the now teleport coming in from Scout, so he'll be able to get access to this mid wave a little bit faster and still has Tibbers. Let's see if JDG go for a play on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be 2 camps before Shun is level 6, and that should open up a lot of opportunities for this blue side team.
With both mid laners down a flash, it means that both junglers are now looking at that mid lane even more voraciously, as either could be susceptible to a strong gank. Palkia setting up a big engage onto Xiaoshu, but this is a level 6 Cassante. I don't know if you want to go all out. He's going to go all out versus you now. Palkia's in trouble, just gets burned down in the 1v2, and Xiaoshu's continuing the trade on to On, but here comes Xiaohao to turn the tides of battle and puts an end to him with the wind becomes lightning, but now Shun and Scout are on the collapse, looking for On's life here, but the collapse from Angel with the Weaver's Wall now finds Scout. Remember, he has no flash available, gets the phase rush for the movement speed, but he gets tagged, but the wave becomes lightning, and On flashes forward to secure the feats of warfare.
I don't think it matters that Xiaoshu ends up getting that kill on the Palkia. You gave over a kill to On. You missed out on a wave and a half now on bottom side. ZDZ can push this if he wants to. He's going to be dragging over to EDG. I do not understand what is going on right now with JDG, and especially the uncharacteristic performance of Xiaoshu so far in tonight's games. Like, we came in very excited for the top laner of JDG. He's been able to take solo kills and find plays against the best in the league. Against Bin in particular, I can see the idea behind this trade, but Rafa, this is multiple stacks of the plasma that you're giving over to a Kai'Sa early, and you just all outed. So you've lost all your resistances here in this trade.
Xiaoshu just must have thought that he had reinforcements coming faster than EDG did, but because Xiaohao arrives first and then Angel has the Weaver's Wall, they punish JDG. Shun, recognizing that this play is no longer good for them, unfortunately has to sacrifice Scout to the win because he lost his flash from the first play.
Exactly. This is overforce here from JDG. I think it's a great response, obviously. We were talking, you mentioned it yourself, that Xiaoshu doesn't know that Xiaohao is going to be in that area, thinks that his team is going to be there first, and ends up getting punished. Thankfully, JDG will at least get one of these early objectives. It was a dragging over to Edward Gaming, while they themselves on JDG's side, they get themselves the grubs, which I think it's much better for them to get it, as their opponents don't necessarily hit turrets as well, but I think side lane control should be a lot easier for EDG as the game goes on.
Yep. And for JDG, it is at least a way to brute force these towers whenever they are able to find those skirmish advantages and have numbers on the map briefly during those death timers. It is 3 grubs that are awarded to JDG, no contest coming in from EDG. It's only a small gold advantage so far in mostly the pockets of Xiaohao and Zhao. So he's going to get that Thunder Sky online pretty quickly. So far, Shun is opting in for what it looks like the Eclipse, although that pickaxe could turn into a Brutalizer. We'll find out soon.
Let's see it. Are we doing it? There's a lot of options, a lot of flexibility here. I think Kiana's, as much as I've hated having more assassins in the jungle, I think the play style that she introduces with her elements and being able to go invisible does make team fights, I think, more interesting, and junglers have to think a little bit more about what and how they enter into fights and what they're accomplishing. So
the ultimate is super cool too. So
yeah, Shun's gonna recall. Let's see what he's picking up. Profane Hydra just completed. That's a huge spike at 950. So can we use it as JDG? What else can we look for? There's no objectives to play for, so I think the goal that we're looking for now is, what is a summoner spell that we can try to abuse? Maybe we can get Angel to take a bad reset and have to teleport early before the dragon in 2 minutes.
That's been a characteristic of some of the best teams here in the LPL when they are conscious about what objectives are coming up and trying to force key cooldowns, summoner spells before those objectives come up when you have a little bit more, at least shorter uptime on trading your ultimate for a summoner spell. Doesn't look like JDG have the makings for it yet here, and both mid laners now have flash available, but just with that,
Nice. They're gonna get mid. Oh, Jwo showed.
Oh, Jwo gets spotted, so Angel now knows that there is a play collapsing onto him unless he's not able to react in time. The culling comes out, but Angel should be able to flash away from Pays. And it's Lucian flash down, still with a cleanse, but now maybe EDG could look at Pays in the next fight as a target.
Yeah, Angel has no flash, and this is the time we were talking about. Get him to teleport here. He's going to look for a teleport timer in mid once Palkia shows. He could not use his ultimate because he was in combat. I think this was fine. Pays does still need to reset, and there's still a lot of time here for JDG to really put themselves in a good spot around this bottom side with Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. They need to take their timers, and Shun just needs to be able to escape. Let's get our mid laner, at least this top side wave, EDG really trying to force.
Thankfully for JDG, they have a control ward spotting both Angel and Xiaohao on that pixel brush, so there is no chance for them to collapse and force something onto Scout's Annie here. Shun is going to back him up on the push. Maybe they can find a stun play onto Angel. They know that he doesn't have flash. Scout does. He can instantly look for a flash tibbers or a flash stun. He's looking for the speed up into the supreme display of talent, and Angel is thrown into the wall and taken out of the fight. Now Palkia is now looking for the re-engage. There's no flash on Scout. Shun can find a way to escape, but I think Scout is going to be sacrificed for the greater cause of Shun's Kiana here. Now gifted another kill in this game, thanks to Scout being dropped.
But we get into this next fight, Rafa, and it's going to be in 30 seconds around the Dragon. That is gold here for EDG. They're going to get Kaisa another top lane wave, and then he has to reset. There will be missing massive ultimates going into this fight, and Scout still has teleport in 15. So depends on how JDG want to play this. Are they going to say, okay, let's take our timer, maybe we get a little bit more gold on an opposite side of the map, maybe Scout tries to find a recall timer where he can finish what is looking to be a Malignance here, because now you look at this from EDG's perspective, no Weaver's Wall, no Killer Instinct, no Unbreakable Will. I think it's a tough ask here, and JDG still have a lot of ways that they can blow up and find their opponents.
Yeah, I think JDG have done enough to deter EDG from contesting the second Dragon, at least on this timer right now.
All right, free kill pod.
EDG does have flash. Doesn't look like Xiaoshu can close the distance here, so the Karak is safe for now. EDG are just giving over the Dragon if JDG want to take it, but they've dropped it. So yeah, the second Dragon is not being rushed here, and that's just more time for both teams to farm up here.
Shun was pinging like he wanted to try to look for something on the bottom lane, but I think ZDZ, especially because he still has teleport and he has his ultimate, probably a bit of a tougher target to go for. Just cycle our camps. This is what we're talking about, the discipline from the jungle position on this Kiana. Taking time bomb is what JDG are on right now. They need to make sure that they're staying ahead of the item curve, that they're keeping their advantages in the places they have them. And now, after taking the red buff, what does JDG prioritize? Seems like Scout right now, he wants to stop Angel from moving. He has no teleport and no Weaver's Wall. So, should just keep this as a 4v4 right now. And the ultimates are starting to come back up here for EDG.
Pays used the culling to try and chunk out on, but he's healed up for the most part. Palkia absorbing as much damage as he can, still has the Unbreakable Will. They go in, flash, 3-man pulverized by Palkia, sets up on to pick up Pays, who didn't have flash for the fight prior, and on sends it with a Killer Instinct, looking for Xiaoshu on the bottom side. EDG wiped the floor with JDG.
And Pays has no flash from that mid lane play. A massive punish from the rookie of the split, Palkia, coming up huge. We talked about this guy. What other pro player has been introduced to his org just 30 days before he starts in Tier 1 and is now looking to take down potential giants here in the lower bracket? EDG now, they grab that play, they get the Dragon, and they're going to get themselves the turret. This is going to be feats of strength now completed at 14.5 minutes, and it comes off the back of really incredible, amazing support play from Palkia. I mean, this fight is already kind of split. There's getting a lot of great damage, but Pays, Shun, and Xiaoshu all stacking on top of each other, and there's absolutely nothing that they can do. It is just free 2 kills going over, and a massive punishment now.
Just incredible visionary playmaking from Palkia, recognizing the moment and being fearless in his decisiveness to go forward and make the engaged play. As you said, this is a guy that is less than 30 days, gets sent up to tier 1 play, and could be making the difference here for EDG on the road to Worlds for the first time in many years.
It's going to be EDG with no contest around this Herald. JDG are going to try to blitz this mid lane tier 1. They've got 3 grubs. See if they can make it happen. There's also Xiaoshu on the bottom side of the map. I think this is a worthwhile trade here for JDG. Getting gold into their back pockets, keeping themselves even in this game. They are down 2,000. And they need to be able to battle for every piece of land here in the mid wave. Let's see if Xiaoshu can maybe get himself into a strong enough spot on this Cassante. That all-out can be a huge difference maker if we talk about fights later on. Oh my god, Pays!
Even though Pays does get caught out in that bottom river fight, he has his flash again, and he still has a lot of damage under his belt.
Look at the CS difference again! Pays is literally Chovy farming. He may have left the region, but he's still got that brother on him. Like, that is a huge difference here. Yes, On is 4-0-2, but he's only up 800 gold, and he is still down. Angel's going to use the Weaver's Wall to get back in mid. That ultimate will be up and available for these next couple fights. And Rafa, 3 minutes now. I mean, you look at the timer, 16:30. We're going to have Dragon spawning in 2. 45 seconds after that, that is going to be an Otacon. So I think when we have a fight on the bottom side of the map, whoever loses that fight is going to be in prime position to take the Otacon. So could be a spot where EDG look to try to force. It'll put them on soul point if they grab it.
This is now the timer to try and find something opportunistic for JDG. They get the stun down onto ZDZ, who already popped the dominance, but the supreme display of talent and stun from Scout means that there is no room for escape on the top laner of EDG.
Oh, EDG now. What else can they grab? Because they're trying to go for this mid lane wave. The Redemption's going to heal that minion to full. Let's look at top side. Thank you to our observers. Angel's going to grab this. This is going to be now the Herald spawned in mid. EDG, they want to use this time before the Dragon. Let's get some gold into our back pockets. And more specifically, let's set the map up so that when this Dragon spawns, thank you, Palkia, making it look at least to have a little bit of fun. Joel's going to use the ultimate to kind of push their opponents back. There's a lot of gold. EDG need to now spend this coming in.
You can see the mind games there. Palkia was trying to see if he could drift into a knockup onto either Pays or Jewel, at least burn a summoner spell, but Jewel and Pays were quick with the fancy feet, not getting subjected to an unnecessary summoner spell burn there. They do lose out on the tier 1 turret. That does open up the map for EDG. And as you called out, we're coming up on the 3rd dragon of the game in just a minute.
2-item Kaisa, 2-item Talia. This is that part of the game that I am the most worried here for JDG. We have had moments where Pays is seeming like he's doing a lot of damage, where Shun is in a strong spot. He has Profane Hydra and Axiom Arc. This has to be the pinnacle, the apex, at which JDG tried to get an advantage back into this game.
Nice seismic shove set up by Palkia and Angel. Decent damage onto Jwo's health bar. He's below 50% HP now. But the Dragon isn't spawning for another 30 seconds, so there might be enough time for Jwo to at least recall and spawn back on the map. Maybe he might be able to swap over to teleport and get back to the map quicker.
I don't think so. He has Ignite right now. You have to change over his flash. I don't think he has a shard for it. He's just going to walk it out of base on hits level 11 here. They're going to push on mid and then fade in the bottom side river, but they have no vision here. Scout is sitting there. Shun is waiting. Pays is going to now reconnect into mid lane. And EDG are getting buffeted out of the bottom side of the map.
Look at JDG's control ward coverage here. Palkia forced to use the Unbreakable Will. That's a big ultimate being expended by EDG support.
They're not going to play for this. ZDZ is now going to continue to push down on the top side. Pays
just don't get caught out.
Angel's flash. Okay, mid turret's going to fall here in favor of JDG.
Weaver's Wall will try to cut off the minion wave, but I think the turret is still going down on. Barely dodges out on the 3rd Nintofo strike from Xiaoshu, but JDG get what they came for. Secure the tier 1 turret in the mid lane and are now forced to at least secure the 3rd dragon, while ZDZ has secured the top tier 2 turret, might be pushing for more.
He's going to get another wave. Palkia and Angel reset, so they're going to catch their waves that they get pushed out afterwards. Otacon spawns now.
Are they
need to
rip
get it in? Look at where everybody... Xiao is going to recall here. He actually finishes it. This is a huge mistake. JDG just now gets this for free.
Oh, man. That's a big mistake coming out from EDG. They thought that they were going to be content with just the Dragon take, but JDG are forcing the trigger here. Here comes the teleport from ZDZ, able to show up. They get vision, 2k HP on the Otacon. Shun secures it and throws out the supreme display of talent to buy some time. As Xiaoshu is willing to give his life, but he finds the all-out on the Xiaohao, brings him into the waiting arms of his squad. EDG trying to fight this one out, but they lose out their jungler. On is forced to use the killer instinct to escape, flashing away from Xiaoshu's grasp. Angel buys some time with the seismic shove, but the rest of JDG, they want more. They're thirsting for blood. They want to hunt down the remaining members of EDG, but they won't get any more.
3 members and multiple flashes. EDG take a bad timer, and JDG completely pounce on their unsuspecting opponents. Equal up the gold, now get themselves the Otacon, which now accentuates that experience differential, especially between our 2 AD carries here. It is impossible for them to fight. Training summoner spells is nice, but there's no objective to play for in the next 3 minutes, so all in all, it is an outright win here for JDG, and one that is sorely needed after what has happened in basically the last game and a half.
When you think about it, Alec, it's interesting how JDG had the advantage early game in game 1, then the throw comes at the Otacon and EDG gain momentum afterwards. Here in game 2, EDG have
All right, we get it.
Otacon
is a terrible objective. We get it. Otacon's a bad objective. Everybody keeps talking about it. I'm moving different, okay? I don't want to join the pack. I promise. I'm a free thinker. Otacon won't control me.
Well, it did control JDG last time, but they're able to secure it without EDG properly responding. And now, the gold lead is still even, but the experience gained from those Blood Roses might be the difference maker for JDG, as they are able to now control the pace of the game here in the 22-minute mark.
Look at Shun right now, man. Like, this guy's about to hit 3 levels. He's taking another jungle camp. He has bottom side camps, although I see some pings right now. Pays may want some action on that. He's like, hey, maybe can I get this? Shun's like, please. If I get level 16 somehow between now and the start of Dragon/Baron, the game is just over. So, continuing to track our junglers, we came into this game in this draft saying that we needed to see Shun and Scout step up. And while that hasn't necessarily been the case, at least as clear-cut as we would have wanted, I think we are getting much better performances this time around coming in for JDG's top side.
Yeah, just to show how huge the Otacon was, it's a 2-3 level difference in the jungle. Not even looking at the other roles. This is a level 15 Kiana, and Xiaohao is on welfare stamps with a level 12 Xin Zhao. This is one of those games where I sympathize being in Xiaohao's position, picking the meta jungler trying to play for the team, and then I look at the enemy team picking the fun carry jungler, and now I'm like, well, guys, I tried to tell you this is what can happen. Shun has taken all my camps. I can't get any experience. I can't get any levels. This guy's about to hit 3 items. I haven't even hit my second.
I don't think you would sound like that in the call. It would just be...
No, I would be more upset.
And then all you'd hear in response is jungle diff. So maybe you shouldn't have gotten capped. I mean, maybe you should just not lose all your camps. Exactly.
Jungle diff.
You got dragons spawning now in a minute. Baron on that same timer, and I want to pull up the mini map right now because you look at what's happening here. Look at these wards. There's absolutely no coverage here. Palkia gets chunked out again. And there's flanks here, there's flanks here, there's flanks here. Absolutely no coverage going into the river here for EDG. So they're going to lose out on their dragon and might have to stall this game out even longer, which we were questioning about whether or not JDG could actually last in a longer game. But as long as Shun doesn't get shut down, I feel like they're feeling pretty strong about their stance in this game too.
While he won't hit level 16 in time before the spawn of this
if he gets a kill, baby,
or 4th dragon, if he gets a kill, that is a level 16 Kiana. That is a max rank supreme display of talent. Max cooldown for max uptime, already paired with the Axiom Arc. This is going to be Shun at his peak strength in this game, and having it so ahead of the curve is such a terror for EDG to deal with. I can't see a world where they actually contest for this dragon unless JDG completely fumbled the bag.
Scout's going to have to teleport in. You can see that Shun right now is making his way through the bottom side. They're going to try to fight their way from this side because they don't have access through this mid lane wave. Scout cancels his recall, and he's just going to hoof it on over to this play. It's going to be JDG starting it up, moving backwards. ZDZ also not showing quite yet. So it's a 4-on-4 right now. Here we go.
Beaver's wall. EDG have to burn the dragon down and look for the flip here. 2,000 HP. Xiao secures it! It was an early spike from Shun. I saw 400 HP. Xiaoshu is almost dropped, but On
they got
secures
it
with the killer instinct. They're going into the backline. Supreme Display of Town at least finds one on a Palkia, but ZDC is still continuing the chase forward. Joel trying to take up all the damage. Xiaohu goes back in one last time before he gets dropped by Pays. Now he flashes forward. He's looking to turn on the heat. He's trying to gun him down. Pays looking for another dash with a relentless pursuit. It's Scout flashing forward to set up Pays for success. He dashes away from ZDC's grasp. He finds the triple, and it's Scout that cleans it up. JDG pull off the ace against EDG.
And Pays is gliding in that fight. It is a smite that goes over to EDG. Can they do the Baron from this point on? Scout doesn't have Tibbers, but it's going to be a teleport here from Zhuo. They're going to take this with multiple members, and by the time they finish this, all 5 of JDG will be rocking a Baron. A close fight there from EDG. Keeps them at least somewhat competitive in this game, and one step closer to a soul, but JDG have shown that they're a little bit sloppy around some of these objectives. I don't know if I trust them here in this game number 2.
Palkia had swapped one of his summoner spells to Smite because JDG don't have Shun up on the field. Unfortunately for him, Xiaoshu is enough of a body blocker that he prevents Palkia from ever getting in range. It is JDG that secure the Baron here in game 2.
So I want to look at this fight again. Great block here from Zhuo to get the Weaver's Wall away. The redemption was used very early there from Palkia. I mean, we take a look back at this fight. We get right in the backline, we're killing Xiaoshu, and then this backline here, look at what the redemption does. Xiaohu thought he found the kill onto the enemy backline, that he was going to be able to get Zhuo, but completely heals, blocks all of the damage, and obviously that Winter Sprite with this combo with Lucian, if you can play in the mid game, is very potent. It doesn't matter if it's the first 5 minutes or the next 30 afterwards. If they can get this procced, it is a massive amount of damage. Pays even dashes over Unraveled Earth and has to use his cleanse, so you can see that JDG, they feel hungry and they know that every single inch in this game they're going to have to fight for.
That 3-man squad in JDG believed wholeheartedly in Pays' Lucian to carry through the fight, willing to just commit everything forward. Such a big swing that JDG needed to now guarantee the advantage and the momentum for themselves. Baron buff on their side. Even though EDG are one step closer to Ocean Soul with the steal, I don't know if they're going to have enough time to actually find it here in game 2.
JDG thankfully don't have a lot of range, so their ability to hit turrets is a bit more limited, and I like that we're seeing this from Angel. Just use the flip to get the empowered cannon minions underneath the turret. It gives you a little bit more safety to actually hit those minions, so you're not walking into JDG. You're not walking specifically into Scout. That ward that is right across the wall is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Still gonna maybe be this turret, but EDG are making them sweat for it. Xiaoshu is in the mid lane, but he's not gonna be able to get pushed very easily versus this Renekton. So this might just be JDG wasting a lot of their Baron timer so that they can put a lot of vision and get investments down into this jungle, because we have Dragon spawning in a minute and a half yet again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought JDG were gonna get a lot more with this Baron power play, but they have barely been able to breach the tier 2 in the bottom side of the map. Here comes another minion wave. They finally are able to undermine it here. But at the end of the day, a 2,000 gold advantage. I don't know if it's going to be the absolute game breaker here for JDG. There's a lot of confidence now riding on this team off the back of those 2 fights. But EDG, still 1 dragon away from Ocean Soul, and it's coming up in just a minute.
Only difference that I'm kind of seeing right now, Pays now having a Maw of Malmortius completed, so more
Good
shielding
call
against that Kaisa and the Talia. I was wondering if Palkia would be able to find a recall timer here, because there's an item discrepancy between our 2 supports. I think having Redemption and Locket makes it very difficult for EDG to punch through that front line. And I think Edge of Night also being pretty impactful here for Sun. There's going to be Cleanse and Flash available for Pays. So if EDG can find this win, it's going to have to be off of this fight now. No item completed there for Palkia after the teleport. They're going to have to battle through. There's no vision. I love this vision toggle coming in from our observers.
Looks like EDG are posturing for this fight. I know that it would mean securing Ocean Soul if they get it away from JDG. We'll have to see if JDG are able to punish, as Shun is lying in wait on top of a control ward, reveals himself with the Grass Elemental Wrath. Xiao Hao maintaining his position in the tri-bush. Palkia looks for Xiaoshu. He's able to get away from the Unraveled Earth, but loses 50% of his HP. He will be forced to teleport back. They stop the recall.
Could look for a flank. He's gonna get, okay, so he's gonna go for it. Oh my god!
Stopping the recall again.
Punished. Scout, you gotta block these with either your body or the E. Dragon is getting pulled around. They have no wards on the top side of this map, and EDG converts this with a Kaisa.
Weaver's wall.
Oh my god, Angel!
Oh, Angel went too deep into the JDG's backline. 4,000 HP. Xiao gonna get it, but it shoots, secures it, throws out the Supreme Display of Talent. On gets caught, throws it into the backline with the Killer Instinct, but is popped by Scouts. Annie! Xiaoshu's gonna chase Xiao Hao, and the rest of EDG are forced to scramble. Palkia, the other member left standing, and it could just be enough for JDG to close out game 2.
Dwo just absolutely smurfed that fight, and it was with one basic ability, the Unbreakable, breaking the Talia wall and forcing him onto an opposite side of the fight. That is a massive win, and JDG, off of the jaws of defeat, find a victory here.
It was getting dangerously close. Palkia flashing forward, trying to be the Hail Mary for EDG so that they don't lose this second game, but Xiao Hao might just not be enough here in a 1v4. Angel has respawned. One more Nexus turret stands between JDG and evening up the series. Pays dashes forward, forces Angel to flash. Pays goes forward with his own flash. On trying to step up and be the Hail Mary necessary for EDG. CDC, are they holding the line? He goes golden. Just a couple more piercing lights and the auto attack from Pays as he dashes forward with a relentless pursuit. Angel's forced back into the fountain. They're getting dropped super low. Pays stop.
No, Pays!
Scout is too low on HP. They can't end the game.
Look at Pays. I'm looking at Pays in the player cams right now. He's like, you know, I'm having a little bit too much fun. They got close to ending the game, and we got more game 2 action. We cannot end here quite yet, Rafa.
Holy camole, JDG. Just end the game.
Nope. Nope. We gotta squeeze. We gotta squeeze for a little bit more here. So we've got Baron spawning in 5. Rafa, summoner spells now missing here for JDG. No flash or cleanse for Pays, for Scout, or for Xiaoshu.
There's still another 3 minutes before another Ocean Dragon spawns. But Alec, if that Fountain Death is what gives EDG the window necessary to come back in this game,
just make it a 3-0.
I don't know how JDG mentally recover. I know there are some hardened veterans on this roster, but that is such a devastating blow if that is the event that occurs after that play. JDG are still in control. They still have a 6,000 gold advantage.
It's going to be tough. It'll be a tough look and one that they're going to have to bounce back from. Pays is still super far ahead, and we've talked about it, that Shun has had a massive impact in these fights. He's looking to try to finish one more item. This is a huge flank coming in from JDG.
He reveals himself with the Grass Elemental Wrath, just poking EDG members off. Doesn't throw out any crucial spells yet here. JDG maintaining their position, ensuring that EDG cannot step up to check vision for the Baron Pit.
Shun is going to get his Edge of Night procced, maybe steal away a Krug. You can see that EDG are trying to poke and prod away at JDG's front line. Getting some AP now.
Palkia?
Palkia?
Is he going to look for Shun?
Palkia!
He finds it with a knockup. Alan tries to look for the Killer Instinct, but not enough damage onto Shun's Kion, and now Xiaoshu is the one going forward. Weaver's Wall splits up JDG members here, but another great Unbreakable from Dwo's Braum stops the Weaver's Wall in its tracks.
That was 3 ultimates used by EDG, and they got nothing from this play. No ultimates, no summoner spells. Dwo's even going to swap over to Smite here. He will not have this for the Dragon, but EDG can have no say over this topside objective. It's going to be the Baron Nashor going over to JD Gaming.
A little bit of craziness from JDG as they tried to look for the base end just a few minutes ago. And while the game could have ended and now has been stalled out, JDG once again have the tools necessary to close out this game 2 and even up the series.
We just needed to play another 5 minutes. I just wanted 5 more minutes of stage time is what FaZe was saying.
Man.
So, that's it. That's the stadium we're in, and if EDG win this, imagine they win the Smite fight. Shun has not been as on point here in this game number 2. That's Ocean Soul committed for them. And while I think some of the items may not be going their way, an Ocean Soul is one hell of a combat buff to have.
That's why it could be the breaking point for EDG to swing back despite a massive goal difference. The experience difference in a couple of roles are still very, very noticeable here and impacting the state of this game. But the longer the game goes on, level 18s have already been hit by multiple JDG members. Soon EDG will have a chance to catch up, so JDG have to close this game out sooner than later.
We're gonna get a 7th dragon of the game. Everybody in chat, let's take a vote now. Do we think we're gonna see a 7th dragon here in this game? Me personally, I don't think so. But if we do, then we're in for a hell of a treat here, Rafa. I think if EDG can win this game, suddenly they're in a massive momentum building of 2 games in a row. But JDG have been poised all game long. Minor mistakes here and there have led them to, you know, stall this a little bit more out, but I really do believe that FaZe can clean up these fights, can absolutely run amok here.
Big thing, his last item completed is the Mercurial Scimitar. So between cleanse and now that last item, he has 2 ways to cleanse an incoming stun or CC from EDG. Gives FaZe more room to play forward and aggressive and try and bait out key cooldowns from the side of EDG here.
Yeah, 75% crit chance, no Infinity Edge either, so really just trying to stay alive for the most part. Also, the magic resist you get from these Merc Sims means that his opponents are going to do just a little bit less damage. It'll be the mid inhibitor falling, it'll be the bottom lane inhibitor falling as well. And this all sets up perfectly. JDG utilizing this Baron. Can they find the push here?
Scout flash forward, finds the Timbers 2-man stun on the front line. Scout is the first one to drop. Angel and On still trying to rip through this fight. CDC is traded on using the killer instinct to try and reposition against JDG. They still have Baron and power minions on their side. Cannon still pounding away at the turrets.
Oh my god!
The knockup. Seismic shoving the Xiaoshu. They lose it on the top lane. FaZe has got to be careful now. Weaver's wall right on top. Zhuo is separated from JDG. Doesn't look like they can pounce just yet. He throws out the Unbreakable, but EDG hold the line here at 37 minutes.
Are they about to have 3 Nexus turrets respawn? Because they lost those first 2, they respawn. Now they get a 3rd one to respawn with this bottom lane Nexus turret. What the hell is this game, Rafa? Why are EDG holding on? And why can't JDG just finish this one out and close cleanly?
The power of EDG is starting to surge here. And there is a fear in the back of every JDG's fan's mind. Was FaZe dying at the fountain? Is it going to cost them? Because EDG are looking unbreakable here in their own base.
I mean, this redemption just gets so much value, but Scout not being able to grab anybody in that trade. ZDZ ends up falling. On plays this fight really, really well, but imagine if he wasn't so far behind his enemy counterpart. Palkia, 2 separate engages, saves the game. The rookie of the split is coming up huge. Now we're getting right back into live. We've got a minute and a half before Baron, 2 minutes before Dragon, and this is the last Dragon. No more soul points, no more extra gimmies. 3 Ocean Dragons to JDG, 3 different dragons here for Edward Gaming. Are we going to get a soul point, or are we going to look for JDG to finally put this game to bed?
Inhibitors open in mid and bot lane. One Nexus turret stands between EDG and JDG. FaZe is full damage. No boots anymore. He needs the full arsenal to try and break EDG's defense. The last stand might just be now. Palkia goes in. FaZe is able to dodge it with a relentless pursuit. Xiaohao knocks up Shun. Stalls him for now. Palkia losing all of his health. The Alistar is gone. And the rest of EDG are now down to 4. JDG still stand as 5. Looking for that last Nexus turret. CDC pops the dominance, but JDG are going to be patient and then wait out the ultimate to burn down. On is almost down to 50% HP.
Nice.
Angel will throw out the Weaver's Wall, stall for time. On heals, back up nearly to full. Big knock up onto ZDZ as he gets caught. Xiao goes in, looks for the backlight, pops the Crescent Guard. ZDZ on, trying to find the Killer Instinct. JDG throwing everything they can to block the damage from On's Kaisa as they pop Jwo in the backline. Pace is under fire, he's forced to back. On is flashing backwards as Xiaoshu finds ZDZ with the all-out, but JDG, can they break them? Pace able to find Angel now, but the Nexus turret still stands, and there's still three members from EDG to hold the line.
Okay, the Nexus is about to respawn in 20 seconds!
Knock up from Xiaoshu! Oh,
it's not enough!
No way, Pace! It's just Pace and Scout! It's just Pace and Scout! Punk is back on. Can he
Nexus
be
is
the
about to
hero?
respawn.
Can Palkia find the knock-up? It's on the 2, but he gets popped. Scout just needs one more stun. Pace, they lunge forward. Hit the
Wait, it's gonna
Nexus! JDG finally win game 2.
Can JDG not do this to me? Please! Like, there is no reason for us to play such a close game for absolutely zero. We're really trying to stretch this one out. We are teasing our opponents, giving them avenues back in. I don't know if JDG are just trying to see like how far away they can get away with, you know, some hands checks here, but very, very sloppy game. A refusal to win from JDG and almost an outright refusal to lose coming in from Edward Gaming.
I swear, these two teams are going to be the death of my voice tonight, Alec. My goodness. Really trying to push the limits here on Summoner's Rift. Credit to EDG for holding out as long as they could. And it just puts into perspective a world where EDG don't miss out on the Otacon and give that massive experience advantage over to JDG, considering how well they stalled the game out.
There was so many different angles. From looking at it from JDG's perspective, the solo lanes need to, I don't know what they need to do, maybe do some woosah afterwards, you know, just sit there and really meditate, because we are getting, I think, some of the worst games we've gotten from Xiaoshu in a bit. I don't think there was many angles for him to play a lot of these fights as the Cassante later on, but they are not putting pressure onto the AD carry of EDG. And for their opponents, imagine if On wasn't falling behind in the early game. If he wasn't in the mid game down 20, 30 CS versus his counterpart. I think that EDG could very handily have taken these games if their AD carry was in better spots.
All that aside, Alec, I just can't get over the reactions from JDG as they finally close out the game. Pei's just giggling his way to the back room, while us here on the broadcast are just dying out of anxiety, trying to see what was going to be the outcome of that game. And it just seemed like if JDG are in that kind of mindset, maybe it's for the better to try and push EDG to the brink, because I didn't get a chance to see what were the reactions from EDG's lineup after the game.
EDG probably not too happy about that game, especially with how close it was. Can I take the MVP away from JDG? Even if it does go to Paige, I think Paige played a large portion of this game fine. Like, he is the only reason, by the way, that they are even in some of these positions. Here are some of the post-game graphics. There we go. That's the difference in the AD carry position. And we've seen it now 2 games in a row. I can't imagine we won't see it for the rest of this series. If JDG are going to win any of these games, Rafa, it is going to come from the bottom lane.
Even though that they weren't able to find advantages in the laning phase early on, Pei still proving to be one of the best AD carries we have here in the LPL when he's able to play at the highest level. And while On found decent moments for himself, it seems like the challenge is too tall for him to stand up to alone. He really has to rely on the rest of EDG to rally behind him and give him the space necessary to match against Pei's absolute dominance.
Pei's is playing with a lot of respect on waves. He knows when and where he can get farm. Obviously, his team is also doing a really good job of giving him a lot of gold here. That is not the same here for On. A late cleanse in this fight we just saw in this replay. I think the mechanics for On are just not quite there. Pei's is really showing up his counterpart, and the experience between these two guys is just night and day difference. Obviously, On playing for a lot longer, at least on tier 1, but Pei's already having a lot higher of a threshold, and I think international experience is really playing a key there. On has never left the region, right? He's never played in an international. He's never gone past playoffs. Pei's got to do that in his very first year, second year as well over on Gen G, so I think the quality of how and where these two players have played in years prior is showing itself as a massive difference maker.
I'm so mad. JDG, like...
Yeah, we got to cast another 10 minutes there.
I'm glad for them that they were able to finally close out the game, but man, it did not feel like it had to be this difficult. Maybe EDG were just that too hard to break through, and it definitely looked difficult, but at the same time, I don't know. This is why I'm up here talking. I'm not playing on Summoner's Rift in these high-stakes scenarios.
All I know is if we're going to continue the, like, Rafa POV, if I, as Lucian, don't end the game there and we have to play another 10 minutes, Mark is in call, like, holding back tears, like, why, like, I have to try and outsmite this guy now. I have to potentially be the reason we lose a game because my AD carry is diving under the Nexus fountain. Like,
yeah.
What are you doing, bro? I would have gotten it. You know, we would have been playing for another 8 minutes there for no reason. But JDG are able to close out. I think very important for them in this series, not just to find their first win here, but to not have to potentially have to now reverse sweep going into the rest of this one.
Yep. It shifts the momentum of the game back to an even state. And JDG, at the very least, avoided the disaster scenario where that fountain dive did not end up costing them and putting their backs against the wall in a 0-2 deficit for the rest of the series. JDG, as you called out, MVP probably is going to go to Pei's, even though he made me want to pull my hair out and extend the game for another few minutes.
Rightfully so. I think the only person who would have maybe gotten an MVP is either Shun or Zhuo. Zhuo obviously being a little less impactful, but a lot of those unbreakables ended up turning fights, especially around picking Angel multiple times here in this series or in this game. So a great MVP for Pei's, one that we're gonna have to continue to watch as we get through the rest of this series, and maybe more games like that. So
maybe. We're definitely going the distance with this one, as now both teams are tied 1 game apiece. We'll see you on the other side as we get ready for Game 3.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes and overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the 2 big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is, since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Vamos, what's up, y'all? We're getting ready for game 3. If you are just tuning in, I'm sorry, guys. You missed a hell of a game 2. Was it amazing quality? I don't know. I'll let Alk be the judge of that, but it was definitely entertaining. And he's throwing up the X sign. That's an A from my co-caster there.
That game was tough to watch in certain aspects. I mean, there are a lot of moving pieces with this one. We have a Nexus being almost blown up at 31 minutes, and then we play another 5 minutes here where they almost lose the Ocean Soul, they almost lose out on a Bear, and we have an incredibly close team fight back to back around their Nexus. And for EDG, something that they're going to have to tackle with, and we'll see maybe if it's addressed through the draft and how they're looking for AD carries, but An has been getting completely gapped in the 1v1 versus his enemy opponents. So how and where EDG look to address this issue is going to be something that really I'm going to be tracking throughout this series.
And I think it's fair to say that An isn't playing bad. He's playing well for his team, but Paze is just on a whole other level. This is an MSI champion that you're trying to match up against, and Paze is reminding the world why he was world class during his time with Gen G in the past. And while the struggles on this JDG roster have been up and down over the course of 2025, he's showing up huge just in time to help give JDG everything they need to make it over the finish line here against EDG.
And it's gonna have to come off the back of really continued strong performances from Shun. I will say that he is making a lot of early headway in a lot of these games, but his team in the mid game, and especially around objectives, is not stepping up when they need to. I'm still looking for how Duo is going to have continued performance in this series, and whether or not we can even really expect Scout, because now I that first Akali game, willing to give him a pass for some of the moments in that, but this Annie game, a lot of moments where I don't think he was as impactful as he could be, or really getting the most out of the champion in Annie. So gonna have to see. And this is around that time in the series where Scout started to take a slip in performance, where he kind of lost some champions and suddenly he's out of the game and out of the series.
I mean, this champion is so limiting when your flash is off cooldown, because then you don't have nearly as much breathing room and opportunities to make that guaranteed engage for your team. And you're not a major damage dealer either, so as the game scales on, you're just looking for your big nuke of dropping Tibbers on someone's face and then praying it's enough for your team to win the fight, unless you can cycle off more cooldowns. But then you fall prey to getting outranged by the enemy composition, and thankfully for JDG, they had a monster Lucian in their back pocket, continuing to be the key difference in this game too.
Looking forward at the draft now. A lot of engaged supports are off the board. The fact that we had a Braum there, I think very important, because Rel is one of the few that is left. Rakan as well. Two champions that I think were really, really impactful for each of our supports. Palkia with the Rel and Duo with his Rakan throughout the regular season. So after this game, regardless of who wins, I'm looking at these two supports who, different trajectories, but main identity has been engaged. What are they going to be reaching towards? We've seen a lot of Elise support in Game 4 and Game 5s here. We haven't gotten the appearance of Bard quite yet, so if you have Paze and he's performing, how quickly are we going to be jumping onto Enchanters and those hyper carries?
Or even just pure disengage type supports. When you think of Renata Glass, that is her main identity. Hell, if you go down the carry route and bring out something like a Zyra of the Old, that would just be like super, super deep in the pocket. But we'll answer that question most likely later on in this series for Game 3, as you called out. Those supports still available as engage options. They continue the ban on Nico and Rumble on red side. And for EDG, they've moved up the Sivir priority ban now here in the first round.
Poppy gets through. Trundle is also a champion that is no longer, under a lot of threat. There's no Jarvan. And some of the tanks have also been gotten rid of, so this could also be an AP jungle game coming on through. I know Xiaohao has been teasing some champions through his hovers. We've been getting a lot of Evelyn tonight. Hasn't locked it quite in. So what is JDG's last ban? I think it's been surprising that neither of our teams have felt comfortable with a Nico ban, even EDG banning it on blue side in one of our games.
So here's the gambit that is being thrown out. EDG preemptively banned Shun's Kindred, which not only is a signature champion for our jungler here on JDG, but also a great answer into Trundle historically. They don't go for the Trundle right away. They're waiting to see what JDG is going to fish for in their first opener as EDG secure Rise for Angel.
There's that support priority, and Xayah hasn't been taken. We could just get a Xayah Rakan, make it easy for Pays and Jewel to play. You could see it a little bit later in the draft, maybe on 3, to see a bit more of EDGs. They're going to get that Aurora, so very easy and clear burst damage coming on through, and something that allows for Scout to have clear early impact. And it's not about utility, it's about taking down one of these carries. But he has to be acting quickly, because versus this Rise, you're going to be on a bit of a timer here especially.
And because you now have Rel for Palkia, EDG could feel empowered to go for the Trundle since you no longer need Engage from the jungle role. But they're waiting on the jungle pick and letting it fall all the way to the second round, guaranteeing that they have a priority AD carry pick for on with this Varus.
I think you need to pick AD carry on this. If not, you have to be willing to grab something for JDG that is really going to be a strong blind, whether it is in the jungle or in top side. MF has been a scary pick in the LPL, not just from win rates, but historically for JDG, MF has been kind of a plague. I remember their last game of Split 1 playoffs versus Top Esports, they put Pays on this champion, weren't able to get an early advantage, and got steamrolled here. So we'll see what the second phase of draft, a big focus we've had so far in this one, has been on junglers.
I really would prefer if JDG either take the Trundle for themselves or they ban it away, because not only it would still be one of the strongest skirmishers you can pick up for yourself for Xiaohao, but also Misfortune Bullet Time can always be canceled by a pillar. And it is just way too costly of a cooldown to be expended by a basic ability. Vi still up on the table. They ban that away from JDG to guarantee that there is no guaranteed point and click lockdown from Shun's hands.
If I'm Xiaohao, I could be thinking about Nocturne. I think making it so that JDG don't have easy ways of being able to use the ultimates, right? The bullet time's really hard.
Nice
JDG agree with that sentiment and go for the ban themselves. Remember, they have first pick coming out of this, so is this going to be a blind coming in for our jungle or our top side? I know we've been talking a lot about Trundle, but maybe getting a champion here like an Aatrox for Xiaoshu could be something that they could look towards.
And they could further wait out the Trundle pick. I still think that it gives a lot of agency to disrupt Pays' ability to get off those big AoE ultis with the bullet time, but they are paying a lot of respect to Shun's carry champion pool with the Nefiri ban as well. So now, when you look at Shun's pool, there's Skarner, there's Sejuani for tanks, but I don't know if he wants to pick a tank for himself. This Jax could be flexed for either Shun or Xiaoshu, which is a great way to keep your cards hidden here on JDG's side.
Yeah, theoretically, we could get flex. Imagine it is going to be a top-side blind, because there's not too many answers, I think, that ZDZ has shown. Aatrox is probably going to be the most likely, but even that's not that great of a matchup. You could see a Gragas top lane here. I think could be very disruptive towards what JDG are showing. And let's see if we're going to get that Trundle. So far, EDG are showing me a team composition that is going to really thrive and making sure that they can keep their opponents at mid-range. The Rel is going to be a great stopper. This Trundle now is going to be a great stopper as well. And with Rise and Varus, you want to try to play that mid-range incredibly strong. And it's all about JDG and the explosiveness that this composition is showing.
Gangplank would be spicy. It does put all the pressure on the Palkia to be the sole engager for EDG. A couple quick hovers from Palkia. Shifting. It's a cannon lock-in. So now this gives another tool for EDG, not just as an engage tool, but a flank tool. And Shun goes for the Zed here in Game 3.
His first Zed jungle of the year. Gonna have to be a carry performance. I think he played rather well on the Kiana. Can he do it now? And again, this feels like it should be a Shun meta with him trying to be a carry, trying to abuse his gold leverage. And from JDG, Rafa, I look at this lane and I look at these lanes right now. Top lane can be a bit difficult, but you can find all-ins with the Jax. Aurora can be very, very slippery and very dangerous, but versus a Rise, lockdown is aplenty. I need to see JDG play a strong early game and turn that snowball this lead into a good mid-game position.
Just like in Game 2 we saw with the Kiana for Shun, once he was able to get access into Xiaohao's jungle camps, he wasted no time in just pulling a massive experience and gold advantage, counter jungling, and constantly poaching resources away from Xiaohao, giving Xun the tools necessary to be significantly larger and a much more influential factor for these team fights. It seems to be a repeat of that Game 2 formula now, but we'll see if EDG have what it takes to strike back against JDG.
EDG are going to have a massive wake up on 1 and 2 items, and it depends on what version of Varus we're going to see. But with Ryze, I think he is a linchpin to this composition, being able to play around multiple side lanes. Palkia are one of his iconic Rel champions. I need to see this team perform. This feels like a very EDG style draft, and yet again, onus on JDG to play a good early game.
Compositions are locked in. It's time to hit Summoner's Rift for Game 3 between EDG and JDG.
你的爱好就是装模作样，对不对？
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
We got some time here, Rafa. Can we talk about the historical precedents of this series? Not just internally, but we haven't seen it through the regular season, and obviously there was a coaching staff change starting off Split 3. Clear Love having to play a best of 5 against EDG. I think there's a lot of history there. EDG, or Clear Love now the coach for JDG, having to play his first best of 5 up against his former team. It's, I think, pretty historic for all of our older LPL fans.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Palkia first watching his introduction into competitive League of Legends back in 2015 with his dad, he was watching Clear Love play with Mako at 2015 MSI when they got the upset against T1 SKT back in the day in that Game 5 victory. And now, so many members Palkia has had to play against on the Legacy team. Now he gets aggressive here, level 1, already burning that first summoner spell against Pays, which forces his cleanse to be used.
And topside, we're getting spicy everywhere. Junglers can be very impactful. Xun is making over his way to the top side, on trying to abuse this early lane.
Wow.
Pays very, very low, and he knows that Xiaohao can be on the bot side in about a minute's time, so it's all about efficiency here for JDG.
I wonder if EDG will pull the trigger and force an early dive against Pays and Zhuo. There's no cleanse available, so as soon as Palkia connects with a Q flash stun, there's no way that Pays can get out of that CC chain. Zhuo would have to interrupt it with a well-timed grand entrance.
Oh, Xiaohao, he just flashed over the wall!
He flashed over the wall! He's trying to find Xun here on the red buff! He's forcing Xun to use his own flash. I don't know if he'll have enough time to at least steal the red buff. Xun has Smite, Xiaohao doesn't. He's going to drop it for now, but he's at least stalled some time and given information to EDG's bot lane on where Xun is on the map.
Xun's not going to be able to recall. He has to go towards the bottom side of the map. He pressed tab. He sees that Xiaohao has 3 camps. Move into this invade. And there's nothing that On and Palkia can do right now. Even Scout making his way and starting to fade towards the bottom side of the map. I'm not going to lie, Rafa. I still like this for Xun. He's still going to be able to grab all of these waves. And Xiaohao is not even recalling quite yet.
Yeah, in fact, I'm not even sure I like that invade from Xiaohao. You already have On and Palkia setting up a massive lane advantage, trying to pressure Pays and Zhuo under tower, but now the wave was frozen on them. They were forced to recall. There's no advantage to play for in that dive scenario because Xiaohao has committed to the top side. So On and Palkia are forced to give up that wave pressure. Pays and Zhuo now get a chance to reset the wave. I guess Xiaohao is trying to look to maybe play onto ZDZ's side of the map, but doesn't look like he finds an advantage there.
At most, Rafa, this is just information gathering. We're just seeing, hey, I know where the enemy jungler is. I now have spotted him. He can be on the bottom side. You guys shouldn't be under any threat. See that Palkia right now trying to interrupt the recall of Pays. Good job from Zhuo. But for the most part, this wave is in a fine spot for EDG. And he traded flashes, which I think is more impactful for Xun, because now, if he does use his shadow forward, he has no way to get out of a fight for the next 3 minutes.
Is at least a takeaway for EDG's jungler there, trading his flash for Xun's own. But, I don't know. Personally, I'm still a little miffed that what could have been a massive advantage for On and Palkia now seemingly cast aside to the win because Pays is going to get his cleanse by the time Xiaohao can actually impact this bottom side of the matchup. And JDG not going to even give an opportunity over to Palkia and On to set that up because they've already lane swapped Xiaoshu onto the bottom side and sending their bot lane to the top side against ZDZ.
When you have a Jax, you're allowed to do this. He's a champion that can very clearly cheat a lot of waves by having that counter strike, making it impossible for the enemy AD carry to touch. And good surge coming in from ZDZ to protect himself. We look back at the jungles though. Xun is still doing pretty fine for himself. He got double longsword. He just got his second respawn of those raptors. He's now going to move into the top side jungle with Zhuo at his back. He can track Xiaohao. So he's going to lose this Grom more than likely. ZDZ is not even anywhere close to level 6, so can't really back up his jungler in this position.
Xiaohao will most likely forfeit this camp. It doesn't look like JDG are going to press their advantage here, maybe trying to look at mid lane first. Zhuo and Pays were all rotating over, just in case Scout was ready to make this lane volatile. He pops between worlds for a big chunk onto Angel's health bar here. Not the biggest trade, but at least puts Angel below 50% HP, might give Scout a free recall here.
Exactly. And Scout can now use this time, because the ultimate will be up by the time those grubs spawn in 2 minutes. So he'll be able to recall first, has a lot of movement speed as well, gets himself Faded Ashes, not bad. Angel has to get a lot of assistance, and that's why we see Palkia in mid lane. Let him get his wave in, get this recall through. Good punish, I think, from JDG. The laners right now are doing a strong job of pushing their opponents and allowing for JDG to play with priority in certain parts of the map.
Yeah, decent problem solving, as it looked like ZDZ was most likely getting the better of Xiaoshu, or at least putting him in an uncomfortable state, and definitely Pays and Zhuo were succumbing to Palkia and On's aggressiveness in the laning phase. By shifting away from this Varus and Rel, they've been able to still excel in the farming department. Maybe a fight here on the bottom side of the map. Scout caught by Palkia, but he's able to just use the W to leap back to safety. And Xun just casts them aside, using the Living Shadow as a deterrence.
On has to be very careful. When you're playing into Jax as an immobile AD carry, your flash is the only way you're getting away from Leap Strike here. So when Palkia shows on mid, that is Xiaoshu's angle to walk forward.
Oh, but well-timed roam from Palkia. Maybe it's a bait into Xiaoshu, but he pops the Grandmaster's Might, so he's not going down anytime soon, and Zhuo is here to back him up just in case. Maybe a Grand Entrance flash here? No, not even needing the flash. Just decent knock-up here on the On, chunking his health bar, but not enough for Xiaoshu to find an opportunity.
Xiaohao is going to be here. He's going to take over this wave. ZDZ as well. I thought maybe there was an angle for Dragon, but EDG are going to instead reset, move their laners towards top side. Actually, maybe even move On and Palkia into mid lane. Angel's just caught a wave mid. He's going to now shift over to top side. Yes, no teleport. Same thing for Scout, who's going to go and try to match this. So junglers are just going to clear all their top side camps and then look to fight. Level 6s for both of them, I think, is really, really key.
Xiaoshu jumps right onto ZDZ's head. Decent trade with that Counter-Strike and Leap Strike combo there. ZDZ just doing his best to endure the laning phase, as we're about 10 seconds away from the grubs spawning on the top side, where Palkia and On have first move into the river.
Xiaoshu not having Grandmaster Might does mean he can't really find too many all-ins versus this Kennen. I think you can classify this lane a win if ZDZ uses his ultimate to try to find something on Xiaoshu, and Xiaoshu ends up living. But with JDG being a bit late here and EDG immediately being first on the waves, this does open up at least a 2-grub start. They're going to pull it out since they know there's a ward here. You can see it's a little difficult as this misfortune early on to deal with what is, we didn't touch on, a poke Varus here for On with the Halo Blades and Serrated Dirk being built up first.
Yeah. Keystone choice, giving On just a little bit of all-in threat, opening with those very rapid 3 auto attacks before the full combo comes out. Scout might be in trouble here. Pops the W into the Between Worlds, able to escape away from Angel and Xiaohao before the Trundle is able to close in.
Yep, just getting that ultimate. Does mean the next minute and a half, I think EDG can maybe look towards the Dragon, but they have 3 grubs. They probably just want gold. Honestly, getting gold onto your carries is fine. You're going to have... Oh, I think Xiaoshu is dead. This could be a very elaborate bait, though, with Xun in the area. But Xun's like, okay, we got to do this now. My camps are going to respawn in about, like, 15 seconds, brother. Let's get a move on.
ZDZ forcing the opportunity, slicing Maelstrom right on top of Xiaoshu's head! And just like that, Shun had one window, he didn't want to wait around, and ZDZ is able to punish.
ZDZ is not even the best top laner out of Group Nirvana if you look at our votes. Solo Kill ended up getting that one on both ours and the official broadcast, so now this is a wave that they'll be able to play on. Xiao's nowhere near this objective, but now opens up a potential timer around the top side. Remember, they're the ones with 3 grubs, so EDG, anytime they get alone with turrets, anytime that they can try to make the map a little less even, this should be gold going into their back pockets.
Especially when you have a Trundle on your side, anytime Xiaohao wants to show up into a lane with a turret, they can make short work, sieging it to absolute rubble. Palkia is also here for the potential dive. Scout still doesn't have his ultimate available. Pillar interrupts the recall. Scout knows that he's in trouble. Juo is trying to book it to the top side of the map to see if he can bail out his mid laner. Scout still has a flash to play with, gets rooted by the Rune Prison. The stun from Palkia sets it up, and Xiaohao bites him down to bits.
And they can keep going for this. It's only Juo. You see that Shun is in the red buff right now. They can realm warp if they feel it. 2 turret plates going over, maybe a third. On's gonna pick up this mid wave.
Juo pops the quickness of the grand entrance, but now there's no more CC other than another grand entrance to stop EDG from being able to escape. Shun is starting to close in, but who does he want to look for with his death mark? He's got to be careful because he cannot overcommit. Otherwise, you have Rune Prison and stun from Palkia to worry about, and Shun wisely decides not to commit.
How much more does Xiaohao get? Because Angel's actually walking all the way back to base. He wants to catch this next wave. This could be the death of him.
Okay,
Gets an
teleport
immediate
coming
teleport.
in for Palkia.
All right, he clears the minion wave, so this is fine. Angel really needs to be able to get a reset, and he has to not spend any of this gold, and we still have Dragon available on the bottom side of the map. Our team's starting to avoid this as we're just playing the other side, trying to get ourselves gold and experience.
I know that JDG consciously opted into not going for the grubs so that Shun could get a sizable camp lead on this Zed. It was what... Hang on, Palkia going in onto Pace, forced the cleanses out, but he's still got a flash. And Joel is able to battle dance to his AD carry partner just to make sure that he has enough HP with the shield to survive the engage.
Yeah, but Rafa, what have we seen in this game, and more specifically throughout the series? The solo lanes of JDG are starting to crumble here. There was that solo kill onto Xiaoshu, so then that allowed for EDG and the rest of the team to make that play on the top side, give them some alone time on that top tier 1. They find that pick onto Scout, which then obviously opens up some time there, so I think JDG, they need to be able to reinforce themselves. This is Xiaoshu getting at least a turret plate back for himself, but he does have teleport, but he's a lot weaker than a Kennen going into a team fight.
Yeah, Kennen has a full proto belt. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu is still working on components for that Trinity Force, opted in for the Merc Tread just so that he doesn't die from another all-in from ZDZ. EDG doesn't look like they will be contested here. Shun is still trying to poke around, maybe with a ward over the wall, but doesn't have an opportunity to go back in with another W, and it is the first Dragon awarded to EDG.
Oh, Shun is full clearing, but he is finding no angles here for his team. Xiao is just going to jump over this wall. Does take a fair amount of damage and HP out of Xiaohao. Angel is incredibly resilient though. Already has the Rod of Ages completed and is building his way towards a Seraph. So I don't know what we're doing here from JDG's perspective. Okay, we're going
He's
for
diving
it.
Xiaohao under the tower. He's got Juo for the backup. The grand entrance should set up for the death mark to pop in, but the subjugate from Xiaohao gives him enough HP to survive the encounter from Shun. And now Angel, he's flashing over the wall. He's looking for Shun. He only gets the slow on the Juo, not the empowered Rune Prison. On was looking for the collapse, but he is pounced on by Pays, and he's forced to flash over the wall. Now Palkia, he has the Q flash available. Doesn't get in range. Pays forced to flash, but here comes ZDZ with the collapse. Slicing Maelstrom on a flashless AD carry is an easy formula for success. That's the fate of warfare secured for the EDG, and they're looking for more on the Scout, who has no flash. The W over the wall.
My God,
ZDZ is going to follow him over. Palkia extending the play with the crash down, and Scout's got nowhere else left to go. Xiaohao chomps him down to size. EDG now 4 kills to 0 for JDG.
And that started with Shun trying to find Xiaohao. Xiaohao resets, able to move in, and even showing off some love for a former rare Adam. EDG can do no wrong so far in this early game. They're getting kills, and now punishing JDG, trying to overextend and find a pick. I mean, you said it best here, Rafa. Subjugate, chomp. There's no AD here, and there's no damage. They're sitting underneath this turret. Shun has no shadows nearby either, so he's not able to really utilize that death mark. Angel knows he's full HP. There are no spells here for JDG. This was a clean punish The only worry for me was on. He gets out of this fight, and more importantly, you traded flashes on the enemy marksman.
ZDZ had the teleport angle window. Xiaoshu didn't even want to try and answer. He knew that the play would have been even further doomed if he tried to contribute, since he is down an item advantage. And now EDG in game 3 find so much gold, being able to now go up against JDG almost 3,000 here at 15 minutes.
Palkia, the Magnet Storm, we tried. You know, there was an attempt. There was a little bit of an attempt there.
Happens.
But, alright, fair enough. So, Scout should be able to very clearly make this wave his, and there's a full-on dive coming on through from JDG. They're moving 4 members down. ZDZ does have ultimate, but he has no flash. He's going to see that they are there, so trade of turret on both sides. EDG will grab that, and they'll also get themselves the Herald, which could turn this into a mid play, and that then ends opening up the Dragon in 2 minutes. EDG are kind of outplaying their opponents, and JDG don't have very many options to respond with.
Yeah, it seems like JDG are just taking the worst trade end of the deal here in multiple scenarios here across the map. That's the first brick secure for EDG, and because they already got the Feat of Warfare, now that is Feats of Strength. So empowered tier 2 boots, access to the tier 3 boots across the board for EDG individuals, and they still have the gold lead for themselves as they get ready for the second Dragon in just a minute and a half time.
Flashes are synchronized for both of our AD carries. Should have seen Palkia there. They're going to go look for a roam. No way. Should be fine. No ultimate now before this Dragon, I think, is a massive win. So great job from Palkia to know that his team has his back. Maybe they try to use the Herald here. I mean, you have 3 grubs. I don't think you have to be very picky about which turret you want.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, it would be more meaningful for EDG to crack open the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. That gives you wider access to the jungle quadrants of JDG and stop Shun's ability to try and farm a majority of his camps. Good call by Xiaohao. He's on the same wavelength. Chain of Corruptions tags Pays in the mid lane, goes for the chunk on, not able to completely destroy Pays' health bar, but he is now down to 50% HP. And the tier 1 turret is undermined by the Rift Herald, as now Xiaohao, can he get the drift? Here we go.
Oh, he's gonna get it. That's 1. That's 2. Yep, that's that turret going down.
Hey!
There we go. 2 turrets right before the Dragon. They're gonna need to recall. Xiaohao's gonna take this as a quick taxi out. Should be JDG who are able to grab themselves the Dragon, but a huge... we need to look at the items, because on, he gets himself a Caulfield's Warhammer. Imagine once Rise finishes his recall, that's going to be a little bit closer as well. Xiaohao's going to hit level 11 with this camp here. And honestly, despite the turrets, looking at On, who did lose out on his barrier right before that fight.
Went for the chunk on Pays, but he didn't really burn anything meaningful from JDG's AD carry. Still has the flash and the cleanse available for this fight if they want to use it. EDG are the first ones to start up this second Dragon of the game. Rest of JDG don't really have great positioning or posture set up to contest them, so it just looks like it's going to be a guaranteed objective, as Shun is already booking it to the top side of the map.
They're going to give up this top side turret. Angel used his Realm Warp from the river into mid lane to catch this wave. Probably should have saved it, as now On's going to come back to this, and there's going to be turret going over to JDG. I feel like they've gotten the worst part of both trades here, Rafa. They lost the Dragon, and they also lost out on the turrets. They didn't get any of the grubs here on this trade, and it feels like JDG are lost without very many ways of finding engagements versus this team. Like, we talked about short-ranged in the second game, but who is setting up for the bullet time? Who is setting up for Scout and Shun to really get this damage down? It has to be some kind of masterful counter-strike coming on through versus Xiaoshu.
And check this out. We have noted, especially with Cubby pushing a lot of the notice on Redemption Rush being so prevalent in support meta. Dwo went for a Mikhail's Crucible first, so they won't have it available. Xiaohao forces the Death Mark out of Shun. Xiaoshu manages to find a great counter-strike. The Magnet Storm and the Crashdown gives him the shield. He still survives, and Xiaoshu is punished. Dwo can't even get the Ignite down on Palkia, as it's not going to take him out. He survives! EDG win everything here on the top side as the Slicing Maelstrom now finds Scout. Still stuns him in the between worlds, but it looks like he is able to escape barely with his life.
And they lost so much from that. This is 6-0. JDG have yet to find a single kill in this game. The crash down remount from Palkia gets him a shield on that Ignite, keeps him alive, and there's an Otacon spawning in 20 seconds with Hex Tech portals, allowing for EDG to get right back out onto the map. This has been a dominating game number 3. One where, I'll be honest, Rafa, if things had gone just a little different here for EDG, this could have been a 3-0 of a series.
Yep, exactly. If JDG don't find that quick Otacon off of Xiaohao's unfortunate recall timer, Game 2 could have looked far different considering how well they defended the base multiple times. And now JDG, in the most dominant fashion shown by EDG in this series yet, might just be staring down the barrel of a 1-2 series score from EDG going into Game 4.
Xiaoshu doesn't have any flanks to go off of. Realm Wart from Angel is up, so he teleports into mid. He's going to make his way through. JDG need to push through Fog, and the only one who is even relatively tanky enough is this Jax, with just a Trinity Force and some boots. This is a tough ask coming in for JDG.
2 items on On's Varus, 2 items on Angel's Rise. Watch for these 2 to pop off in this fight. Shun is able to try and look for a little bit of poke onto Angel with the Living Shadow and the Shadow Slash. JDG don't necessarily force them off the Otacon yet. They're able to drag it down, 6,000 HP, almost 5k, 4k. It's getting closer to the point. Shun, does he want to tango forward? The Realm Warper is coming in. Oh, it's the flank from ZDZ, and Xiaohao secures the Otacon, and now they can look for the fight. Shun is split off from the rest of his carries. Rest of JDG try to fend for themselves on the right side. Bullet Time rips through the front line, but doesn't do any damage. Pace is forced to flash away. JDG completely collapsed at the Otacon pit, and EDG are there to write down their names on their tombstones.
Oh, let's go, Angel. Flash forward. Let's get a triple kill for him. Oh,
getting the movement speed. There it is. Spell blocks. One more overload. Not in yet. Okay, Pace throws out the Angry Bee, is able to walk out this one alive. But Alk, it is 10-0 for EDG here in Game 3.
And I want to watch this fight back because there were so many crucial small mechanics that we saw throughout that fight. No redemption available for Palkia the entire time, but Dro is sitting on a Mikhail's Crucible that gets absolutely nothing done, maybe minus a 250 HP heal. The Otacon goes over. Look at Shun during this. He uses W. It stops here. What's going on? This is a massive mistake from what is supposed to be a carry for JDG, and then the rest of this fight is a mere formality. They're locking up multiple different members. Shun does no ability, no damage for him to get down onto ZDZ or Xiaohao. Scout tries to find On, doesn't get anything there. There's a barrier. And what did we say coming in from this draft? JDG need to play a strong early game because you get 1 and 2 items on this EDG comp, and they're too tanky at that point. I mean, Rise has almost 3,000 HP, and now he has a Zonias.
Even with something like a Zed jungle that can scale pretty darn well and have massive threat onto a backline carry, your death mark is only going to pop or threaten 1. EDG have like 3 carries, if not 4, considering how well Trundle can be able to just shrug off a lot of the burst damage from JDG in the first exchange of these big spells that JDG have on their side. And now Xiaohao, like you said, he's too tanky. There's too much HP on the side of ZDG's Kennen. They're way too far ahead now with the experience lead. It has been by far the most convincing game we have seen out of this EDG squad, and it's about to put them here on match point.
The 2 roles that we were looking at coming into today, Angel versus Scout, and now where is On versus Paze? Paze, I think, limited in the options that he's had in this game as the Misfortune, but Scout, a complete vanishing moment here in the mid lane. This Aurora, who is typically one of the most impactful champions in the game, has one of the most impactful kits and usually can be a big team fighter. There's no legs to stand on for this composition. Scout yet again now missing versus his mid lane counterpart. And Angel not only leading player gold, but I think his map play and now here on this Rise, he's going to feel rather empowered to simply just walk up to JDG's backline uninhibited.
And Zhuo just might be under fire here, is able to get the Battle Dance over the wall. Something I'm very happy to see now that you mention Angel's performance here. One of the big things I called for, Angel looked way too timid in their Game 1 opener against IG. But this time around, with his advantage, he's been pressing forward. He's been threatening JDG in their backline and using this advantage to give EDG the space necessary to continue pushing for these objectives. Now EDG have for themselves nearly a 8,000 to 9,000 gold advantage right before the Baron spawns.
Will JDG get a kill this game? That is my question, because there's a lot of other things at hand here. We're most likely looking at us going into game number 4 with EDG having a 2-1 start here in the series, but can JDG at least find one? Because it is incredibly demoralizing, and I think a stamp of dominance after what was such a close game 1 and game 2 between these two teams, that they can come out, just outhands their opponents in a lot of situations, and put them on the back burner.
And you know what I think is the biggest reason why it looks so completely stark here in Game 3 versus Games 1 and 2? It's because Pays just doesn't have nowhere near the same agency here on Misfortune that he did on Yunora and Lucian. You have so much more mobility on those two champions, able to try and bait out cooldowns, dash in and out, dodge abilities for yourself. Misfortune, if you try to unload your ultimate, you're a sitting duck.
Clear Love told him, hey man, I need you to play Misfortune. Your team will get everything else done. Your team will set you up. That has been a huge problem.
He lied. Oh my god, the Realm Warp is collapsing onto Shun. The Rune Prison ensures that Shun has nowhere else to go. The jungler for JDG falls once again here in Game 3, and EDG now move to a damning 10,000 gold advantage.
Dude, EDG, they Realm Warp bottom lane, and then they have to immediately take a Jet 2 holiday over to the Baron. Angel's teleporting topside. We're just gonna get this Baron. We got one kill, and now we spent the next 25 seconds moving into the top side. JDG need to make the impossible happen. Dwo is the only one that has the smite up and available, but can he get into this pit? I don't think so.
Palkia and Angel are going to do their due diligence to make sure that no funny business happens from Dwo's Recon trying to steal the Baron away. Palkia unleashes the Magna Storm, and goodbye Dwo! And goodbye any chance for a smite. Hang on, Shun is back up from the grave. 2,600 HP, Xiao Nihao needs to burn it down. Shun tries to flash into the wall. He doesn't even have flash, can't close the distance there. Bullet time, completely irrelevant against Angel's stasis with the Zhonya's Hourglass, and now Pays falls. Scout the only member left surviving on JDG, but he's trying to run for his life, and here comes Xiao Hao. Flash, chomp, good night, Scout. We're going to Game 4. It's match point for EDG.
Palkia gives the one only kill that JDG might find in this game. 13,000 gold is the goal difference. It is only ZDZ and Xiao Hao. On's gonna finally make his way over to this wave, but good job from Dwo. He's pulling this minion wave, maybe stalling, out and they got it in him. Like you said, it is EDG finding an advantage yet again. Rafa, it's happening.
It's happening.
Group Nirvana is finding a best-of-5 series win. They are one game away from proving history and changing it up against Group Ascend.
EDG, in their most convincing victory yet, find absolute dominance against the 6th seed from Group Ascend, proving that EDG are more than just a Group Nirvana team. These guys have what it takes to try and make a run to the World Championship. Now, it's only one more game victory to at least give themselves a chance to get into the regional finals gauntlet at the very least via championship points. Let's actually go ahead and pull up that graphic. I think it'll be a good time to try and illustrate what happens if EDG win this series, where the point totals lie.
Yeah, so for EDG, obviously, as soon as they win here, JDG are locked out of making it into the Worlds qualifier and done for the rest of this year. They would still need to make a pretty convincing run if they want to make it all the way into the regional qualifiers. I'm trying to take a look. The only kind of part of our foldy sheets that have them is they would require NIP to win the next they don't need NIP to win their next series, but there's a lot of really wacky stuff that has to go on. EDG would have to probably finish top 5 if they want a chance, and that one's even really questionable in my mind.
So, I've done the math over on my second monitor before we got into this series. If EDG beat JDG, they guarantee themselves at least 40 points. And if they were to finish at 5th and 6th, as long as Ninjas in Pajamas do not win their series against anyone's legend tomorrow night, EDG will at least have the 6th most championship points. And that should put them, at the very least, in the regional finals gauntlet.
That would be incredibly hype. I think if we could get EDG to Worlds, that'd be nice. If they could have chances at a postseason, it's incredible for this organization. And we got to look at their opponents now, Rafa. JDG, a team that we slotted in very, very early on from a preseason perspective with their roster, even just the main core that hasn't changed, Shun, Scout, and Pays, they should be at the bare minimum looking at a World slot. No, we didn't know if we were going to have 3 or 4 of them coming into this year. Thanks to MSI, obviously. We got to do a little bit more damage at the International coming up soon. But there is a likelihood. And with how they're playing here tonight, we kept hoping. We kept praying. We kept asking, when is JDG going to get it together? Well, now they have to win every game in this series if they want any chance of sniffing a postseason.
Yep. A reverse sweep, well, technically not a reverse sweep, but a comeback from this point to push it to all the way to Game 5 and winning in that final game of the series would at least give JDG not only enough points to contest Ninjas in Pajamas, even if Ninjas in Pajamas made it over anyone's legend to the next round, and it would still be up in the air, but then EDG would not have a chance to go forward for a chance to run to Worlds. And when you consider the caliber and the resume on this roster, you already said it. International appearances was the expectation for this roster at the bare minimum. The fact that it could just all end tonight in a disappointing end, I think that just speaks volumes about this roster and this org.
And we have to start talking about the impact this has on some legacies. I mean, Scout has had a couple years now where he's been decent enough to carry his team to internationals. Maybe not all the pieces around him, but if we're being honest, Scout this year has looked terrible for the pedigree of player. And even if we take away the resume, his play has not been solid. He's looked like a bottom half mid laner almost all year long. And when this team wins, sometimes it comes off the back of him performing, but when we have seen this team lose a large portion of the time, it is Scout. Scout's looking bad. This has not been Xiaoshu's best series by far, so this is probably the worst time that we could get this kind of performance and this level from JDG. They need to be able to lock in. They need to be able to find some manner, some concentration, some kind of way to dig back into this series, rely on that experience from a lot of their players. Otherwise, that's 2025 gone and wasted for them.
Something I'm curious about going into this Game 4 now that JDG's backs are against the wall here. Wink was seen arriving to the studio alongside Jewel. Obviously, they brought Jewel in. I don't know if this is where JDG get desperate and start throwing things against the wall to try and see if bringing back in Wink to try and change things around now that the support engaged pool has been diminished further. Maybe Wink has something up his sleeve that Jewel necessarily can't fall back on that could give the keys for JDG to make at least a push to Game 5.
Wink has been with the team this entire time. He's been in the backstage. He's been helping out with the coaches. I know just seeing all the videos and kind of the pictures that have come out from LPL as well as JDG, he is still with the team. He's not off of the roster. He's just on the bench. So the likelihood that he joins in, I think, is a little, in the air, because if there was a series for them to do that, maybe it's up against BLG earlier on. We're going to see the MVP awarded here in just a moment. I imagine it is either going to be Angel or Xiaohao. It's actually going to be ZDZ. Okay,
I like
his
ZDZ.
first MVP playoff. But a decent performance. And we are on the precipice of history here, Rafa, because the play-ins were one thing. NIP being able to beat up on FPX, I think not unprecedented, but it was the first time we had seen a best-of-5 win from a Group Nirvana team versus Group Ascend. But play-ins are a lot different than the playoffs, and this would be a second win, and one where it is the first time in playoffs history for the LPL, in the short time we've had Group Nirvana and Ascend, that Nirvana ended up taking a win here.
EDG, one game victory away from making history. One game victory away from pushing their chances further into securing a chance to make it to Worlds, either through the regional finals gauntlet, and at the very least, one step closer here in the lower bracket. We'll see if JDG have what it takes to bring us to a Game 5, or if EDG are the ones triumphant at the end of Game 4. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back, gamers. We're getting ready for Game 4 between EDG and JDG. It is match point in favor of Edward Gaming. A win here eliminates JDG from World's contention, and when we look back at the beginning of Split 3, it all comes down back to the story of Palkia first joining this roster after being with the organization for only 30 days before being called up to the main squad.
Something's been going on over there, man. They've got some magic because they started off this year as maybe Group Ascend hopefuls, as a team that could potentially even make a slightly different run throughout the lower bracket, maybe kind of looking at the rest of their roster all throughout 2025. But with the addition of Palkia, I just want to look at some really quick stats right now. Before Palkia joined, this team was 14-18 in game score, 5-4 in series. Palkia joins for split number 3. EDG go to 20-9 and 9-3 in series score. There is a night and day difference with this guy, and part of that is they started winning, so the vibes were good and they can try to find more success. And so, you know, you get that feedback loop of good feedback, good vibes, good games, good vibes, and all of this starts kind of feeding into each other.
The fact that Palkia nearly 10 years ago was watching this squad, EDG, perform at MSI and upsetting SKT.
Clear Love.
He was watching Clear Love, who is now coaching against him on the JDG roster, trying to see if he can salvage this series from ending in despair. Palkia, watching with his dad, said to himself, I want to play on that team one day. 10 years later, he achieves his lifelong dream. He joins the organization on the youth team, gets called up to the Tier 1 squad just in time for Split 3, and he has been the spark that has ignited the fire that has been burning for EDG ever since the Rumble stage here in Split 3.
It'll be tough here for JDG, a team we've had so many expectations for, that we've talked a lot about for what we expect of this team, if they can even reach that bar. And now they're potentially... Last split, it was, wow, they really flamed out of playoffs instantly. A single series loss and then got out in 7th, 8th. Now they're going to be potentially repeating this again after getting reverse swept by BLG. We heard in the interview right beforehand on the Chinese feed about JDG members talking about, hey, we need to kind of clean up our act and just sweep these guys. Well, now they need to be able to kind of lock in and really get that done.
JDG, what is left in the tank here? I'm curious if... I don't see Wink on stage. I still think it's Joel on stage. So there's no support swap. Game 4, JDG trusting in this lineup that they have been with ever since the second half of the Rumble stage here in Split 3. One of the big things you called out going into this Game 4, a lot of the engaged support pool has now been fully taken out. Renata, Poppy, and Nico also banned. So now we're going down the woodworks in terms of what is left for both Palkia and Joel to play here in Game 4.
In the jungle position, especially, the flexes there that I'm looking at is the Maokai, a champion that has been so prevalent in pro play for years now, and potentially could allow for either of these teams to have that flexibility as well as guaranteed engage. Do you like Maokai from the jungle a little bit more? You get access to more gold and experience, where Maokai can be a little frail from the support position, obviously relying on his incredibly broken kit. EDG are going to keep their ban of that Azir and the Kindred, but this does mean that Wukong finally enters into the series here, and he's going to go over to Shun.
No Annie for the guaranteed combo duo that we've seen throughout LPL Split 3, but JDG will have to rely on something else that can pair well with this Wukong so that Shun can get the setup necessary. And because the Rumble has been given up, ZDZ now has a chance to lock this in. We know that Xiaohao has already played a game of Silas jungle. Not sure if he wants to pull the trigger on it just yet, just cycling through some jungle answers here. There's no more heavy meta skirmishers available. Vi is still on the table, but EDG are going to hold their cards for now.
The Jhin lock-in does give them a ton of range. Equalizer lets them be able to reach out versus their opponents. Deadly Flourish plus the Curtain Call means that EDG can very easily pick off one or two members when maybe JDG are not expecting it, or if they think they have numbers. a very tanky top side of the map here, one that is entirely predicated on team fighting. Galio, Ornn, Wukong. How are you going to be able to bust through that when you have a Jhin on your team will be a very interesting question now, as expecting that this Galio is kind of blind in mid lane. Interesting draft strategy from JDG when you don't exactly know what the mid lane is going to have.
It's a massive frontline set up for JDG, and EDG are going to slam the Naafiri into it. I'm not going to lie, Alk. This is a very potent, tanky frontline that JDG have for themselves, and Jhin and Naafiri are not necessarily champions known for tank busting.
That's true, but Naafiri's build right now is pretty interesting, I would say. The Black Cleaver, getting all of those Dark and Dagger procs,
she can get
with
the
Spear
armor
of Shojin,
shred.
can make it very difficult, and does mean that the armor that a Galio is going to have isn't going to be as useful. Into Wukong especially, I think some of the dueling power is also going to be limited there. So we'll see what EDG can do with this draft. Getting rid of those hyper carries that we had noted. Again, Renata was a big focus in the early portion of the draft, but now they're getting rid of Zeri. There is still things like the Senna that we haven't seen throughout this draft already. Maybe they get rid of the Jinx. We see that now reflected.
They are really diminishing what Paze can have left in his pool here. As you called out, no Zeri, no Jinx, no hyper carries. At least 2 of them taken off the table. We'll see if Paze can dig deep into something else against this composition that EDG have in their sights. Bard taken off the table. So now Palkia, I think he will be going to a new support champion for the first time this split. Because every other champion is gone. They're going to save it to the very end.
Do not pick this. If we're going for a champion that we've seen from Angel, I think Vladimir was fine. Into the Galio, though, I'm a little worried. We talk about damage, and there was not enough frontline coming in from EDG. Honestly, this could just straight up be whatever AD carry and then pair it with a Bard. Bard gets a lot of value versus these immobile, flashless carries over on EDG.
The Bard, not going to be available, though,
as
they banned it on the... JDG, what is the support pickup? It's a Caitlyn here. They have plenty of frontline, so they can give an enchanter or even a mage to Dwell to back up some extra damage. Elise Caitlyn, Lux Caitlyn, some long-range setup. Karma would at least give extra shielding to make this frontline even more unkillable. What is Palkia going to pull out to tie this composition together? Because you already mentioned it, there is a lack of enough damage here from the side of EDG into this very tanky front line. Is Elise really the answer here for Palkia?
There is a lack of... Here's the thing, though, Rafa, because I see this composition from JDG, and I'm worried that even if they get to a mid portion of the game, I think Karma interacts with this team incredibly well. You get Moonstone on this champion, you get Redemption as well. Who is killing this front line from this team? I think Wukong can be a danger in this game. The amount of knockouts that he's going to be able to provide. A dangerous bottom lane provided here. One where we're going to have to see if they can catch out this bottom lane. It won't be in the laning phase. It's going to be after Angel hits level 6. We need to see this Twisted Fate get off and find good roams, find good timings on side lanes.
If you're a JDG fan, I think you're a big fan of this composition as long as JDG do not give over massive advantages to EDG, because their composition is trying to steamroll you in the first 15 minutes of the game. And the fact that JDG have a little bit of early agency and buffering with this Caitlyn Karma lane gives them at least one lane that Shun can play around so that he is not pushed in and invaded on by Xiaohao's Naafiri. But if for some reason EDG are able to replicate the early dominance they had in Game 3, this composition could completely run over JDG.
I do want to push back on that a little bit, Rafa. I don't think EDG are going to try to snowball over you in the laning phase. This is a composition that I think requires a lot of finesse coming in from Edward Gaming.
Sure.
And for EDG, I would actually like to see if they can push an early game lead, because you're going to have Ornn into Rumble, you're going to have this Galio very early on, even before the waves. I think Scout should be able to hold himself in the lane. I actually expect that JDG should be the composition that is really looking to either get grubs, get dragons early, so that they have something they can fall back on, because side laning is incredibly difficult for them.
Here we go. It's time to hit Summoner's Rift. Maybe for the last time between EDG and JDG in Game 4.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Probably just going to lose a little bit of HP here. Can also just find a recall if he really wants it. Not all that much doing. There's also a spell book here for Angel. See, finally we're seeing a difference in our supports.
Scout?
Scout, don't do this to me. Do not do this to me.
He's got Pays and Joel here to back him up, so he doesn't have to burn a Summoner spell early on, but he does lose a significant amount of HP. He will be forced to recall and walk back to lane.
Oh, no. He canceled his recall. He'll walk back in. He has HP. He can play with it. It is into a Twisted Fate early. So Twisted Fate, more than likely, it's just red cards. You're throwing out your Qs, and then you're clearing the minion wave. He's already doing that now here. I need to see JDG get early dragons. Let's try to get this Caitlyn Karma around the map and let Pays carry.
This is what the Caitlyn Karma lane is for. They notice how little agency Pays had in that Misfortune game. Not necessarily a super mobile and agile marksman, but does have at least one escape tool in that Piltover Caliber net. Palkia already trying to tango with Joel early on in the laning phase. Remember, this is level 1 elites with Cocoon, so not a lot of raw power, just CC. And it's already a trade of Summoner spells between Joel and On.
Junglers are on opposite sides, and they know that Wukong is on the bottom side from EDG. Xiaohao got an early ward onto that blue side. Getting a lot of brand new champions here. Angel yet to play the Twisted Fate. Xiaohao not yet to play the Neferi this split. And Palkia as well. We talked about it. There's a lot of champion bans and a lot of focus on the support pools between these two teams. And so Shun gonna do 3 camps. Is he gonna go for an early invade? He has priority from this Caitlyn Karma. Imagine that Duo's gonna duck into bottom side jungle and see what if they can see any kind of a pressure that they can put down on the Neferi.
The Fury early on, now after the nerfs, is nowhere near as strong as she used to be. So Shun, knowing this, is going to go for the invade. I think he found the smite.
Yeah.
He stole away the big monster away from Xiaohao. So now, decent experience advantage. And with the push from Pays and Joel here in the bottom lane, Xiaohao cannot get into his bottom camps.
On and Palkia are going to drop this next wave because it meets in the middle. This is just to protect their jungle, but I think Palkia, being already half HP and no heal available for On, makes this a bit tougher of an ask. Good damage coming in from Scout in the mid lane. Traps Angel underneath.
Scout making good use of that Scorch rune that he took in this setup, trying to contest Angel on the mid lane. Oh, the Cocoon. Does it quite land? Palkia getting aggressive. The Ignite is thrown out as Palkia also burns his Flash Summoner spell. Decent trade back from Joel with the Empowered Q. Forces EDG out, and not just Xiaohao, but both of the bottom laners here. Oh, Flash!
What the hell?
What the? What is happening?
On? We're okay. I don't know what's happening anymore, Rafa. This game is getting wild. This game is getting a little crazy, and honestly, it's getting a little messy here. Angel has dropped the wave.
Cocoon!
We're going to continue.
Electrocute! That forces the flash out of Shun's Wukong. Scout catches Angels here on the left side, but Palkia's trying to look for the collapse. Flash from Scout. They find first blood. Pays is able to pick one up, a 2 onto EDG's bot laner. It's just pandemonium and absolute chaos. Pays completes the feat of warfare for JDG here in Game 4, and Xiaohao is on the run. Shun is still alive. JDG able to push EDG to the brink and find success in the first 4 minutes.
And Angel's going to teleport back, but guess what? He's on a trap, so there's nothing for him to play for in this instant. Pays is going to grab this mid lane wave. Scout is going to teleport down bottom lane, and we're already getting a rotation, a swap here. Coming on through. Angel can get a large portion of this gold. Does Xiaohao end up stealing this? Yes, he gets the Raptors back. He's going to fight because he knows their bottom lane can't answer anymore. Gold now going over to EDG. Can he actually invade for topside camps? I mean, ZDZ could stay. Probably just needs to get a reset in. They're going to move Palkia in, and we need to invade this jungle. I don't even care about this. I don't want to see this again. I really don't want to see this on engage.
Give me the picture, please.
Oh my god, this is such an extended trade. There's a lot of gold and experience missed here. Pays goes to the bottom side to answer, at least get some of that for himself. There's no one else to follow up. This is incredibly messy here from EDG. I feel like maybe Angel, there's not many ways that he can flash, but Scout ends up trading for him as well, and I think that does end up kind of going in favor of JDG early on.
FaZe just really pushing himself here to put JDG on his back. There was a big investment into this Caitlyn Karma's lane setup. He had the lane dominance on lock against On and Palkia early on, and that dominance gave JDG the tools necessary to continue that extended invade. It got very messy, but in the end, FaZe reaps the rewards. 2 early kills and tier 2 boots acquired with these Berserker Greaves.
Xiaohao didn't even steal any camps, man. That was all topside taken there by Shun. He's pretty far ahead. Xiaohao will have his respawn Wolves and Gromp, but nothing else for him to take. It's a pickaxe and a long sword compared to Phage and Dagger. Shun's also a lot closer to level 5 here, and that means that we might get a very weird grub fight here, because Xiaohao's nowhere near hitting level 6 soon. So, do EDG even try to fight for it? You would like to not give the Caitlyn team a bunch of grubs, but I don't know if you have an option to with how powerful some of these ultimates from JDG are.
Duo finds the tether onto Palkia, roots him down. Trap combo laid in for FaZe, and Palkia is forced to use the repel, but he's got no enemy minions to repel to on his side of the map, so Palkia surely will go down unless Xiaohao can bail him out here. Shun needs to close the distance. A hero's entrance is forced out of Scout to join the fray. On is threatened and is sacrificed for EDG's sins, as they are not able to find any trade back.
What is my AD carry doing, man? Like, FaZe is... If FaZe loses this series, this is going to be the biggest AD carry diff of all time. Like, FaZe has played all 4 of these games so much better than his opponent, I think, on average. And On gets bailed out by the rest of his team playing a lot better than their counterparts. This time around, FaZe is 3-0. FaZe gets alone time once he finishes his recall. Does he move towards the top side to contest for these objectives? There is no ultimates now available for Scout, but I imagine when Shun finishes his camps, whether it's the Raptors going into Wolves, I think JDG still need to be able to fight for these grubs. They are so much stronger than their opponents.
Considering all the chaos that has happened in the first 7 minutes of the game here, Dimitri, JDG are only up 500 gold. And the majority of that advantage is from FaZe's Caitlyn. So as long as he is able to maintain the makings of this snowball and leverage it into a greater advantage, JDG can do absolutely what you called for and what we're hoping for from this JDG squad. Just steamroll the early laning phase before EDG are able to come online with those mid-game spikes that a majority of these champions can boast.
Rumble can't be here. This is them trading this objective. It's mostly just to get Angel a wave and for On to maybe catch mid. Heroic Entrance is not available for Scout, but he should be able to muscle his way through mid. He's only walking now, but they're late.
On, not able to flash away from the call. The Forge God finally flashes away from the Justice Punch, is still alive for now. Angel gives vision of all members of JDG, but Scout is buying space with the taunt. Xiaoshu trying to flash after On, but he's got him trapped into the wall of that Raptor pit. Xiaohao trying to send it on to Scout, looks for a trade back and saves his mid laner from certain death. EDG able to get at least one in response to both Palkia and On dropping in the fight.
It's going to be 3 grubs going over to JDG. What a sloppy fight, and one where EDG, why are we fighting this yet again? We know that ZDZ's bottom side. He's going to be late to this objective. At least Edward Gaming get the dragon, because that is one way you lose the game, is giving over multiple dragons to this JDG composition. And On cannot be there in this fight, loses his flash, and then still ends up dying. He's going to be getting closer to level 6 here. Maybe there's some time here for ZDZ to push in a wave, but with Caitlyn and Karma coming, there's no way for them to play. I mean, this is just too early. Too early coming in from On and Palkia. Palkia misses the cocoon, so there's no ability for the rest of this team to play. Even with the gold card from Angel, there's just way too much damage. You see that Shun on the top side of this map even taking down the Elise. I've got to say, Rafa, this is not the cleanliness that we expect from EDG, but remember when we were talking about if EDG don't get a simple composition to play through, what does this team actually look like? I think they got away with having very simple drafts back in the regular season in Group Nirvana.
And now we're starting to see the answer to that concern for EDG coming into a Game 4 scenario where you called out very early on, back in Game 1 draft. Once these engage supports start diminishing in the pool throughout this best of 5, what does Palkia have left that we have not seen yet? This is his first Elise support of the entire split, and while he has impressed us with dazzling and bold plays being our rookie of the split here in split 3 of 2025, this has not been a strong look for him so far.
He's going to have to flash Cocoon and find Caitlyn behind her Galio and her Ornn. Not even including the Karma Shields that are going to come on through with Redemption. It's a tough game if you're Palkia, and a tough game to start here for EDG. Still only down 300 gold, so as much as we've been ramping and raving about JDG and their aggressive tendencies so far, some of these CS advantages that their opponents are finding for EDG are keeping them relevant in this game, which is the bare minimum that we should be expecting.
Yeah. ZDZ, I think it's fair to say that he has gotten the better of Xiaoshu overall in, at least on average per game performance. It's definitely not been Xiaoshu's greatest series, even though he has been a constant light for JDG throughout Split 3. Even Angel has been able to get the better since Scout has dropped so much resources just to bail JDG out and ensure that they are winning a majority of these early skirmishes. We don't have another objective for at least a couple minutes, as the second dragon of the game is spawning 2 minutes and 35 seconds time. Rift Herald spawning in 3 minutes. We're seeing some first item completions here on both sides of Summoner's Rift.
Xiaoshu even gets a Kanik Rooker. That's massive here. And with 3 grubs, Caitlyn Karma is ripping this apart.
They're just looking for Palkia, trying to bully out the rookie, and EDG are trying to flee the scene of the crime, but On is caught in the crossfire, and JDG continue to extend their lead on the top side of the map.
Just take the first turret. Let's call it a day. Let's get ourselves feats of strength here. Trinity Force, Wukong, and a fed Caitlyn. That sounds like a dream date to me. Gallo's going to get this teleport to just defend the mid-wave. JDG are now snowballing, compounding these advantages here. They're going to walk into the next few minutes with a huge advantage now. Caitlyn should recall, finish her first item. That's Collector done for Paige.
Oh,
a McHale's Rush here for Jwo, so maybe it's not Redemption, but you're getting a lot of value, and any lockdown that EDG were going to look towards, not possible anymore.
JDG recognizing ever since Game 3 that all of their eggs are in the Paige carry basket here, trying to give him the keys to the kingdom and give him every single tool possible to stay alive. One cleanse is not enough against the multiple stuns that EDG have between the Cocoon and the gold card from Angel's Twisted Fate. Now that they have 2 cleanses, Paige should feel empowered to just rip apart EDG in these upcoming fights.
And for the narrative of the series, for Paige to do it on Caitlyn, the champion that he ended up losing to Elk on in Game 5 of their upper bracket, to pull it out here, I would say is quite a nice bow if they are to bring us to Game 5 in this series. Show us that they can go the distance. It's going to be a little worrisome in the end of things, going the distance versus Group Nirvana, but you're going to have to just take your wins as you need them, and maybe these are learning, you know, the learning growths that we need to see from JDG if they're going to make a run in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Paige didn't really have much room to play with in that Game 3 stomp by EDG, but this time around they have played extremely to the ideals of Paige in the first 14 minutes of this game. They gave him a lot of turret plate gold, what was just a few hundred gold, now nearly above 1,000 just for Paige's Caitlyn. Xiaoshu in trouble. Angel popping the Destiny just to make sure that he can join the fray. That's a guaranteed kill and I believe a shutdown going over to Xiao Hao's pockets here on the Neferi. The second dragon spawns, and with EDG all up on the top side of the map, I imagine JDG should be able to rip this dragon for free.
They're going to get a dragon. Scout, not on this wave, but maybe the next can get himself a turret. 3 grubs is a hell of a drug. JDG, like you said, moves straight into the dragon, so Shun's going to start this one up. It'll be that going over to their opponents. ZDZ is going to get some alone time, but Xiaoshu can respond with a teleport. And depending on how these lane assignments look for EDG once they take their recalls and spend some gold, are we going to get a contest on the Herald that spawns in 10? Because there are some buttons that are going to be coming up for JDG in a moment here with Heroic Entrance and the Ace in the hole for JDG.
Still a 2,000 gold advantage for JDG. You can see it reflected here mostly in Paige, a little bit in Shun's pockets as well. EDG have the Rod of Ages stacking here for Angel's Twisted Fate, but it's still going to be another 7 minutes before it is fully completed. I think EDG are wise enough to not risk further snowballing the game in favor of JDG on this Rift Herald, so they are just gifting over the objective for now and praying that they can have the macro decisiveness later on to contest JDG.
We'll have the Herald to be able to play with for the Dragon that spawns in 4. Otacon obviously spawns in that same amount of time, so maybe a play there. Shun's going to recall, get closer to his second item, and also be very close to level 10. But right now it is looking at how EDG can move themselves around the map. They push this bottom lane wave, go through Fog of War. Maybe they look for something in mid, but there's a ward as they enter this brush. Ghost and Flash available for Angel. Flash and Ignite available for Palkia if he really wants to look. Xiaoshu is just going to reinforce the mid lane. We're going to have everybody sitting around this lane right now.
EDG trying to take out the vision control from EDG's river entrance here on the blue side quadrant. Flash from Palkia looking for Scout, but that's a Galio. That's not the target that you want to see. Curtain call from on downtown. Finds some decent damage on the Scout, but not enough to make a good trade. Palkia is dropped, and now the Call of the Forge God forces ZDZ's Flash out. EDG now down summoner spells on multiple carries.
Herald is going to be spawned. Heroic Entrance is still ready for Scout to call. Mid turret is going to fall, even with a not. They don't even need the Demolish proc at this point. EDG are getting bullied around the map. Palkia tries to find something, but Galio is way too tanky. So, cool, you lost your Flash. I think if the biggest win for EDG's side is Shun doesn't have his summoner spell anymore, but you lost a lot for that trade, and that's a lot of really important gold now going into JDG.
Gold lead starting to balloon further for JDG. EDG are trying to make it competitive as much as possible. Angel might have a chance to push for the tier 1 turret, but Shun is on the top side of the map. Xiaoshu is walking forward just to make sure that it doesn't go down on this wave. Angel gets some decent damage. I don't think he's going to have enough time.
We're getting a replay. We get to see this again. I want to see what exactly the theory was for Palkia. Is he looking for a Drow here? Maybe they think they can find Shun?
Oh, he was looking for Shun.
Yeah, even if they are able to make that happen. Remember what we were talking about from draft for EDG is that they have a lot of reach. Flash is obviously one way you can do it, but Deadly Flourish plus Equalizer combo is another way that they can get around a lot of that front line and bypass that for themselves. So seeing that they can make that play, I think it's fine. The execution obviously backfires there in favor of JDG. And they're going to continue to just keep on muscling their way through mid lane. They don't even have to go for the turret. They can take this, connect with Scout on the bottom side of the map, and put all this vision down in anticipation for the Dragon that spawns soon.
At the very least, it does pull the respect of Shun forcing his own Flash on the Wukong. I mean, look at this. Pays feels so bold that he can just E over the wall into Fog and just tango with EDG support. Equalizer's gonna cut off their retreat here. Pays has Flash and Cleanse available. Good shield from Zhuo's Karma. Heroic Entrance will stall for time on this fight. Xiaoshu now looking for the re-engage of the Call of the Forge God. Angel's on the left flank trying to see if he can look into the backline, but Pays blows up ZDZ before Angel can get into the skirmish. A massive knockup from Xiaoshu forces Xiaohao to flash away to safety, and Angel was trying to find that flank the whole time but couldn't get in there.
They were just getting marked on every single part of the play. It's some pretty important buttons now gone from JDG. The Dragon spawns in 30, and probably just going to try to use this to move in, push some waves, get your resets in. It is Pays who still has both of his summoner spells, finishes himself the rapid fire cannon, even gets himself the gunmetal grease, those tier 3 boots online for this Caitlyn. Take a look back at this fight. It is Angel. He gets immediately put down with a Farsight alteration. And while the TP I think is fine, there's just too much HP from this JDG composition. We were saying that while JDG do need an early game lead, I think to make sure that this Caitlyn is going to be able to deal and get in front of EDG, the amount of HP and amount of resistances that are available to Scout and Xiaoshu, very difficult to deal with, especially with ongoing for a lethality build. I think he recognizes that the enemy team is not building a ton of armor. Also, Xiaohao does have Black Cleaver, so there's some pretty neat interactions between jungle and AD here. It's a matter of whether or not they can actually get that damage, and if they survive long enough in these fights.
Not only it will help at least try and burst down the tanks once they are low enough, thanks to the fourth bullet execution. But at least gives On some competitive damage against someone like Pays and Zhuo, who are not going to have armor for themselves. So even though he is significantly behind in gold, I don't dislike it. I think it's the right call for On, just to try and have as much damage as possible, even if you are behind. But now JDG have position on this Otacon, and they're going to start it up.
Single blue ward spots it out 11,000 HP. Galio has ult in 4, so he can show on this mid wave. It is getting lower and lower, and look at the trap line. It's impossible for Xiaohao to move on forward. Angel's getting interrupted.
Yeah, he got interrupted on the Destiny, was unable to port away from Scout, who now has him locked down. ZDZ now trying to collapse onto Xiaoshu, who is looking for On onto the top side play. Scout is preventing Angel from being able to join up his team, and On is isolated from the rest of EDG, and now Scout has the opportunity to collapse in first before Angel. He's calling for his team to just drop as little sacrifices as possible. He's going for the mid-tier 1, but Xiaohao can now duel Scout. I don't know if he'll have enough chance or enough time to at least get a kill trade back, but Scout does his job, prevents EDG from contesting JDG on the Otacon, and at the very least EDG get a turret for themselves, but that's the big objective in the hands of JDG.
2 kills, a lot of summoner spells, and a fair amount of interruption there from JDG. Gets themselves the objective. Galio's going to TP and try to be a nuisance here. I think Xiaohao should be able to handle him, especially with the smite that he has access to. No teleports anywhere else from across the map. Scout is mostly just being a nuisance here. And we'll be able to pick up this bottom lane wave. JDG are starting to mount a pretty sizable lead here in this game. Take a look at what happened to Angel. Gold card buffered there. Really well played, and a last minute taunt stops the 2 mid laners from joining into this fight. With the Otacon going over, it's so tough for Jhin early on 1.5 items to deal with an Ornn. Loses his flash, loses his heal, loses his life, and EDG are losing out on the rest of this map. The only thing that's really going for them is their 2 dragons, but it is so far away from a potential soul that it is unrealistic to believe that they have much say in this game.
Yeah, at this point, EDG's bot lane has been completely out of the game for quite some time and are building pure damage because that's the only thing that will allow them to still be a threat. ZDZ push for the top tier 1, knows that his life is forfeit, at least guarantees EDG get some global gold back into their pockets, but that is now JDG with a 5-man advantage on the map for the next 35 seconds.
I want this banner on the left to go away because I really want to see where Ornn is on the experience right now, because if Angel's level 16 and they have an Otacon on their team, level 14 now, so we're going to see some masterwork items start to come on through. Everybody at home, please put your most valuable item in the first slot. If I am Pays, I'm waiting for my Infinity Edge. I'm putting that in the first slot, and I'm getting that upgraded immediately for Xiaoshu. They're going to get themselves a mid lane tier 1, or tier 2, and Scout is in the wings waiting right below them.
Xun and Pays have remained deathless so far, and that's why they have the big objective bounties on their heads right now. Zhuo also deathless, but not the valuable target.
He's Karma,
that EDG
bro. We don't
might
care.
want
We don't care if
Yep.
he's deathless. He's 0.
Exactly.
He's playing Karma.
That's why he doesn't have an objective bounty. But EDG can keep that in mind. If they're able to find a pick, it's going to be difficult, though. Mercury Treads was already completed by Xun quite some time ago, so the tenacity resisting the ability for EDG to find a layering of single target CC.
This could be a pick.
Xiaoshu forced to flash away. Flash gold card from Angel. Good buffer by the Bellows Breath, but I don't think it matters. Xiaoshu is still locked down and not close enough to the rest of his team. Call of the Forge God interrupted as JDG sends Scout to try and bail out his top laner, but the rest of EDG are piling on in. They're committing. That's the equalizer. It cuts off Pays for the rest of the team. He's isolated. If EDG find Pays here, it could be big. Scout gets dropped. Xiaohao sends it, is able to use the Eviscerate to get back over the wall to safety. EDG, for the first time this game, have a numbers advantage on the map.
That was exactly the fight that they needed to take. Oh, does it execute? No. It allows for Palkia to recall. And Baron is now on the table. 20 seconds before Xiaoshu is up. 25 before Scout can join in. He has no teleport. They do not have enough HP versus his Caitlyn. We need to get back into our lanes, back into position. That is exactly the pick that EDG want to have if they have any chance of being relevant in this game. Number 4.
The fact that EDG solo laners are still giving an avenue, a window to come back into this game, pouncing on Xiaoshu on this top side and punishing Scout for over-investing into trying to bail out his top laner here.
I mean, this is the reach that we were talking about, right? If you show up on a halfway and a minion lane wave, well then guess what? We're just going to be able to show up with both ZDZ and our Jhin from the other side of the Rift right now. So this is a good execution of what this EDG composition wanted to do. The early game was incredibly sloppy, but this is what they need to be able to get down in the mid game if they want to be able to fight back. Now the gold is 2,000, still in favor of JDG, and those shutdowns on Xun and Pays are what EDG are going to have to look for if they want to fight back here. We're going to see more items being completed. Xiaoshu should have now, he's still level 14. If he can get, I think maybe 1 or 2 more mid lane waves, he gets level 15, he can award another Masterwork item. It's going to be a collector now, finished for the Masterwork anyway, for Pays.
The fact that Pays opted in for the rapid fire cannon second gave him the extra safety to protect this objective bounty on his head, but it definitely meant that he took a pit stop in terms of meaningful damage to try and threaten EDG when they were making these plays in the mid game. Once he gets the Infinity Edge, he's going to be dealing a lot of pain to EDG's individual members here as Dwo and the rest of JDG trying to empower Pays to siege up this tier 2 tower.
Can we just talk about the fact that EDG were the ones that lost the Otacon, and yet they're even in experience almost across the board? Angel gets the cheat because he has a Rod of Ages right now. Dragon spawns now. If Angel has Teleport, Ult, and Ghost, they should be looking for it. They're trying to run around. There's an RFC available for Angel. He does a hell of a lot of damage here. Equalizer can help them buy at least time for 1 more minion wave.
Scout looking for the collapse. Call of the Forge God is called by Xiaoshu, finds knockup onto On, but no one from JDG can get in range to collapse. They get the tier 2 turret for their troubles, and the rest of EDG hold the line here, not allowing the rest of JDG to step up. Pace takes a lot of damage. The curtain call is blocked by Xiaoshu on the way out. No way for EDG to meaningfully punish here, as Pays will take a recall.
Angel's gonna recall. Does he teleport immediately? No. Still has that ultimate in Destiny. Pays and Dwo are gonna have to walk all the way back over to this play right now. And there's not enough buttons, I think, from EDG to play for the dragon. So JDG will get the 4th dragon of the game. It'll be their 2nd on their side. See that On and Palkia are gonna reset. It's just gonna be EDG right now, focusing on gold. Let's get some of these jungle camps that we've been denied for Xiaohao.
JDG are definitely being pushed to the limits here, even though they had such a strong early game advantage. You can see remnants of what happened in game 2, how strong EDG were able to hold the line and raise their defenses against JDG and really making them sweat to try and close out that game. I feel like we're going to get something similar here in game 4.
One can hope. I know you're a big EDG fan. It would be an incredible story to see EDG find a best of 5 win versus yet another Group Ascend team. But JDG, they do not want to go out. They do not want to lose any chance of making an international this year here in this series.
And there's also something to root for in JDG, which is why it is so anxiety-inducing for me to cast this series, because ever since the beginning, I've been championing this roster of discarded kings who have been dropped by former orgs and former teams that they were finding success on in the past, trying to come together and make the remnants of, on paper, should be a super team, but have obviously struggled throughout the 2025 season. They're trying to make a comeback now and push EDG to a game 5 to keep their chances for a Worlds run still alive for JDG.
Scout has to pick up a top lane wave. JDG immediately get control through mid. Angel's in a weird spot right now. He does have flash. There's a teleport behind.
They're looking for On, maybe. Call of the Forge God goes wide. Angel gives them vision with Destiny. Xiaohao able to distance himself away with the E. On stuns of Scout in the front line. Now he's looking to turn around with the curtain call. Equalizer over the top. Pays is forced to E backwards. That's a lot of damage. Redemption Angel's flanking onto the back line, at least threatening. Scout tries to step forward, gets caught by the deadly flourish. EDG are playing with range and trying to bait out cooldowns from the side of JDG, but the patience might be rewarded here. Xiaoshu taking up a lot of damage. Palkia goes in, forced to repel away. Xun already burned the Cyclone, but doesn't find a knockup onto anyone. Big knockup there onto Angel. He's forced to flash away. Taunt from Scout. Gets the cleanse out of Angel. The rest of EDG crowding around onto the bottom side of the map. There's a lot of fighting from EDG, but they're holding the line. And JDG can't find a way to get the advantage that they want in this game. ZDZ now finally isolated. Angel still holding the line with the side of EDG, but there's no Dragon to play for on the bottom side. They're just trying to use range. Palkia gets popped by Shun on, isolated now. There's no way out for him. Shun should be able to have one more gap closer left in the tank. It's the ace in the hole that damages On's health bar. Shun just needs one more Nimbus strike to send On back to the fountain. JDG prevail and win the fight.
Can Xiaohao live long enough? Oh, he's just dead. That's another auto attack. That's Pays moving forward, and that's Pays finding the jungler of EDG. It won't be enough for them to end the game, but maybe they can get some waves push and get ready for the Dragon in 2 minutes time. EDG, they try to push and pull away at JDG's front line, but so much HP and not enough damage from Edward Gaming. Maybe it's enough for them to start up this Baron. I think this Guardian Angel from Shun is doing overtime for this player.
He hasn't even popped it yet, and Pays has only burned a cleanse in that fight.
Yep.
He still has his Flash Summoner spell. They still have a Mikhails from Droll. So now JDG can coordinate and ensure that Pays is kept alive in the next fight.
So tough to kind of squeeze out when they have all of these actives, and Redemption especially is such a disgusting support item right now. Being able to revitalize your team, give yourself multiple thousands of HP back in a fight, as well as damage versus the enemy team. JDG now get the Baron. They now move into top side. Maybe they try to look at Angel, but he has a lot of MS. He has teleport and barrier available to himself now. Not enough to play for, but a lot of gold and a lot of resources being taken away from EDG.
The 6,000 gold advantage in favor of JDG now here at the 32-minute mark. Dragons are even. The Grubs and the Otacon on their side have at least given them enough of an advantage to try and contest EDG as they push to try and siege through the inhibitor towers.
Oh, I feel bad for Palkia. He got blocked by a Void Might there. Uses Proto Belt, try to look for something. This might be the last bit that we see from EDG here in this game number 4. Palkia gets chunked out. Pays is fearless on this Caitlyn. The range at which he can interact with his opponents, unmatched, unrivaled. And now JDG completely assaulting the base.
That rapid fire cannon empowered headshot just takes out nearly a third, almost a half of ZDZ's health bar. And the rest of JDG pulls, Pays, gets caught there by Cocoon, but he's able to dash back away to the redemption there. Keeps his health bar topped off. Xiaohao, of course, to use the call of the pack from the invulnerability. Once again, Pays completely remains fearless as he steps up and threatens EDG with the power of this rapid fire cannon, still with a flash in his inventory, in his arsenal to use, as he eases forward, continuing to choke out members of EDG. On is forced to go back to the base.
On is dead. On is just gonna die to an No!
No, they don't send the call. The Forge God on top of the current call. They just don't care. They just do not care that On can put out any damage. Heroic entrance gives the space necessary for Pays to thrive. Nexus towers die, and EDG don't have any health left in the tank here. JDG pull through. We're going to game 5.
And in the most dominant game to match game number 3, JDG, they're going to send us the distance. They're going to keep our hopes alive at a potential Worlds run for both of these teams. Goddamn, for all those, let's just get the predictions up just real quick.
Yep.
So many people thought this was going to go to 5. Even us, even with our 3-0 predictions, we knew that this series had the potential to go the distance here. And now, on either side, one final game to decide whose 2025 is going to end here in September.
It either now ends in a 3-2 victory for EDG or a 3-2 victory from JDG. I can't say I'm surprised, but when you look at how close some of the early games were from both teams, where JDG had a significant advantage in game 1, and then it was thrown away, and it ends up in an EDG victory. Think about how different the series could have been if JDG had been able to win that game. The series would have been over. The nightmare would have been over. The pressure would have been off the shoulders of JDG members. Same story for EDG. You called it. You set it up at the end of game 3. Imagine they don't let the Otacon go to JDG for free in game 2. Could have been a 3-0 for EDG. We are now pushed to the limit here, Alec. Both teams having the go to distance here in Game 5.
Important one. You mentioned about how this JDG roster has suffered through so many hardships. The breakdowns of communication, we see them in playoffs, crash and burn kind of runs throughout the regular season. Massive changes. I mean, you've had 2 coaching staff changes throughout the year, losing CV Max in the middle of Split 2, then moving over to Clear Love, who kind of looked like he was all over the place, especially early on in the Split 3. You had 3 separate supports walk through these doors. There is a lot of hurdles that this team has had to jump through. It's been a tough year from JDG, not from a fan perspective, but also from a team perspective. And to potentially lose out to a Group Nirvana roster, and now you're struggling here. You struggled versus BLG. You're now struggling versus EDG. These discarded Kings could very easily find their 2025 ending about the same way that it did just last Split.
They at least keep the hopes alive here, not going down yet here in the lower bracket. As you call back to Split 2, it was a very unexpected and disappointing end to their Split 2 playoffs run after having, for the most part, a very competitive Split 2 Rumble stage. Yes, we saw early warning signs of Scout being inconsistent over the course of the stage, but Pays was by far the best AD carry, at least performance-wise, in Split 2 for LPL during the regular season. Shun was contesting one of the top-performing jungler spots for All-Pro in Split 2. And JDG still trying to lean back on those strengths here in Game 4. We called it out before when we saw the draft. All the eggs were in the Pays basket to get that advantage early, and the super chaotic, very messy invade extended play we saw from both teams ended up, rightfully so, in JDG's advantage. And they were able to persist and push through. There is definitely concerns where in scenarios where we thought JDG have not been able to close out games cleanly. It has bitten them in the past, even in this series alone, but they are able to endure enough, and it's all on Pays. Acting fearless, playing boldly on the front lines, dashing forward with a Caitlyn in the face of EDG, and not one time he goes down.
I love this bot lane pair. I think the draft ended up working for this team. Obviously, the level of play that we've seen from Pays. 4 games now, I think, regardless of the result, Pays has gotten the better of On so far, and that is going to continue to be a running line here in this series. Whether or not they can kind of neutralize the matchup, I think Jhin, in theory, is really good at being able to do that versus your counterpart. But we're seeing time and time again that JDG can rely on their AD carry. I don't know that EDG can say the same. And if we're getting even matchups where we're getting Ornn into Rumble, we're getting similar matchups like Galio, you don't have to be able to outplay your opponents. All you have to do is just be relevant in team fights. Yes, there were a couple of mistakes. I think Xiaosu getting caught gave EDG angles back into this game, but the resiliency and I think the usefulness, the utility that you get from these champions proved overbearing for EDG.
I'm so nervous for this Game 5, Alk, because I know that no matter which team ends in triumph, there's going to be heartbreak on the other end of it. And honestly, it is devastating to have to say goodbye to one of these two teams. For JDG, a roster that has had so much individual success in prior years on different teams, struggling to get it together. They're able to push through a Game 5, but on the other side, EDG is a team that sparked a fire with Polka coming in, the breakout rookie of the split, trying to revitalize a flame that has not burned for EDG in quite some time. If they lose this series, their Worlds run ends here as well.
Easy MVP vote for Pays. I think we're all
Absolutely.
in agreement with that. We gave that one pretty early on into this game. Coming into the next game, everybody at home, get excited. We got Silver Scrapes. We've got Game 5. And most importantly, all supports are off the table at this point. No mids. are going to be as clean? Are we going to get more Nico permabans? Is Azir going to stay on the table? Where is Poppy here in this series? A lot to be decided in one final draft tonight.
Like Alex said, we wouldn't expect any other player to get the MVP for this game 4. Pays. Perfect score, 9-0-6 on the Caitlyn. Producer Kai, let's roll it on through. Let's get Silver Scrapes running. It's time to see how this story ends. We'll see you on the other side for Game 5. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for Game 5 between JDG and EDG. This is it, Alk. The moment has arrived. Both teams have pushed each other to the very brink. There are no more second chances in this series. One team at the end of this game will be eliminated from Worlds contention at the end here in Game 5.
One team is going to have all of their dreams shattered. One team is going to have no more fight to put up in the rest of this year. And one team is going to move on to face off against Weibo in a few days' time. What an incredible story for these two. JDG, a team that has been anything but super in 2025. And EDG, our Group Nirvana hopefuls, one that we've been holding out hope for all year long. In Split 1, it was okay. They can maybe take a couple best of fives. They didn't look all that great. They never qualified for playoffs. Split 2, they were dominant in Group Nirvana, but could never make it out of the play-ins. And now here, having the chance to take on yet another Group Ascend team and prove that they were top dogs yet again, and that they can prove themselves as true challengers tonight.
Everything is on the line here, Alk. A full year's journey is now going to be put on the forefront here for this final game of the series. When we look back at both of the stories for these two teams, JDG, the discarded kings, a lot of individuals cast aside from former teams and orgs going into this 2025 season. On paper, they have had former ceilings that could have been world-class players struggling to find success throughout the 2025 season. This is their last chance to at least put themselves in contention to make a run to Worlds, potentially through the regional finals gauntlet, and at least their hope stays alive. Same thing for EDG. Not necessarily a roster of individuals that have had international success before. Only Angel has seen a Worlds finals before with Suning Gaming back in 2020. Everyone else has not seen international play. It is Palkia's debut split, our rookie of the split, the breakout star from this roster, trying to make a dream that started out as a spark and trying to keep the flame alive for EDG going forward.
And here in Shenzhen, we're going to get ready and started for game number 5 draft. EDG on the blue side here to start. Renata and Azir. Azir has been a mainstay on the ban phase against JDG all series long, but Renata a new addition as we get that support pool continue to be constricted now. JDG going for the Sivir and the Nocturne. I gotta imagine, are EDG going to keep that Nico ban, or are they going to reach for it all the way here in game number 5?
Azir banned once again. We will not see the Emperor of Shurima at all this entire series. Nocturne and Sivir taken away from EDG. A Sylas ban trying to scout out what could have been either a pick for Shun or Scout in the mid lane. What picks jump out at you for the first pick priority here for EDG, Alk?
I think Nico is really important. Obviously, we've seen it banned every single game. Honestly, a Poppy blind is not all that bad. It is a 3-way flex, even if we haven't seen ZDZ play it this split. I think it is an important champion to have. It is going to be Nico taken away, so are we going to get that Poppy, or are we going to move towards maybe a champion like Maokai in the jungle? Also, a couple of mid lane champions that have not made their appearance so far in this series. Already a big one in my mind.
Oh, Poppy! Instant slam for EDG, and that can be flexed for either Xiaohao or Palkia.
I think giving it to Palkia is a very strong deny, but with all of the engaged supports, could end up being a little bit more risky. Depends on what the bottom lane for Pays and Zhuo is going to be. Seeing now the response here from JDG, I think taking away a Maokai in this game could be very, very influential. And depending on what it looks like here, having to play into what could be a keeper's verdict. Very, very dangerous. Seems like JDG know the assignment, though, in this game number 5. We're getting team fights, and we're going to have to lean on Pays.
I love this from JDG. They know exactly where their strengths lie. It is in the Pays basket. And now that a majority of the engaged supports are gone from the pool, enchanters can reign supreme. We saw it in best of fives scenarios earlier, as early as Split 2, and now it is Pays and Joel leaning in for a Zeri Lulu combo in the bot lane.
Up to Palkia, what is the options here? Because if I'm looking at this from their perspective, you've got two options. You can try to go for a kill lane with this Poppy early and make sure that this never really gets off to a start, or if you want to avoid this matchup, send the Poppy into the jungle and grab either a Bard or a Blitzcrank here. We'll see what the options for JDG are going to be, or for EDG. They're going to go for their solo lanes immediately, give themselves ways to play the games and really ways to take down this Zeri. Aatrox would be pretty threatening, even though we don't see much from JDG's side, and Ahri always a playmaker, especially if this Poppy is in the jungle.
A lot of active priority here from Angel with the Ahri. Potential for strong playmaking in the first half of the game here. Might have some backline access, but when you think about what you're trying to set up for onto Zeri, we know that common combos are Ahri Vi, because you have that point and click guaranteed lockdown. But by opting in for the Aatrox first, tells me that EDG are totally comfortable giving over the Vi as a ban, and JDG now have a strong front line guaranteed at least for Shun with this Skarner lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why the Poppy is so valuable, right? Like, where we're talking about it having that flex potential, I would prefer to see it in the jungle, especially now that you have the Ahri, you can have that guaranteed lockdown. See what the AD carry pool is going to get pinched here, because there's no Caitlyn. You could go for a Smolder, honestly. I think you might run out of the ability to actually properly deal damage, but he does allow for you to play a little bit more scaling. You get that execute a little bit sooner when you have Ahri and Aatrox on your team. You also have Senna that you can play with the rest. Draven is a very cute nod towards On, who has been playing it a few times here this year.
Lissandra ban. Oh, that's a deep reach into Scout's pockets. I know that we saw one time a pick from Scout with that Lissandra back in Split 2. JDG now eliminate the Vi just in case Palkia is given the Poppy and they want to make that Vi Ahri combo linked up here for EDG. As you called out, it can still be a Xiaohao Poppy lock-in, but that would push Palkia to another new support here in Split 3.
What is the mid lane pick going to be here for Scout? If you're playing into Ahri, you could play Yone. Would give them dive, even if it is a little bit worse into the Poppy. Poppy can't block everything, right? Hopefully, anyway. We'll see what the option is going to be in mid. Maybe they just take top and say, let's give Scout more vision and more information as to how this draft is going to play out, because most AD carriers are not going to be able to stand up against a Yone.
A Mordekaiser lock-in. That can make things so difficult for EDG, especially for Xiaohao. If you think about objective scenarios, being able to just completely take and kidnap the jungler into the death realm, preventing him from being able to secure objectives, that makes things very tricky for EDG. What is the AD carry, or at least bot lane lock-in for On? He's toggling a lot of hovers right now.
I think it has to be Senna. Senna gives you range. You are a little bit weaker towards some of these tanks like the Skarner and the Mordekaiser, but allow for you to play with your front line. Give Angel and ZDZ a bit more room to breathe when you have all this healing and the ultimate. So now we get to see, where is this Poppy going to go for? EDG playing with a composition that I think relies on this top side, and more than likely seeing a Poppy in the jungle.
What is the final lock-in? How does EDG tie this composition together? Oh,
yes,
Palkia!
I called for it early. I called for it early. Okay, we're getting Maokai instead. This is where it gets a little bit tricky now, Rafa, because there is so much crowd control that they can get down, but Palkia is going to be very, very squishy in this game. We get a Victor to round out this draft here for JDG.
It is a heavy scaling composition here for JDG in Game 5. When you think about how JDG were able to find wins prior in this series, it was strong early game advantages that allowed them to snowball, especially in Game 4 specifically. They have a strong front line they can rally behind if they can get to that point. EDG Looks like they're going to be sending the Maokai to Palkia's hands in the bottom lane. Send a Maokai. That's a lot of sustain. It's hard to break that laning phase for EDG's bot lane. Maybe that is where the concern stemmed from after getting absolutely destroyed by Pays and Jewel in the prior game.
I don't think it matters in this game, Rafa. Look at this bottom lane. Like, Pays and Jewel just get to free farm the entire time, and you can play very aggressive in this 2v2. We need to see it from them as well, but my eyes go towards the top side. Xiaoshu and ZDZ have been so important for their teams in their wins, and especially with this Mordekaiser, he is going to have the single task of having the most important ultimate in this game. Who does he send into the Death Realm? Who does he take with him to weaken EDG's frontline and the ability for them to win games? Because if they get to 2 and 3 items, I think that this JDG composition is incredibly difficult to deal with versus a Mordekaiser.
This is it, Alk. No more drafts. These are the final compositions that both EDG and JDG have opted into for what could be one team's final series of the year. It is EDG and JDG for Game 5 here in Summoner's Rift.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Get some more Gyos. We said that as the series went further, crowd was going to get a little louder, a little bit more active. EDG favored, at least from the AI's perspective, but I think the value of having a Mordekaiser in this game is incredible. And Senna does augment her frontline's ability to be there, deal damage. Eventually, Senna will outscale, or outrange, I should say, this Zeri. But I gotta say, Rafa, what an exciting game number 5 draft. No like free scaling. We're getting at least some action here for EDG, and we need to see what they do in the early game, because while they might have some scaling pieces, it is up to them to dictate the early game. You have Ari and a Poppy. 2v2s in that side of the map should be very, very easy.
Xiaohao will be a decent tank for EDG later the game goes on, but as we've seen from most Poppy performances by other LPL junglers here in this Split 3, it has mostly been an aggressive early build. The Sunder Sky gives you a lot of skirmishing potential, and then you go off tank afterwards, whereas Shun is going to be opting into full HP and resistances. Heartsteel for the rush. This is going to be a tough front line to break for EDG, and they are not necessarily the best at being able to shred through HP and resistances from the damage profile that EDG have. Ari really wants to get this game snowballed and accelerated. Pays gets a level 2 advantage, goes for the early trade here onto On and Palkia, and they burn 2 summoner spells from their bot lane.
On used the barrier very early on in this lane because he thought he was going to take a little bit more damage. He also missed out on a fair amount of stacks onto his opponents. So I think Faye is just recognizing, hey, I am so strong in this 2v2. Like, we absolutely own these frauds. CZ is getting some decent trades. Poppy is skipping her fourth camp to make a play on topside. There's no ward here from Xiaoshu.
Xiaohao and ZDZ, can they link up and find the first kill of the game to break open this game 5? Xiaohao flashes after Xiaoshu's own flash, pushes him into ZDZ's waiting arms. He's still level 2. He finds the Darkened Blade into flash, and it's first blood for ZDZ here in game 5.
Does he recall? No, he's just going to take this last minion. He's going to recall. The wave's going to push towards him. Does he opt for the teleport? Scout is bullying Angel. Finally, it took us 5 games here. And he was able to do it on the Galio. This time around, Scout using the strength of Victor in lane, especially with that Siphon power. He's going to get that first push into mid and allow for Shun to walk in his bottom side jungle. Gets a little bit more information.
He's going to place a late ward here near the Raptor camp, so he'll be able to at least see when the Raptor spawns again for EDG's jungler. There's a flash burn by Xiaohao. He still has the Hex Flush, so he can still make some pretty proactive and creative plays. Xiaohao takes the Scuttle Crab. He's going to look for a revisit. He would have to clear that ward on that Pixel Brush. Looks like he's just going to clear out the remainder of his topside camps here.
Hey, can you come gank top lane? I have 2 camps. Goodbye. Be gone, top laner. You will not bait me into another one. We're not doing this. It's game 5. Stressful enough. First gank does end up working, so kind of the prescription that we gave towards Edward Gaming, is making sure they can get a little bit of that early action down. Cole coming on through here for Pays, recognizing that this game is going to go a little bit later, especially in this bottom lane. I am not worried at all as the Zeri about this 2v2. My Lulu, by herself, probably wins the 1v2, honestly.
Yep, double range bot lane is a hell of a drug to have.
I mean, it's also Maokai early, man. Like, this champion is extremely useless.
For EDG, the hope is going to come into the playmaking ability for Palkia, trying to look for the flash-twisted advances or just setting up with the saplings for objective control. Maybe that ultimate can find roots necessary to lock down JDG carries in those team fights, but we're not going to see that payoff until much later into the game. And one thing you noted before that I think is extremely important, Scout was able to bully off Angel, get a better buy. It's both Dark Seals for both mid laners, but at least an Amplifying Tome gives Scout a little bit of an edge here in the mid lane.
Ooh, Senna's gonna miss this entire wave. That's tough. Maokai should be able to at least hold some of it. Duel's gonna come on over, but they're gonna start up this dragon. Pings are coming on through. Shun's on the area. Pays is starting to hit it right now. They have access through mid yet again. Angel has to take another reset, and there's another wave that's gonna get pile drive under the turret with level 6 already achieved there by Scout. Great job from JDG's laners for utilizing some of this draft.
Holy. I mean, Palkia is playing Maokai, has the Bramble Smash, but he would have to coordinate with Xiaohao to get the smite in combo tandem. They're looking for it, but Shun is clutch with it. Palkia, flash twisted advance, trying to lock down Shun, forcing the flash out of the Skarner. The rest of Xiaohao trying to look for Zhuo as he is forced to flash away. And Pays is not even threatened as he can just skate the wall back to safety.
Too messy there from EDG. The look is fine. The idea behind it, I think, is sound, but Xiaohao comes over the wall too late, so they have to chase them out of the pit, and they're already out of dodge by the time he gets back in. Scout had used the Arcane Storm in mid, probably just get another wave under the turret, and probably just gonna go get the second scuttle on top side here. So still behind in camps versus Shun. This means that Herald, or the grub spawning in a minute and a half. It'll be very important to see how and where Xiaohao gets access to experience, and whether or not we're even going to see our top laners join for this fight, as Xiaoshu's making his way over, and ZD's probably going to have to match after this.
Looking at the top lane, first component purchases, it's a Hex Drinker for ZDZ. Well itemized here, since you have double magic solo laners on JDG's side, and Xiaoshu is forced to go for the Bramble Vest just to reduce a lot of the sustain that ZDZ is boasting here on the Aatrox. Not sure how this is going to affect the future of this top lane for the laning phase for the next 7 minutes while turret plates are still on the line, but JDG have at least forced a swap out, sending Pays and Zhuo to the top side of the map. Grubs is spawning in the next 40 seconds.
Xiaohao is clearing some of his camps. He's going to get red buff. He'll do his Raptors. Now he has level 6 before he starts this, so still able to have massive impact, but is an almost a full level lead coming in for Shun, who's had I think a pretty decent performance this entire series. Really the Zed one being the biggest blemish, but when you think about what he was able to get done in that game and kind of the draft that was around him, it was very suffocating to try to play in that one. So
yeah,
the Kiana game was really strong, and gonna need to put up one final strong performance. A player that we were talking about as one of those discarded kings, trying to make a name for himself this year, was contesting top 1 junglers in Split 2.
Yep.
That should be at least 2 grubs going over to JDG.
On and Palkia trying to contest the topside river, but Shun is there, so they have to be careful about trying to challenge further. Shun does have the Impale ready, but he just goes for 1 grub trade guaranteed with the Smite. And now just waiting for EDG's hand to show. Scout determining whether he wants to press forward on the river here. Shun has the boulder available.
Let Palkia hit these because he gets ultimate here if he's able to get at least a
Smite
little
is
bit more
used.
experience.
Oh, they're looking for Scout, but he doesn't find the wall slam. It doesn't connect. Scout is able to now distance himself away. Throws out the Arcane Storm, and JDG guaranteed the second grub for themselves. Charm lands on the Shun. He still doesn't have flash. Wait a minute. The Impale stalls for time on the Palkia, but that's a Maokai. That's not the target you want to hit. Shun is able to get the Ishtal impact and escapes back to safety. Zhuo is caught on the left side. a meaningful sacrifice for JDG, as at least none of their meaningful carries go down. On's first kill arrives here in Game 5, as ZDZ has arrived to the top side of the map with Xiaoshu. Death Realm still available, so is World Ender.
All right, well, Pays will catch this wave at the very least. Maybe they try to go for a dive here. Palkia doesn't have anywhere near level 6. Does he finish it with these last 3 minions? I don't think so. I was watching for both supports. Were they going to have access to their ultimates coming into that fight? Because that could have been another thing that changes this. On had level 6. Pays did not for that fight. Still 2 grubs going over to JDG, a team that I think have a lot more ability to hit turrets as this game goes forward, but allows for JDG to now feel a little bit more confident that if they're going to make a trade on a side lane, if that dragon that spawns in a minute's time is something that they don't want to go for, they can look to get some turret plates, get themselves a little bit of gold here to match, where right now EDG are doing good.
Yep. Solid few hundred gold advantage for EDG, but it's not going to be enough to really carry that snowball to victory. EDG really need to blow this game wide open before the scaling really comes into peak form for JDG's carries here. Scout is going to get stronger on this Victor. Pays is going to become a monster on this Zeri. We know how terrifying he can be from his time on Genji in years past, and EDG have to really do everything in this upcoming mid game to just break the game wide open.
Until On finishes this static shift, I think it should be rather tough for him to ever get mid priority. He's also getting chunked pretty decently by Scout here. These Hextech Rays are doing a hell of a lot of damage, and if he finds a Siphon power with that phase rush, maybe there's a chance he just forces him out of this entire bot lane play before he ever has a chance to really play the game here. Shun is trying to finish a couple more camps, get closer towards that Heartsteel. And right now, EDG controlling the river, but there's no real play. They need to get on into maybe to kind of connect here.
That has been one of the things that has been the folly of EDG, not giving On a clear path to connect with the rest of his team. Sometimes gets punished on the rotation. On is taking the safe route over through the bottom side of the jungle. A heal was burned by Palkia trying to look for the movement speed on Pays, but he's able to get out of harm's reach from EDG.
Recalling, man. Okay, well, we've given the second dragon over to the team that has a Senna. A bit worrisome here, and EDG can always pull the trigger because they have this Maokai ultimate. Love the tension in this game, Rafa. This is exactly what a Game 5 deserves. That push and pull between our two teams. That feeling of uneasiness, I think, very valid for both of these teams.
JDG just doing everything they can to hold their ground and weather the storm against EDG. I know you mentioned that the scaling for On is not something that should be disregarded, but I do feel like it is in JDG's interest to not give over any early advantages over to EDG. If they can endure, they will get to a point where they will feel confident in Pays to try and continue carrying these games for JDG like he has throughout this series.
I'm looking at it right now. In Tier 1 play, Maokai support this summer is currently... oh god, that is terrible. It is 3 and 11 and 8.
Oh boy, well, I don't know if the EDG fans in the chat wanted to hear that.
Sorry, man.
Well, who knows? Maybe Palkia is able to flip the script here. One of the things about Maokai's support that does get severely weakened is, compared to Jungle Maokai, for example, you're not going to get Leandries. You are really forced to build support items. That's why we see the Redemption Rush here for Palkia. And while that item will still be powerful, the saplings will give you vision, but it won't give you nearly as much influential control because Leandries does make those saplings alongside what would normally be jungle experience actually enough levels and points into that E to make the sapling a little bit more threatening.
You also have Herald spawning, and speaking about our supports, one of them has a redemption. It is Palkia, so a bit more ability for them to find plays. This is also very lucky, you know, with the dragon giving so many extra pushes. Like, Maokai can be very, very difficult to deal with, and now that they also have the static shift completed, it should be a lot easier for EDG to move on and allow for Palkia to get all these roams. He's going to reset to get his vision back up. This does give time for JDG to move forward and hopefully clear some of this vision. They are not crossing the river line.
Looks like Shun was able to at least help pop some of these saplings. The last one on that red buff brush follows Pays, but he's able to heal up with some honey fruit in the red buff quadrant. Skates back over to his side of the map. Rift Herald, still another 25 seconds before it spawns on the Rift here. We have not seen further action from ZDZ and Xiaoshu in this 1v1 ever since Xiaohao gave him a little bit of a buff and a little bit of a boost in the early laning phase.
It's happening again, Rafa. Look at this. 3 games in a row now, Jewel has decided or elected to go for a Mikhail's Rush over a Redemption. A bit more of a, not selfish, but it is a one-sided buff. You can Redemption all 5 of your team. You can only Mikhail's a single member as Jewel. We are expecting for it to go over to Pays, but obviously the flexibility in who is allowed to get cleansed here. All of this vision is in favor of EDG, not only with the sapling, but those individual wards. ZDZ will have the ability to teleport, and he pushed in a wave. So does Xiaoshu immediately drop this? Yes, that's going to happen.
Shun, looking for the stall impact, does not get enough distance to slam on into the wall. Is able to rejoin the ranks of EDG. Xiaoshu looks for that claw, doesn't find anyone. Good root and patience from EDG. Herald, 4k HP. It's going to reset here. Xiaohao with the Keeper's Verdict. It doesn't reset. He winds it up. Who's he going to punt it on?
That's Mikhail's.
Here we go. JDG still in the river trying to fight for posture. The Rift Herald finally does reset here. Decent damage and poke from the side of EDG. And JDG trying to find a window when they can step up. Xiaoshu still has Death Thrum available. Ideally, it should be on the Xiaohao so that they can have a window to try and secure that Herald for themselves. But JDG, they're not contesting the river for now. They're letting Pays pick up the wave in the mid lane instead. And EDG are trying to secretly burn down the Herald.
They can't do this anymore. We're seeing it now. Pays is going to finish his recall here. This is just JDG posturing just to be on vision, see if they can force their opponents to make a mistake, but they got that mid wave in. I think that should have been a moment where JDG just say, look, we're going to have everybody screen on this side of the map. I might as well just use the pen tool while we're here. Let's screen them from entering into mid lane and then move in and take this mid-tier turret, or at least deal enough damage that their opponents can feel stressed. It's going to be that ultimate now, or sorry, the flash from On being used. So Dragon that is up does mean that EDG need to be a little bit more careful. Wonder if they'll make a trade for themselves. They're sending 4 players up into the top side here.
Like, looking for the dive on the Xiaoshu. He still has Death Thrum available. I'm not sure how good of a play it is. They're just going to drop the Rift Herald and try and force some early gold into their pockets here. And with all 4 members, Xiaoshu cannot stay to defend the turret from dropping.
Ooh, Victor gets this wave. Can observers show this real quick? I know we're showing the Herald on top side, but I think it's rather important that Scout got a free time on this bottom lane wave, and he got himself another wave, so turret gold going over to Victor, not bad. It was a single Herald charge, not even fully used there by EDG. I don't think they're going to be able to get much more off of this, and Scout's going to go for even more.
And important for JDG, they claim the feat of objectives first over EDG. So even though EDG got first break, it is now up to them to get Feat of Warfare in order to secure Feats of Strength over JDG, who have yet to pick up a single kill in this Game 5.
Scout's got to be feeling nice, man. He just got paid. Absolutely paid.
Yep.
A lot of gold in his pockets now, so see if he'll get closer to finishing a second item, probably closer to that dragon that'll be spawning in 4.5 minutes. We've got probably the most important objective in the game at this moment, just worldwide. Otacon in 1.5 minutes. There will be no flash for On in this fight. And aside from some early kills, a bit of skirmishing from On and ZDZ with Xiaohao, we are still only 2 kills into this game. You said it, you called it, the feats of warfare, the feats of strength, potentially being on the line here around that objective. And it's on the top side of the map this time.
Something tells me the game just could be decided at this fight for the Otacon. The way that both of these teams have pretty much thrown their lives for this objective in prior games when both teams were able to contest for it at the same time. it has done irreparable damage for the rest of the game to the team that did not get the objective for themselves. As right now, EDG trying to continue bolstering that vision line on the top side in preparations for that objective.
The experience is nice, but I think the combat buff that you get from it, that when you are able to grab that kill, you get that slow, that AoE damage, does feel a lot better. For either team, the experience would be great. Getting Senna to like level 11, level 13 is amazing. You get more experience and adaptive force for someone like Zeri and Victor. They become monsters in team fights. So, be very, very pivotal here, and we still have yet to see what Xiaoshu's impact in this game is going to be. Did get tower dove, did die one time in this game, but we haven't gotten that death realm around a big objective that could make or break a lot of these fights. And we said coming in that top lane was going to have to be the most pivotal role here if we wanted to see either of these teams really take a win today.
Before this game 5, it has seemingly been ZDZ's series over Xiaoshu so far, but with this Mordekaiser pick, that could change everything in this Otacon pit if Xiaohao is removed from Summoner's Rift and giving Shun the freedom to take a objective uncontested in Smite.
He's trying to get a little bit of damage down onto Shun. We're going to control this top lane wave. Ari is first to mid, and Xiaoshu could actually end up jailing him if he wanted to get over there, but now he has to catch this wave. He's going to be late to this. Ari can show up with Spirit Fire and her ultimate.
Decent damage from the Otacon onto Xiaohao's health bar. Scout has Seekers, keep note of that. Pace, all summoner spells, Mikhail's available. Palkia unleashes the ultimate, looks for multiple routes. It only hits Shun and Scout. The Mikhail's Crucible is burned from Zhuo, keeps his mid laner alive. Angel taking a lot of damage from Scout's laser. Palkia gets sent forward by the claw, but still alive and not forced to flash. He also has a smite available to help Xiaohao secure the objective. Pace takes some damage from On, as well as the rest of the members of EDG. Shun on top of the Otacon, but neither team has started up the objective. They're just looking to poke EDG off the objective for now.
Xiaohao right now, he's starting up the Gromp. It's going to be Angel looking for a recall. Does he have a second item here?
You gotta be careful. The flash from Pace looks for his moment as he pops the ultimate, forces On out of the pit. Xiaohao, flash, Keeper's Verdict, punch Scout out of the table here. ZDZ trying to persist through as he's forced into the death realm against Xiaoshu, and Xiaoshu wins the 1v1. The claw finds Palkia. Scout's laser burns him to a crisp. They're pushing forward, and Pace will ring the rally cry for JDG to push through in this game 5.
Scout teleported right back into that play, and Paze is firing away at EDG. They started off so well by finding Shun. It will be no Otacon here for JDG, but it will be a turret and a team fight win that gets so many summoner spells out from their opponents.
Because Shun drops, you call that JDG cannot start the Otacon, but a good injection of gold goes into the pockets of JDG.
On starts this fight off, getting caught. So much damage onto him, and what have we said all 5 games? Paze has been the better AD carry. On has been getting caught out, and On has made way too many mistakes for this team, potentially costing them a game and a half here in this series. Maybe even this one. We said this fight was going to be incredibly pivotal. ZDZ could not do enough on this Aatrox. Xiaohao, not enough here in this fight, and while On can provide healing, Angel never really found that backline access. It was not enough here. We're getting right back towards the top side of the map. ZDZ can teleport in. He is almost level 14, and Angel is going to do the same thing.
What's crazy is EDG actually got the first kill of the fight, so they claim the feats of strength. They get access to the tier 2 boots as well as the tier 3 boots. Not sure if that's going to make the biggest difference here, but it's a small advantage that EDG can at least put in the pockets for themselves. Otacon leashed up, 7k, 6k, On steps up. Remember, there's no flash on the Senna. You got to be careful. The Death Realm sends On with him. Can Xiaohao get into the pit? Otacon at 3k HP, trying to rally behind On as he comes out of the Death Realm, still alive, but Shun looms forward and puts it into On's life. The Impale will find Palkia, and the rest of JDG can now lunge and fly on forward.
Oh no!
Gets slammed into the wall, but he's still surviving for now. ZDZ pops the world under. Can he bring EDG back from the brink? He's finding the Darkened Blades. Shun has to back off, but ZDZ doesn't find the last Darkened Blade mark, and Scout is the last hope for this team, and he will come in clutch to keep JDG alive in the Otacon pit.
And the unlikely hero, Scout, stands tall in game number 5, finding them so much damage, the kill, and more importantly, again, the top laners here. ZDZ fighting with every last breath in these fights, and Xiaoshu catching out on. We thought, where was the ultimate going to go? Was it going to be onto Xiaohao to get him away from the Otacon? But on, stepping too far, twice in a row now. An experienced AD carry making these mistakes is costing his team this series and potentially their lives here in Split 3 playoffs. He dies before the redemption can even drop. Angel is nowhere near this fight because of Scout's positioning. And Scout with phase rush, Scout with every single ability can step forward. It feels bad because Paze thinks he has a lot more in the tank than he does, even with a with a Lulu in his back pocket. The Otacon in the picture-in-picture is finally gonna go down in favor of JDG.
6K, Palkia and Xiaohao arrive back to the pit. Keeper's verdict, punts out Shun. Can EDG try and burn down the Otacon before Shun gets back? It's Palkia with the ultimate, but
it's
the Otacon resets. JDG now have more time. Xiaoshu looking for the Death Realm target. Impale does fine. I believe that ZDZ going down. JDG eliminate the Aatrox from the fight. And EDG, they are now down to 4. I don't know if their chances look great here. JDG still have all 5, and Paze is holding the line boldly and confidently with Cleanse and Flash available. Xiaohao lunges forward, looking for 12. Paze pops the ultimate, burns down Xiaohao. The Death Realm keeps him in range, and Xiaoshu puts an end to Xiaohao. The Otacon is finally secured for JDG, and that could just be the hopes of this world dream for EDG coming to a bittersweet end.
Too many times that they've been caught. Maybe they go for the Baron. Dwo, does he have the ability to get back out onto the map? There's still a dragon. Shun
He's too
not be
tanky,
going
man.
down.
On
He's got
an Angel,
flash
find
still.
enough CC, but Shun is still able to survive thanks to the flash in his arsenal. And JDG now with the Otacon on their side, with 2 dragons on their side, a 4,000 gold advantage, should have everything they need to make the final steps to closing out this series.
EDG just threw around the Otacon. That was 3 separate fights around this objective that they lost in a row. Not an ability for them to get into that back line. Xiaohao was looking for maybe an angle onto Dwo, maybe he can get into the pit, but it's not enough. And Paze, he gets to stand tall right alongside his mid laner. Dragon's gonna go over and put them on soul point. EDG, they've lost the plot in this game. There's no ability for them to, I mean, look at the start of this fight. There's no Maokai ultimate, and it lands on a nobody here. Like, by the times they engage, Otacon's not engaged upon. The Nature's Grasp just does nothing versus JDG, and they're just completely split up. Look at where Angel and Nolan are. They're nowhere near this fight. ZDZ walks way too far forward, and that might have just costed EDG a Split 3 playoffs.
See the rest of the replay playing out. EDG just throwing everything into the wall, trying to find a miracle out of a disastrous scenario. Shun just impaling out of the teleport. Angel is already forced to flash. ZDZ trying to look for Scout into the back line, but this Victor is so strong. ZDZ pops the World Ender, but he's in the Death Realm. It's just him and Xiaoshu fighting to the bitter end. ZDZ is not winning the 1v1. He's forced to flash away. Palkia completely deleted. JDG continuing the fight on here. EDG dropped to 4 members. JDG have already picked up the 3rd dragon for themselves here. There's nothing more that they need to fight for, but it's EDG just continuing to throw attempt after attempt, trying to find something to salvage this game 5. But I think the writing's on the wall here.
The only bit that we can maybe rely on is On with 100 stacks, but his level of play so far in this series has left much to be desired. Level 16 coming soon for Angel. Not a lot of room, and you had it right there, Rafa. The writing's on the wall. We are seeing JDG in live time slowly start to put the brakes down onto EDG, and any kind of hopeful dreams of a Group Nirvana run are coming to a close. He's gonna have 93 stacks, 95 stacks by the time they finish this turret. CDZ is behind them. Paze just absolutely lets the ultimate rip. He has an experimental Hexblade, so he'll have his ultimate back up soon.
He has been able to use a Lightning Crash so many times this game 5 and just using it aggressively to force EDG to respond. They're burning the Baron. This is the last Hail Mary they have in the books here.
guys, are we sure we need to fight this? I mean, the dragon spawns in 3. It's going to get spotted out now. They need to be able to make this turn happen and find it quickly here. This is the last bit that we could see from EDG in 2025.
Baron, they're trying to pull off it now. The Baron fully resets. JDG now can look for an engage. Palkia throws out the ultimate, looking for roots. No one gets caught in the Mordekaiser claw. Shun is rooted momentarily. The charm connects, but he's just too tanky. And Scout, yet to pop the Seekers, has over 20 stacks on his Medjai Soul Stealer. This is the best that Scout has looked all series long, and just in time to make sure JDG can cross the finish line.
So many questions about if Scout was going to show up in this series, whether or not we were going to get the Scout that costed them the games versus Billy and Knight. Baron is at 9,000 right now. Xiaohao is charging it up. Shun is out of the pit.
For the charm and the Spirit Rush, but Scout answers with his stasis on the Seekers. ZDZ pops the World Ender. He's in the Death Realm with Xiaoshu once again. Xiaohao trying to position and coordinate with his top laner, but EDG! They lose Angel! They lose Palkia! On is next on the finish line. Scout destroys him with the power of the Arcane! JDG continuing to find one member after another on the ranks of EDG! And that's it, Alk! JDG, find the ace. They don't need the Baron. They're gonna push into the base. How far can they go?
Oh, it looks like they might be able to end. They've got a massive minion wave. They've got 2 grubs and 5 members. JDG have done it. It is game 5.
You can see the facial reactions on EDG. They know their fate is in the writing. It's about to come to an end. You can write JDG off. You can cast them aside, but the discarded kings will not be denied! JDG, keep their hopes alive!
And that is going to be JDG getting a date with Weibo in a few days' time. Moment of silence goes over to EDG. An unfortunate one. Really feel bad for Palkia. Put in a couple of really weird performances towards the end of this series. Obviously, Valiant and his first playoffs here. Obviously ends in a game 5 clutch. Kind of feels bad for the rest of EDG as well. A run that a lot of people were starting to get excited about as one of the 2 top teams coming in from Group Nirvana. The story of Palkia no longer able to continue on forward. I think EDG can still hold their heads high for what they were able to accomplish, not only today, but in all of 2025.
It's great heartbreak for the members of EDG. What started out as a hopeful spark with Palkia joining the roster here in Split 3 turned into a flame that many were hopeful could turn into a realistic dream for EDG to make the run to Worlds. That flame comes to a burning end. EDG will not be able to make the run to Worlds 2025. Their season ends tonight as JDG find victory in the final game of the series.
And potentially that could be the end of any hope for our Group Nirvana representatives. Tomorrow will be NIP versus Anyone's Legend. This is probably the closest we were going to see out of those series. Still a lot potentially there if NIP decide they want to play some of the best League of Legends they've played all 2025 long and want to do the very funny thing of knocking out our Split 2 champions early here in the bracket. But, man, going up against Weibo, I think this JDG team has a lot to work on. They've now had to play 10 games already, not including their play-in series. And Weibo have just looked a lot better than their counterparts here, but an insane game 5. Pays continuing to be a rock-solid member of this team. Scout finally finding his mojo in this series in game number 4 and game number 5. The Galio and the Victor games looked really, really good. And that was 2 games back-to-back, especially for JDG, that they needed to win.
Yeah. We said that oh man, come on, producer Kai. Just this is mean. No, come on. Let's as Alk said, a moment of silence for EDG. Their world's dream comes to an end. But for JDG, Remember the story of this team. These are a bunch of individuals that were cast out from their former teams at the end of 2024. It's vindication for them to continue their world's dreams alive. And I believe with championship points, they should have enough to at least contest Ninjas in Pajamas. It depends now on whether NIP can find the upset against anyone's legend, but if NIP do lose against anyone's legend tomorrow night, JDG will at least guarantee themselves in the regional final gauntlet, even if they don't make the run here in Split 3 playoffs.
Exactly. It's a tough one here for EDG, and even for JDG, all they needed to do was outplace NIP and EDG. That is the only way that they can continue to keep their lives here in the bracket, as well as potentially looking for a world spot. I can't believe we came into this. We saw EDG take a really strong start to this series. They found those 2 wins, but could not really piece it together. I think part of it is going to come down to Fearless, right? The effective champion pools of a player like Palkia. You only have so much time to get as many champions under your belt. They played, on average, about 10 less games than the Group Ascend teams did from what we saw from them. And so that could have been games that could have been spent on, maybe we introduce 1 extra champion onto Palkia. Now you start to have regrets. Could this been a Blitzcrank angle in game number 5? Would it even worked versus JDG? The Elise game they're probably going to want back for all of the troubles that they had. And remember, even EDG, not as, I guess, innocent as maybe we say, because this team did make some roster changes. They dropped Awesome halfway through the season. They brought in On and Wink. Wink gets traded over to JDG as they were looking for a support change. They obviously get Palkia, and that makes a big resurgence for them going in. But how did they finish Split 3? With a couple of losses towards the back end of the season to teams like NIP and LGD.
I don't have the answer for you, Elk. But something I do have as an answer was Scout being able to answer the call when JDG needed him most in the most darkest hour for JDG. Backs against the wall, 2-2 scenario. Paze goes down in this fight, and Scout has remained unthreatened and was scaling on up, farming up a storm in the side lanes. You call that he got solo time on that turret, multiple waves, and he pays off the investment big time. Scout finally shows up for JDG, and we've said it before, throughout 2025, Scout, on average, has been putting in disappointing performances, but when he locks in, Alk, when he locks in and remembers that he is a goddamn world champion from his time on EDG, this guy can push JDG over the finish line when Paze can't.
Alright, look, I'm going to just say Paze had a very easy job to play this game. I think that it was made very easy knowing that your enemy AD carry is never going to outplay you in a lot of these fights. We saw also the impact of a player like Xiaoshu just being able to make these numbers advantage fights and also take key players out of fights very early on. I mean, like, Paze gets to free fire in these fights, and yes, it is Scout who is kind of getting to use that phase rush and get into their opponent's backline. I think it's a moment where either of these carries could get an MVP this game, and I would not be too upset. Clear Love, you are not free from punishment for today. You, sir, are a dangerous man. You did very, very bad things in some of these games. So, head down, stay humble, and let's get back in there.
I know that a lot of teams are sparking rumors that Misfortune is really strong recently. I don't think it's the right champion for this team. Not saying it's the right champion for Paze. I don't think it's the right champion for this team. Because when Paze has mobility and the freedom to be able to outplay and bait out cooldowns from his opponents, that opens up the space for JDG in these team fights. Unfortunately, Misfortune has no dashes in her kit. She just has decent movement speed in her W.
There we go.
Xiaoshu. Okay,
Hell
well,
yeah. Hell yeah.
I guess the Death Realm was important too. look, I'm not mad at it. I just wasn't expecting it.
This was a tough series, and one that was very weird, I think. Not only just going to Game 5, not unexpected, especially for when we looked at our predictions, but you look how Xiaoxiu has played up until this point. He was one of the only shining stars on this team, aside from Pays in moments. And we got to see him get kind of bodied by ZDZ for a large portion of the series. But in this game number 5, whether it was those nerves, whether it was knowing that he could trust his team, Xiaoxiu stayed composed and got to be really, really impactful in this game. So that's it. That's the end of our series. And I know we got some updated graphics, and we have our updated bracket for everybody to take a look at. 2 days time. That's all you're going to get. Tomorrow we're having the last Group Nirvana representatives show up against our Split 2 champions.
Oh, that's going to be a tough match for Ninjas in Pajamas. I know Anyone's Legend have not really returned to consistent title-winning form, but this is still a very, very powerful and terrifying team to deal with, even in their inconsistencies throughout Split 3. And while Ninjas in Pajamas had arguably 2 competitive games against top esports in their best of 5 in the upper bracket, I don't know if that's going to be enough against Anyone's Legend. Hopefully for any Doinb super fans, they're going to be giving all their energy to NIP tomorrow. I know Alk will.
I want Doinb to win, bro. I need that like water right now, immediately, please. I need Doinb to win. I need Leave to win, but it would hurt because I really love a player like Hope. I think he has performed pretty admirably all season long, and the fact that they're in this lower bracket means that there's probably going to be a few teams. We're going to see the fact that we have AL versus IG coming up potentially is really, really scary here. But we made it, Rafa. We've got a lot of 5 games, and you and I have now casted 2 of them.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a journey. This 2025 season, an introductory one for me in the LPL region, has been nothing short of an absolute adventure. And being able to tell the story of EDG even as their world's dream comes to an end, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. And again, congratulations to JDG, who keep their own world's dreams alive, as they now await to see what happens with the result of Ninjas in Pajamas and Anyone's Legend tomorrow. But for us here on the broadcast, it is now time to close out the show. So before we do, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Shout out to our socials, shout out to our moderators, and shout out to producer Kai as well, who was here with us from start to end on this amazing journey between JDG and EDG. Alk, any last words?
No, I want to say thank you to all the fans who watched us. There was another series at the same time, the BFK, BNK Firax, as well as KT playing. That one ended a little bit earlier, so I want to thank everybody who showed up for today, whether you're here for only a game or the entire 5-game series. The show is not possible without fans. And, oh, last one I will say, day aside, your team is getting mollywopped by Weibo. I'm sorry. You're not seeing... I had to eat my words. I had a very special image ready for if JDG lost. You're just going to have to wait 2 days to see it.
Weibo are going to be an insanely tough opponent considering the form they were able to show so far in playoffs for JDG, but anything is possible here in the LPL. On behalf of the broadcast, staff, and crew, between myself and Alk, good night, and see you tomorrow.